So before we do that, welcome everybody. This is the first moment of a 5.5-hour trade deadline live show. I have to try to conserve my energy for this one. Welcome everybody. I am Dan Besbris. This is Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball, and I am joined for the first half of the show by my good buddy David Williams. And David, I'll be saying hello to you in just a second here. I just want to kind of set the stage for everyone. The trade deadline has already been completely insane. We are going to be going through every trade that's already happened, all the trades that are breaking while we do the show. We have multiple hosts. We have multiple guests coming on. It's going to be a freaking wingding. The only question is, has it all happened already? The trade deadline has been absolutely crazy, and deadline morning hasn't even yet really begun. I would plead with you all to take a moment to like, rate, and subscribe. However you're taking in the content, hit that like button on the trade deadline live show as you're just settling in. If you haven't found us before, welcome. Subscribe to Old Man Squad. We do so many shows and adding throughout the day, a ton of fantasy basketball stuff right now. And then follow the two of us on Twitter, at Dan Besbris for me, Old Man Squad on Blue Sky. David is at NBA DWill21 over on the socials. David, a deep breath and a good morning to you. We made it to trade deadline Thursday.
We did, yeah, and I don't know that we'll see more fireworks. I'm sure that there are more trades coming, but nothing bigger than what's already happened. Surely, right? I don't think it can get any bigger.
I'm going to throw that background up and just see what it looks like for a little bit. It's a bit distracting, I'll admit. Background's a bit distracting like that. Well, we had Luka on Saturday. We had De'Aaron Fox on Sunday. We had Jimmy Butler yesterday. We've had some stuff in between. I'm keeping, and I'm gonna put this on the screen as well, and I'm gonna try to decrease the just the amount of stuff that everybody's looking at right now. But I've started a trade deadline live tracker. Let's see, what's the best way to get that sucker to fit? Maybe like, no, that puts it off to the side. This is going to track throughout the day all of the deals as they come. And what I'm also going to try to do here is to change the sizing on it. I didn't think this through all the way. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. I think the sizing's a little better there. That can put us off to the side. There we go. That wasn't so tough. This is a Google Sheet. It's the link is in the show description. If anybody wants to follow along, I'm going to be updating it as trades come in. And basically what's already on there is, of course, all of this stuff that's already gone down. And I've created some spots there, as folks can see, for what's about to come next. Mark Williams late last night. That was the most recent one. We'll go through all this stuff in just a second. A quick heads up on what's coming up on the Deadline Live show. David and I will be together here for your first half hour just to get you guys kind of settled in. Obviously, if anything breaks, we'll go over that. We'll be joined by Noah Rubin, Daniel McKee, and Thunder Dan Palio at 7:30 Pacific time, so in about a half an hour. Josh Milman will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, as will Mike Catron of Watching the Boxes. Dan Titus and Scott Keller will be with us during the 9 a.m. hour. Adam King will join us at around 10 o'clock a.m. That's when, David, you finally get to take a break and have some part of the rest of your day. Matty G will also be a part of that hour. Adam G. Stock, Mike Barner will be joining in sort of the second half of that hour. Corbin Ford will join us in the 11 o'clock hour. And then for the final sort of the wrap-up half an hour, which will actually be released as its own standalone podcast, Alex Rickleen and Steve St. Pierre, the Steve and Scott Keller earlier of the Menace Podmen. Steve and Alex will join us for the last half hour when we kind of recap everything that's gone down here on trade deadline morning and leading up to it. I'm assuming that what everybody wants to hear right now is effectively what we think of all the stuff that's already happened. So rather than try to go through all of them in the next like 23 minutes, I think maybe we just go to whichever one we found kind of the most interesting. So, David, I've been monologuing a bit here to open the show. Of all the trades that have gone down so far, from a fantasy standpoint, which one has jumped out to you as the most interesting? Because I think pretty much the entire universe can agree that the Luka trade coming out of nowhere was, from a reality standpoint, the most interesting. But what about on the fantasy side?
I think what the Wizards are doing, moving Kuzma and then Valanciunas, they got Middleton back, and I saw you posted about if Middleton plays there, he could be a monster. I wouldn't be surprised to really see him go, but I like what Washington is doing. They're opening up the floor for these young guys to play, Bilal, and I'll never understand. Like, I feel like right now, with the guys that have been moved, Corey Kispert should be in that starting lineup. He hasn't been. He's been getting plenty of minutes, but he's a guy that I like. There are a number of young, interesting guys on that team, and I think if you make the right moves here during silly season, that a Wizard could be the guy that would lead you to a fantasy championship.
I think we had a swap of picks that just went down. I got excited, and then it turned out to be kind of nothing. The Washington Wizards, this is from Michael Scotto. The Washington Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the 76ers for 1 first-round pick. David, has that ever happened before?
Man, not that I can recall, but it sounds like maybe they're positioning themselves to make another move. First round picks for a team like Washington are super valuable. You're looking to rebuild that squad, but making a move like that could be something that they're looking for. Again, I don't know. I haven't heard anything that they're looking to move Middleton, but that's just something that wouldn't surprise me there, because there's just not much of a fit. Where he is in his career and where they are at as a franchise. I don't know that Middleton would be okay being like the mentor to these young guys, but if I'm Washington, I want to see what I have, and specifically in the young wings, Bub, Bilal. We've seen Kispert; he's been in the league for a little bit now, but even City that they traded for, I think that they're going to be extremely interesting. They're probably my top team that I'm watching here post-trade deadline to see who I need to go out and get.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. The Bulls, I guess, would be the other one that you could put on the list. But it was all like this run up to the deadline has been absolutely insane, and not one thing has happened on actual deadline Thursday so far. I think we just got we're gonna steal Rhett Bauer for part of the day as well. So that's a nice little bonus there. Let's see here. I'll make sure that he has the link to join us. So that'll be one extra amazing guest we'll throw on the show at some point throughout the day. He'll kind of surprise us there. What do you think about Dalton Connect on the Hornets, David? Because I went back and forth in my brain on this one a few times. The thing that pushed me over the edge on the Connect pickup, which I did end up adding him in a few spots, was the Ramona Shelburne tweet that the Hornets approached the Lakers about Dalton. And so now because initially it seems like, all right, well, they're just trying to sell high on Mark Williams when he's healthy, because if he's healthy, he's quite good. But they're thinking, all right, like, we can get off of this, we can get some picks back. But if they're actually truly into Connect, and Brandon Miller's out for the year, and LaMelo Ball, who the hell knows when he's coming back, and like, as far as the rest of that team goes, like, the depth that the Hornets have, I don't think is a guaranteed play. So I ended up getting him because it sounds like they kind of like him. What do you do with? Are you going to add Connect, or are you waiting to see on that one?
Like this time of year, I'm typically running 1 to 2 streaming positions, and I think that he would be a good ad right now. I'm not married to him. I'm giving it just a short period. Obviously, there's going to be some time for him to adjust the offense or whatever. But outside of Miles Bridges, there wouldn't really be anybody that's healthy right now that he has to jump in the pecking order. So usage typically equals value, and I think that he's going to get plenty of that.
So, by the way, the Wizards had 19 second-round picks coming up, so getting rid of 4 of them, they still have they still have 15 second round picks left, just to close the loop on that other very weird trade. That, by the way, I'm not going to put on this board that everybody's looking at. These are exclusively trades that involve players. I don't care at all about picks. This is I want to know who's going where. Here's my list, by the way, and I put this out last night on social media, and I'm curious where you sit on this one as well, David. From all the stuff that's gone down, I think my favorite two winners are probably Bilal, who you already mentioned, Ayo Dosunmu in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Next on the list for me is probably Lonzo Ball, because he just signed an extension with the Bulls, meaning he's not going anywhere. And they're just going to give him presumably as many minutes as his body can handle from now until the end of the year. Dalton Connect, who we just talked about. Matas Bucelis is an interesting one. Musa Diabate in Charlotte is a very interesting one. I think Keon Ellis. Oh, by the way, it sounds like there are actually some people involved in that Washington-Philadelphia deal.
Yeah, Mark Stein says Reggie Jackson is going to Washington with a future first, and Jared Butler and the 4 second-round picks are going back to the Sixers.
There we go. We'll throw that trade up on the screen for everybody to see. So this is where I've figured out that I need a producer. Do you make anything of this? Because actually we had a few folks that came on this show earlier and mentioned Jared Butler as a potential deadline stash if Wizards moved enough stuff to sort of unlock playing time for him. Obviously that is not to be the case now, as he goes to be a backup to somebody in Philadelphia. Is there any chance that Reggie Jackson sees even a minute on the floor for the Wizards? He's got it. I assume he's a prime buyout candidate, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that he even suits up for them. I think this is kind of a, going back to a couple off seasons ago, Patrick Beverley to the Grizzlies type thing. It wasn't a buyout, but Patrick Beverley was never going to wear a Grizzlies uniform. I think it's the same way with Reggie Jackson.
So let's get this up on the new board. Ta-da! Everybody gets to watch the joy of Dan trying to put this crap together in real time. So Reggie Jackson to the Wizards, Jared Butler to the 76ers. And again, this really moves the needle pretty much not at all. But it happened. So there's the thing. I think the last thing that I was talking about was my winners. Keon Ellis was the name I mentioned, and then Brandon Pajemski was the last one on my board. David, who are your favorite winners? Because I know everybody's just like, I'm tuning in to get the ads. So we're just going to give everybody the ads right now. Who are your ads coming out of trade deadline week so far?
Man, I didn't look at rostered percentages, but obviously Ayo, he would be number one for me, because with what they've moved in Chicago, I think between him and Kobe White that they're going to just have they're going to have all the usage that they want. And there's been talks that White is available in trade, so we may see him get moved even. But, I've shifted a lot more into the dynasty side of it, more than redraft. I've only got one redraft league this year, and it's one that I've been in for 12 years. So I like watching kind of the fringe guys, the guys that are not necessarily a 12-team roster, but, those guys that were on the bench that were not getting playing time, that now that Chicago's in what looks like a full rebuild finally, maybe you're going to see some of these guys get an opportunity. And a guy in a dynasty league that I've said, even at the beginning of the season, I still like Dalen Terry. His skill set, his stat set is really fantasy friendly. You go back and you look at what he was doing in college, and he was one of those guys that kind of filled the stat sheet. He is a young guard. I don't know what his efficiency is going to be like, but I like him in dynasty leagues. Just now that he's got some guys out of his way, he may get an opportunity. I'll be interested right now. If you look at the depth chart on ESPN, they have Ayo listed as the 4 in Chicago, and I'm like, I don't think he's going to be playing much 4, but he is going to be in that starting lineup. He's going to get a ton of usage. So he would be one. And then Musa in Charlotte. I understand that they liked Connect, but I don't get where they're going with this, because I don't know. Maybe they saw something from Musa that we have yet to see, but there's nobody there for him to compete for. Like, there's nobody to take his minutes, and a guy like him, he's gonna block shots and shot. Those are shot blocks have carried Miles Turner in value, and our block shots. So I like him. Sorry, man, long-winded, but dude,
please, dude, your job is to be as long-winded as humanly possible, so I can be a producer in between saying crap. So that's the best.
So Iowa and Chicago is number one for me, and then I really like Musa, just because block shots come at a premium, and he's a guy that I think is out there. He's going to be out there in a lot of leagues, and he's going to bring you value.
Are you at all worried about the fact that one time earlier this year, Diabate got like a week and a half of spot starts and he scored like a grand total of 5 points? He went full Dennis Rodman for that stretch.
No, I mean, honestly, I don't care. And a lot of in my redraft leagues, when I play, a lot of times I don't care about points at all. You can focus, if you're playing 9-cat, if you focus on defensive stats and percentages, then you really you have to win one more category to beat somebody. So I get good defensive stats and him pulling down. Well, I think didn't he average like 9.5 rebounds during that stretch or something like that? So like low turnovers and blocking shots and grabbing rebounds, I'm good with it. And this time of year, you find a streamer that gets you value like that, I think that's a huge win.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to display that list, but it's not it's not worth me trying to hunt it down. Everyone's going to have to get used to the following thing. And that thing is, basically every 15 minutes, I'm going to remind everybody watching, please hit that like button. The fact that we got up over 800 likes on this before even starting was critically important, because all of you guys are getting alerts that the show is happening, but more keeps putting this show into the sidebar for other people that are looking for shows on YouTube. Anybody that's just sort of searching it, it's going to create this sort of, I mean, I hate to say the algorithm bump, because I hate talking about the algorithm, but that's basically what it is. Like, YouTube needs to know that you guys are enjoying this show. So please click that like button. And again, if you're new to Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball, I'm guessing most of you that are tuning in right at the front end are probably return customers. But please hit the subscribe button as well. I want to make sure that you guys can actually see our faces. Let's throw those on real quick. I am at Dan Besbris on Twitter. Old Man Squad on Blue Sky. There it is. NBA DWill21 to follow David on social media. I know that it's a hellscape. I'm fully aware that social media is a hellscape. Twitter in particular is a total hellscape. But you have to be on there for basketball news, especially leading up to the trade deadline. There's so much that goes down right now. And many of us are in first come, first serve leagues. So you don't want to get it, 2 hours after the trade breaks. You need to go as it's happening. So follow on social, hit that like button, and subscribe to and Squad Fantasy Basketball. There we go. Thank you, David. So that's the board right now. I should let everybody know we will not be responding to stuff in the chat room unless there's something really specific. There's just too many things going on for me to pay attention to all of that. I will also be coughing intermittently throughout the show. It's been 3 weeks since I had the flu, but I don't think the cough is ever going to go away. I'm pretty sure that this is just the end of me as I know myself. Again, this is the board right now. We're keeping a live tab on everything that's gone down leading up to the trade deadline so far. You can see the information on the Old Man Squad YouTube page there as well. Thank you to everybody that's joined in to this point. Let's talk about the blockbusters a little bit. I know they're not the most fantasy friendly stuff, but David, I was surprised to see Chris Paul still get a full complement of minutes last night. I'll say pleasantly surprised because I have Chris Paul on a number of fantasy teams, and I assumed that he was in real trouble with De'Aaron Fox coming to San Antonio. But CP3 played 30 minutes. He had 11 points, 9 assists, pretty much did the stuff that he's always done. Did that surprise you? And do you think it can continue? I was like readying myself for a 24-minute Chris Paul, but that was a pleasant turn of events.
Yeah, I really didn't think that they were going to start him and De'Aaron Fox beside each other. They did, and it seemed to work pretty well. And I don't know why I'm surprised that it worked because, you know, Fox can obviously he can play without the ball in his hands. But, yeah, I think that can continue to work. I wonder if we don't see that shift and him move to a bench role and maybe Castle moves back into a starting role as we move along in the season. You know, obviously when you add a guy like Fox with Wemby, you're expecting to make the playoffs at this point. And I think having a healthy Chris Paul whenever you get to the playoffs is going to be huge for them. So, yeah, I don't know that Chris Paul has to have 30 minutes to have fantasy value. I think that you're going to lose some if he drops to 24, but I really think that you're still going to see him get plenty of playing time, plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, so that was cool. What did you make of now let's veer away from fantasy for just a second, and I hope that oh hey, Corky. Did I forget to hit him up? This might be my mistake. I'm gonna hit up Keith and make sure that see if he wants to come on this bad boy. That's my good friend, our good friend Keith Cork. And also, I know I said I wasn't going to monitor the chat room, but it's true. We should probably take 5 seconds to note the fact that David Williams, you look amazing right now, dude.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yep.
Svelte. Yeah. That's the word that comes to mind. Okay. So at the risk of losing all of our fantasy fans, Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. Was that the craziest trade you've ever seen in your life? Because for me, it's unquestionably yes. Like nothing's even close.
I don't know of a trade historically that is worse than that. Like if you're a Lakers fan, you have to be like over the moon excited. If you're a Mavericks fan, you have to just be pissed, man. Like what else are they going to do to that team? Are they going to make more moves to make this guy to make this Mavericks team an actual competitive team this year? And listen, Anthony Davis, when he's healthy, is still absolutely amazing. You know, if you're a roto guy, you know that, hey, if Anthony Davis, if you can get him late, you can get value from him because he's going to produce first round numbers when he's healthy, no doubt about it. But Anthony Davis has not really been healthy. So it just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And, you know, you look and you see a lot of the different theories as to why the move was made or whatever. But basketball wise, it just didn't make any sense. And I can't imagine Mark Cuban has got to be still lying in a corner in a fetal position, bawling his eyes out. Because I remember, was it 2 years ago when somebody asked him if he had to choose between his wife and Luka? Yeah. And without hesitation, he was like, I'd be calling my lawyer immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not the majority owner in that team anymore. And so all this weird stuff is going down. I will say, and I have this hat just hanging on the wall here for just such an occasion. So we'll double hats for a second. That was the craziest thing I have ever seen on the basketball side. And like, we've all seen a lot of crazy basketball stuff over the years. On Saturday night, we finished up putting the kids to bed. They go to bed like just before 9 o'clock out here Pacific time. And that is like almost to the moment when that trade went down. I walked out of their bedroom and sat down here, and I was going to get ready to do the nightly tweet storm. And I saw that tweet and had the same reaction that everybody did, which is, well, this isn't real. Obviously, someone's been hacked. Nope. Luka Doncic is now the post-LeBron face of the Lakers. Although it's pretty amazing that a trade of that magnitude went down and had like almost no fantasy repercussions of any kind. Like I just kept staring at it like, yeah, there's got to be somebody that I'm going to be able to do or pick up or move or whatever. And really it's just like Rui Hachimura until Luka comes back. And that was like the biggest fantasy news that came out of that trade. Because obviously Luka and AD, they're going to be fine until further notice. I do like how everyone in the chat room thinks that the trade was rigged to help ratings. Guys, ratings are fine. The Lakers get perfectly solid ratings as it is. There's absolutely no reason why the league needs to like jumpstart Lakers ratings. They get plenty, I assure you. Here's the other ones, by the way. We haven't even done the damn rundown, and I know that we have our next round of guests sitting in the lobby. I'll get you guys in there in just a second here. Here are all the trades that have gone down so far. Obviously, take my Lakers hat off. That was just for effect. We're going shag and wagon on today's show for the hat. So Luka to the Lakers, AD to the Mavs, Jalen Hood-Schifino to the Jazz. That was the big part of that trade. De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs, Zach LaVine to the Kings, and a bunch of randos to the Bulls who may or may not actually suit up for them. Sixers and Mavs swapped Quentin Grimes for Caleb Martin. KJ Martin went to the Pistons, so the Sixers went from having so many Martins to having no remaining Martins. Khris Middleton, maybe to the Wizards. We'll see where he actually ends up. Kyle Kuzma to the Bucks. Jaden Springer to the Rockets. Daniel Tice to the Thunder, who got Chet Holmgren back, by the way. That's a piece of news that happened this morning that's not trade deadline related, but that actually just went down. Jonas Valanciunas to the Kings. Kings Twitter was really, really happy about that trade, and I have bad news for them on how much it's actually going to change their fortunes long term. Jimmy Butler, obviously the big one yesterday to the Warriors as part of a possible 5-team deal, although Kyle Anderson I've listed here as floating in a vacuum because we don't know where he's going to end up yet. Brandon Ingram to the Raptors also went down late last night, and we thought that was probably going to be the end of it for the evening, and then Mark Williams ended up on the Lakers. Kelly Olynyk to the Pelicans. I only highlight him because everybody knows how much I love Kelly freaking Olynyk. We have 3 more faces to add to the mix. I have no idea how this is even going to look on StreamYard, but I'm going to throw everybody in there. Oh, look at that. It just made us all small faces. Thunder Dan, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, Danny? Good to see you, man.
No, Ruben, what's cracking? Good morning.
Dan, thanks for having me on. I heard you give David, I don't remember the exact words you used, but you used like a physical compliment. Like you complimented his appearance. And I think that should be kind of your theme for this whole like day is you just give everybody a different word complimenting their physical appearance. I'll let you go ahead and start with that. But
yeah, that seems fair. D-Mac, let me see if I can get everybody's faces bigger here. How does that do the trick? Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry. I love my background that I made, but it's extremely distracting. So we're going to go back to that for a little bit. D-Mac, what's up, bud?
G'day, boys. How are you? It's 11:30 p.m. here where I am. So good morning to you guys, but good evening for me.
Yeah, you're about to go to sleep for like, what, 5 6 hours, and then you and Kayla are doing a show right after you wake up?
Yeah, I think we'll do a summary show afterwards, but I probably will stay up, guys. I'm just too excited to go to bed.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but, you know, a lot of stuff happened already. All right, let's see how we're doing here. Noah, you, sir, look like, well, let's see. I want to go with the right angle here. If I'm going to go with physical compliment to every guest that comes on the show, Noah, your smile illuminates the room.
Oh, Dan.
Yeah.
That made my day. Thank you.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm a bit jealous.
I had to ask for it,
like
but
D-Mac, your facial hair, it is absolutely perfect. Yeah.
It's very. My wife loves it.
Thunder Dan, I just love everything about you, bud.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. And I got to say, for Thunder Dan and for David Williams, I really like your glasses.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're going affirmations here on the Life Deadline show today. As long as I don't cough myself to death. Okay, so to my new friends who just joined us, the deadline has been insane so far, and we've managed to somehow wedge almost all of it into days that are not trade deadline Thursday morning. So Thunder Dan, I'm going to come to you just because I'm going to go across the screen in the order that I see faces. What has been your biggest fantasy takeaways from the trade deadline so far? Because we all know that the reality takeaway was Luka Doncic is a Laker. That's absolutely nuts. And but the fantasy side, that trade actually had probably the least to do with anything. David was talking earlier about how much the Wizards are like they are finally clearing the decks there. I talked a little bit about Chicago. Where are you looking for the fantasy value right now?
Yeah, those Wizards guys are fun, but I know we talked about them at the very end of your show on Monday. My guy Matas Bucelis got his first start, right? Has looked really good. I'm really high on him with Chicago. Obviously, we have to see what happens with Vooch here today too. And then a couple trades fell through with Vooch this week already, and like at least they're trying to trade him. It seems like, right? But I mean. Yeah, I mean those Washington guys are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. But I'm real excited about Bucelis.
DMAC, same question. Where are you looking for fantasy value right now? Who are some of your ads coming out of the week?
Yeah, I love Bucelis. I know that guys were hot on Musa Diabate overnight, Dalton Connect, but I also want to just temper some expectations, but also just be mindful, save those ads because, yeah, they're good pickups, and I've probably picked them up in quite a few leagues just because I do have the ads to spare. But if you are running on empty or close to empty with your ads for the week, just know that we've got how many more hours to go? 4.5 hours to go. There's going to be some almost seismic moves to happen. I think there's going to be some bigger fish to fry, some big moves to be made. I'm not sure I'm all in on Musa and Dalton Connect. Great pickups. Yes, by all means, go and grab them if you've got the moves to make. But I'm just really looking forward to the next 4.5 hours. I'm with Dan, Thunder Dan, Bucelis. I'm super excited by it. I think maybe not given the keys to the team, but not far off.
Let's see. Well, what is this? Did KCJ Hoops, is that, I don't know if that's accurate, that the Warriors are still hunting down Nikola Vucevic. We'll see how that actually shakes out. Noah, where are you looking? Who are some of your favorite ads to come out of this week so far?
I think you guys just mentioned the two top ones to me, but I can probably try and find a couple other deeper cuts that maybe our guys just kind of keep an eye on at this point. Maybe aren't must-add players. I think kind of a sneaky move. Obviously, the centerpiece of the Kuzma Middleton swap wasn't AJ Johnson, but I think if we're looking at a guy that could have a lot of silly season value, the rookies barely played for the Bucks. Had one big game against the Thunder just the other day when they didn't play any of their starters, and he had a really good game. So I'm kind of interested to see what he does maybe during silly season, because I don't imagine that Washington is going to turn this thing around with the 8-win team that they have. So I'm expecting him to play a lot. And that first game where he did actually play a standard sized role, it was pretty good results against a good defensive team.
I'm going to give you everybody's social media handles to follow in a minute, but I thought that since most folks that watch my shows know that my children come running in from time to time, I just got texts from both of my kids back to back. My older son said, "Hey, Dad, you're a big anus."
Talk about affirmations.
Yeah. He called my face a butthole poopy butt. And then my younger son just said, "Dad, I love you." So we're getting very different messages from my two children.
Who's getting more dessert tonight?
I
wonder.
You know what's funny is that I think that's basically the way that both of them tell me that they love me. But one of them calling me a big anus is I feel like I have only myself to blame for this, because all I do is talk about my rectal fixation on podcasts. By the way, you can find all of my amazing guests on social media at Thunder Dan DFS. That's Dan Palio, Thunder Dan DFS. NBA Fantasy Bible, that's DMAC. And Noah Rubin is at Noah Rubin 22. We have, by the way, clustered 3 of the 4 Fantasy Dans on the show at the same time. I don't even think I realized that was happening when everybody picked what time they wanted. Noah, that seems to bring you a certain measure of joy down there. What do you think? So, like, I guess the question now is, DMAC, I'm going to come back to you on this one, because you were talking about like how to utilize moves right now. I'm actually in the camp of I'm willing to use a few because I don't know how many more really big things go down. Where do you stand on that front, DMAC?
Yeah, like I said, if you've saved them up, and if you listen to my show, and plenty of you guys as well, save your ads. So if you'd made a move for Diabete for Dalton Connect, that's fine, but just be prepared to pivot away. Thank you, Kayla, by the way. I'm your biggest fan as well, Kayla. Be prepared to pivot away. Always know your worst players. We say that, even if you've picked Dalton Connect up off the wire today. So you are lucky, and it's a nice move, but be prepared to pivot away from Dalton Connect if another bigger fish is available. So just don't be hell-bent on and fixated on a certain guy just because you go, wow, what a pickup. Just be agile, be able to move, but also just stay up to date with the news as well. Listen to us. I'm watching my phone as we speak, just looking for those latest updates. I know we've got another 4 and a bit hours, but I'll be looking at my phone constantly throughout this.
Yeah. Like it's everybody will know, and it's basically a trade deadline live show tradition at this point, that if a big one goes down and I go silent, it's because I'm trying to sort out my 10 fantasy teams. And everybody's like, all right, this is the part where Dan makes other people talk for a while. Noah, this is a hard question, but I'm going to come to you on this one. It's a similar vein to what I just asked DMAC, which is you've got a set number of moves. There are certain things that you're sort of hoping will go down. How do you budget this week the stash versus something that might have already happened? Like, I know last night as I was going to bed, one of the issues I had was I wanted to pick up Dalton Connect in one league, but I'm sitting on Jalen Smith. And so my thought was like, do I rotate off the guy that I had stashed? How do you balance that kind of battle in your head for fantasy? Because I know listeners and viewers are going to be doing the same thing over the next couple of hours.
I think it's definitely a case by case thing. Like if you're talking about those specific players, like who would I rather have, Connect or Jalen Smith? I think Smith probably has more upside for like a 9-cat league, but Connect also probably has a more guaranteed role. So I think you just have to kind of analyze that, like but that's kind of what you're doing with stashes anyway. It's always just kind of a race. Like, is this trade going to happen? Is Vooch going to end up being traded? Is Jalen Smith going to be the guy that moves into the starting lineup? Or are they going to either trade for another center, or they got Zach Collins in the De'Aaron Fox, Zach LaVine deal? We've seen what he has done in silly season before. So could he be the guy that ends up being kind of more of a beneficiary than Jalen Smith from a Vooch move? So I don't know. I would probably lean towards the safer play, which would be in that specific one, Connect, just because we know that he's going to play a lot of minutes and Charlotte is not going to be anywhere near the playoffs. So they're probably going to want to see what they have I guess he's older, but still a rookie, versus Chicago, who may not even want to give Jalen Smith minutes if they even trade Vooch.
Thunder Dan, what are you still hoping happens on trade deadline Thursday?
Well, strictly as a Cavs fan, I'm hoping DeAndre Hunter comes over. That's the latest rumor, and I think he'd be a nice fit. Obviously, it would probably crush his fantasy value or really hurt it badly. But from just a real life basketball stance, I think he would be a nice piece there. I was wondering if the Cavs were going to do anything at all because they have some depth, but obviously they could use another wing player, another scorer, or another big man, backup big, but. That's just the fan in me, of course. But yeah, as far as fantasy goes, like I think I forget who said it already, but like we've seen so many big moves already. Obviously, there still could be some big stuff that happens with Vooch or with someone else, with Kevin Durant. But I don't know. I'm kind of just waiting to see if there's another big shoe to drop. I think the other big shoe dropping last night was the Mark Williams trade, because we all knew the Lakers were going to go after a big man, but I didn't think they were able to get that good of a big man. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a flurry of small deals with role players today, and I don't know if we're going to see another big star traded or another big move that has like massive implications.
David, you've been relegated to the sidelines here for the last 13 minutes or something like that. I'm getting you back in the game, but what do you make of Mark Williams to the Lakers? How's that going to go?
I think that, with Luka and LeBron, there's not going to be a ton of touches, but you don't need him to score. You want to rebound and play defense. And he's a guy that's not going to hurt your percentages. He's a decent free throw shooter. So, and non-cat, low turnovers, probably high rebounds, block some shots for you and not hurt your percentages. So like, it's going to be a huge win. I'm interested to see if he can stay healthy. I think Jackson Hayes, there were a lot of people running to get him after the AD move, but I think that almost everybody knew that there was no way the Lakers were going into the playoffs with Jackson Hayes as their starting center. But Mark Williams has had some health issues. So, Jackson Hayes may be a guy, throughout the season that you can watch and kind of pick up and like spot start him.
Noah, what do you think the Pelicans do down the stretch?
Do the Pelicans know what the Pelicans are going to do down the stretch? Hopefully they just play Trey Murphy a bunch and just try and see if he can make a push to get some sort of postseason acknowledgement. Probably not a full award, but people that are mad that he didn't get an award. That's probably the best that we're going to get out of them. But with Brandon Ingram gone, they brought back Olynyk and Bruce Brown. DeJounte Murray's done for the year. Zion is available now. Hopefully that continues to be the case. Hopefully he's able to continue to play basketball. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to say at this point because they could probably pull the plug on their season, just try and get a better draft pick. But now that they're finally healthy, how does that work exactly? So I think that there will be extra minutes for guys like Jordan Hawkins, both the bigs they have, Yves Missi and Carlo Matkovic, who started next to Missi last night. I think both of them are pretty intriguing down the stretch of the season. Kelly Olynyk maybe messes that up a little bit.
How dare you?
No disrespect to Kelly Olynyk. He messes it up for the other guys, but I didn't mean to come for your guy on your show. I didn't mean to come in here and be disrespectful on your show. My bad.
Yeah, come on. You got it.
But I mean, maybe they'll make another move. I wouldn't be surprised if they did over the next 4 hours and 15 minutes.
I guess the other guys like CJ McCollum, right? CJ McCollum, does he go anywhere? Is there really a market for him? Is there a team that really wants like a undersized kind of combo guard? I don't know. Maybe for like depth off the bench, what's the market for CJ McCollum out there? I don't know. I'll be honest.
And on that point, I guess as well, Dan, I'm still intrigued by Jose Alvarado. I know he was picked up heavily a few days ago. Then he was dropped heavily, didn't start. I'm still intrigued by him. I think there's some value there, some sneaky value, and I think he's been forgotten about. Missed yesterday's game with illness, but just keep an eye on him.
Yeah, and then you got Brandon Boston too, who was playing great earlier in the year when they had nobody and could be like a silly season guy too. But let's just hope Trey Murphy stays in the lab. That's what we talked about, Dan, the other day with his like ridiculous numbers. And then of course he went out and scored 40 that night. Right on cue. But do they shut him down at some point, which would be a huge bummer? And then it is Brandon Boston and Jordan Hawkins season.
D-Mac, what do you think about the new look Kings?
Yeah, I like the move. I liked it more for Spurs. I think they'll be okay. But Fox is such a high usage guy. How does it get divvied up? We saw a little bit of Zach LaVine. Wasn't at his most impressive overnight. I still think there's room for improvement there, but it is pretty loaded there. Valanciunas, we all love JV, but Valanciunas going to play his backup, I think that's killed his value as well. I think the Kings are going to make a run for it. I'm still intrigued by Keon Ellis. I know he's not going to be starting, but I'm keeping an eye out for him. I think there could be some value later in the season.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one as well. Noah, what are your thoughts on the new look Kings? I want to go through the list here because I think maybe there's more there than we're letting on.
Yeah, I think that the first game with Zach LaVine instead of De'Aaron Fox wasn't great. But I don't think that necessarily is indicative of exactly how it's going to look. Their first game adding in this prolific scorer, first game without De'Aaron Fox on the roster in years, obviously, against a very good defensive team in Orlando. And I think this game was on after I'd gone to bed. But looking at it, it seems like everyone was trying to be a little bit passive, trying to see how things work with Zach LaVine. I mean, he led the team with 13 shots, but it was kind of a more of a balanced thing. So just trying to figure out how this whole thing works. But Keon Ellis is always going to be a guy that intrigues me because I love Keon Ellis. I just worry that they're not going to give him the minutes that we all probably think he should get. And it's just kind of the way that the lineup works. So I don't know. I mean, they're kind of one of those teams where it's like most of the fantasy value is just from the starting lineup, unfortunately, even if there is a couple guys on that bench that we like, that they just don't get enough minutes.
Yeah. Thunder Dan, same question. What are you doing with the Kings right now? Is Ellis on your radar?
I mean, kind of, but I think ultimately he just doesn't do enough besides the steals to really warrant, unless he's going to be playing like, I guess, 25 plus minutes. And I don't know that he's going to get those minutes like with the guys that they brought in. So he's kind of just really a fringe guy, I think. In deeper leagues and formats like that, you can definitely afford to have a guy like that. But like, I don't see him as a standard league guy at all. No.
So this just popped up, and I know we had mentioned it kind of in passing before, and it was something that I had talked about on a prior podcast. The Khris Middleton staying in Washington is what it sounds like is going to happen here. The report, this is being aggregated by the Dunk Central, but it's from Josh Robbins, who covers the Wizards, and it makes a lot of sense because I'm fairly certain he has like a $35 million player option. No teams want to trade for that right now. That's crazy talk. So the Wizards are gonna sculpt it here as they want him to mentor. But really, it's just that his trade value is going to be way higher next season when Middleton is a true expiring contract. So however you want to package it, this is intriguing. I don't know how many games he's active for down the stretch, but the ones that he is active for, it feels like he's going to be pretty good. This tweet like perfectly encapsulates the difference between a games cap league and an unlimited games league, at least in my mind. Because like, I don't know how many games the Wizards have left, like 20 something, 30, whatever. Like maybe he plays in half of those, but if he gets 27, 28 minutes of high usage, lead everybody Khris Middleton for Roto, that's going to be amazing. And for head to head, all the missed games is going to be an absolute dumpster fire. And I think you can probably make the Middleton call on that alone. D Will, I'll come to you on this one. How do you feel about Middleton? Well, you're a dynasty guy now these days, so maybe you're not the right person to talk about this question. But what do you make of this report that he's going to stick in Washington?
Yeah, I think you hit on it almost perfectly. You know, in a games cap roto, if he's out there, you know, I probably pick him up and just have him to. You're really going to have to watch to see when he's going to be active and playing, because when he's out there, he's going to get a ton of usage and probably bring you pretty high value. But in a head-to-head league, he can be gone, and I'm trying to watch to see, you know, some of these other guys that we've talked about, whether it's somebody from the Wizards or the Bulls or whatever. You know, I'm looking at one of these young players that are probably going to get more of a run here at the end of the season.
Let's go to who do I want to go to next? I think I just lost one of the pages I was working on. Noah, what do you make of this report, actually? And then what do you make of Kyle Kuzma just being on the Bucks in general?
Well, I think that Khris Middleton just became the highest paid assistant coach in the league. He passed Malcolm Brogdon, who was previously the highest paid assistant coach in the league. I think I like both guys when they're on the floor. Like we've already seen with Brogdon, and I expect this is what we'll see with Middleton, is they're going to be high usage guys because like they're probably better right now than a lot of those young guys that they have. But how many minutes do they get? Is it, hey, Middleton, go do your thing for 20 minutes. Let these young guys kind of watch and play next to you. But we're not going to give you 30 minutes per game. We're only going to give you like 20, never going to play back-to-backs. If we play, 4 games in a week and there's no back-to-backs, we don't want to risk you getting hurt any further. Let's just limit your minutes, limit your games. That's my fear with Middleton. But I do genuinely think him being there is a great thing for their young core as they develop. I think Keyshawn George is the guy that's specifically going to benefit from being around Khris Middleton and seeing how he operates. On the Milwaukee side, I think that Kuzma, he's obviously had one of the worst seasons of his career. But I think playing with the Bucks is just automatically going to be like a change for him. Like a switch is going to flip. And I'm not saying he's going to go be, everything they hoped and dreamed he'd be, but I assume that almost he'll like take the game more seriously, take better shots.
Yeah.
I was seeing stats that, or maybe it was just reports, maybe it wasn't even stats. He was like a great cutter when he was with the Lakers. And when he became kind of the number one option in Washington, that kind of went out the window. So maybe he'll get back to doing some more off-ball things and maybe buy in a little bit defensively since he'll be playing meaningful basketball. So I didn't like the move particularly for the Bucks, even when it was initially rumored. I was like, I don't think that makes them better. And the fact they had to give up the guy they just drafted in the first round, it just makes it worse to me. But I'm not totally out on the deal potentially working out a little bit. I don't think it will.
It's going to be tough to really pick up Kuzma. He's rostered in 80% of Yahoo leagues, and that's based off of name alone. He's been outside of the top 200. He's just been awful in Washington. And so, if you're in a league and he's out there, I think at best he's going to be like a fringe 12-teamer. His turnovers are likely to go down. I think his efficiency does go up because he's not going to be just, hey, do whatever you want on the offensive end. He's going to be more of a plug instead of the guy there. So I still don't think he's going to be, because of his lack of defensive stats. Kyle Kuzma has never really been an outstanding fantasy player anyway. But, I think that he could be probably somewhere top 100, 125, somewhere in that area. So if you're in a 12-team league, you could probably roster him. But there are definitely other guys that are going to be available that are more valuable than he is fantasy-wise.
Just so everybody knows, this document that we're highlighting as we go, this is available to anybody for free. It's in the show description. I've tweeted the link a couple of times, and I'll try to remember to do it again here in the next little bit. It's just a live tracker. We'll write down any trades that go down over basically the week. Started with a Luka trade. Anything that happened before that just vanished into the whatever ether. And so anything that goes down, we'll get that in there. And if folks want kind of like a primer to go back to, that'll be there. At some point later on today, we'll probably try to get something going about the winners and losers, but that's simply too hard to type up in real time while hosting a show. We still have these guests for another couple of minutes, but I just want to, again, remind everybody where you can find them. David Williams, who's my co-host here for the first half of the show, he is at NBA DWill on social media. Dan Palio, Thunder Dan DFS. DMAC is at NBA Fantasy Bible. Noah Rubin is at Noah Rubin 22 on the end of that bad boy because he's a massive Taylor Swift fan.
Man. No, it's worse. It was Cam Reddish. That's originally what made me put the 22.
Is that right?
It was Cam Reddish when he was in Atlanta.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He's panned out.
Jeez. Yep. Oof.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a wing with hands like Kwame Brown, quite like Cam Reddish has. It's like, it boggles my mind. And I wouldn't even know it, except I try to watch a lot of Lakers games and kind of like not really cover the team, but sort of like half cover the team. And I've never seen like a cutter with so many balls go right through their fingers on the way to the rim. It's like, what are you doing here? If you're cutting towards the rim, get those mitts out. I've never met the guy, and I'm afflicted by this. So when I say it, I want people to know that I'm not calling somebody out for another problem. I have childlike hands. Like these are little hands. It's hard to tell, I guess, on a podcast because I'm not a big dude, but I have little kid hands, and I also have a toe thumb, so that makes it like extra absurd. I've got to think that Cam Reddish's hands are like the same size as mine to miss that many passes. Wait a minute. Here we go.
I think I probably would have just ran with the Taylor Swift thing. I never would have admitted Cam Reddish.
This excellent work from the chat room from Old Man NSC. I think Noah now hopes he was crowned only as a Taylor Swift fan, not a Cam Reddish fan on top of that. Yeah. Wow. Noah, you have the chance now to just say, yes, I just love Taylor Swift, and we'll all move past it. Yeah, he's at Noah Rubin 22, by the way, is where this lunacy started. Again, please, guys, if you're out there, and I'll do a reset here in the next 2-3 minutes or so. But please do drop a like and a subscribe on this thing. What do the kids say? They say smash that joint, smash the like and subscribe button. I don't know how you actually smash a button. You just click it with a finger, or I guess maybe the kids these days, they use the smart devices. They don't call it the Old Man Squad Network for nothing. Yeah, seriously though, if you guys are new to the proceedings, please hit subscribe and hit like as often as humanly possible, because that helps kind of push this thing into everybody's faces as we work our way through the day. We're almost 1 hour into trade deadline Thursday morning, and the only trade we've had so far is Jared Butler and 4 second-rounders for Reggie Jackson and 1 first-rounder. And I admit it's been an amazing week, but I am a little bit disappointed at the lack of lunacy here on deadline morning. Since you guys do have to go in like the next couple of minutes, D-Mac, we'll start with you because you got to go to bed, so you get to get out of here first. Overarching thoughts on what we've seen so far, because it has been a very busy week, even if it hasn't been that busy of a morning.
Yeah, just the flurry of activity has just been insane. I haven't been used to it over the years that I've done fantasy basketball in the lead up to trade deadline. I think we're used to it at trade deadline, within the last hour or half an hour before the deadline closes. But yeah, it's been insane and I've loved it. And I'm an absolute sicko. I'm looking forward to massive moves coming up. I think someone mentioned earlier, maybe there'll just be a smattering of mini trades. I want just complete mayhem, just chaos. Just let's have it. I want LaMelo Ball to be traded. I want Devin Booker to be traded. I want all of these crazy things to happen.
Maniac.
Because it makes fantasy more interesting.
That is maniac level activity right there. D-Mac, go to bed.
I'm tired, guys.
Get the hell out of here. We'll see you in your morning.
Catch you guys.
Thunder Dan. It was a coin flip between you and Noah. You're on the same time zone here. So, thoughts on everything that's gone down so far? What are the things that you are? Let's say the trade deadline ended right now. What are the things that you're definitely not leaving this day without doing right in this moment? Again, assuming that, let's just a hypothetical, the deadline ended in this moment. What are the moves that you are insisting upon making before you end today?
Well, what's funny is this deadline has been so big that I've seen this tweet a bunch of times. Like, people are like forgetting there's a Super Bowl on Sunday. There's still a football game this week. And all the NFL people are grouchy. They're like, oh, what's all this NBA trade stuff stealing our thunder? Like, it's supposed to be football week.
I've never been happier.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the NBA people are like, hey, maybe don't play football on Christmas Day. Jerks.
Yeah.
But it's for our revenge. But no, I honestly had one guy circled here because we didn't talk about this team at all, Utah. And I saw that they picked up Schroeder in that 5,000 team trade. But then also I read the blurb that they're not planning on keeping him. So This is a PSA that you should go out and pick up Isaiah Collier everywhere. 20 and 11 last night, 34 minutes. I know Sexton was out, but that's 2 double-digit assist games in a row. The guy's like 28% rostered in Yahoo leagues. He's a stud, man. He's going to play. They're probably going to shut down Clarkson or Sexton at some point. You know what Utah does down the stretch. That's just a guy who, if nothing else happens today, is still widely available, and I think is a standard league guy with those type of assists. Come on, man. Give me Isaiah Collier.
Yep, I can't disagree with you. Thunder Dan, thank you so much, my man, for everything over these last few months. I'll talk to you in the not-too-distant future.
All right, guys. Enjoy it.
Noah Rubin, what is your deadline move? I mean, I guess we don't have to pare it down to one, but what are the moves you are absolutely positively making before moving on with your day?
Well, hopefully nobody I play in leagues with is listening to this right now, because I already got Modest Buzelis and Moussa Diabate taken from me in multiple leagues. So hopefully
that's how they get you. That's why you got
those are the ones I was trying to get.
Just play in the Yahoo public leagues. That way you have like a shot of the people in there not knowing who you are.
That's fair. Man, I think I just want to throw Carlo Matkovich's name back out there. I know I mentioned that earlier. I think he was a guy like preseason that a lot of people had as a sleeper just because there was no other center options. It was like him, Yves Meese, and Daniel Tice. And then he just barely played, but he got the start last night. 10 points, 9 rebounds, assists, steal, 2 blocks, a 3. Kind of does a little bit of everything across the board. I'm kind of interested to see how they use him. Fingers crossed that they kind of accept their fates of being 12 and 39. They're like, hey, let's get the most lottery balls we possibly can and see what this Matkovic guy has. So yeah, I think maybe more so in deeper leagues than in like a 10 or 12 team league. I think that's my guy.
Noah, hugs and kisses, my good man. Enjoy the rest of deadline morning.
Absolutely. I appreciate both y'all.
We appreciate you, you handsome devil. All right, we got a new face for the mix here. I'm going to take my board down for a minute so we can welcome. Wait a minute. I see an @ symbol there. Are you back on some kind of social media?
Bullshit. Oh, there's no. You know better than that.
You're not.
It automatically popped up just so I.
Oh, okay. It's not. I was gonna say because I've been.
Don't try me. Like I'm not. I won't answer anyone.
I've been specifically saying that we cannot reach you in any reasonable way at this point. And then there's an @ there. All right. This is my good buddy from days gone by, the great Josh Milman.
Old people.
We've had to come up with something new to yell at this point.
I know. I haven't yelled at the time either.
How's the deadline treating you so far before I do a reset? How's everything going for you?
This has been bonkers, right? Like
yes,
what a good time this has been. I hope that we didn't like burn out, right? Because like what's left right now? But this has been fun up until this point. So I'm just happy to be part of it.
So everybody, don't follow Josh Milman anywhere. Yeah, just look at his mug right now. By the way, we're doing affirmations on the show. So, Josh, I got to tell you, you are looking extraordinarily fit. You are.
Thank
yeah,
you.
I'm doing a bit on today's show. And nobody's voice cheers me up quite like your voice. So,
my God,
affirmations. All my guests today, we get positive. We're gonna leave this show feeling really good about ourselves.
I'm feeling good just being here.
David, hold on. Do you see something? I saw David grab.
No. I was just gonna say I'm feeling left out. I'm gonna need random as we go through the show here.
Buddy, it's been way too long. You know.
Yeah.
I hope all good on the Grizz front, and just excited to be here. Excited to see some old and new faces as we go along. And Dan, I'll give you the positive affirmations back. That draft board is looking as ever.
It gets more ridiculous every year.
But I'm glad to see this continue to come to life, right? Like it's really exciting to see really good people to succeed and grow. And again, wishing you and everyone out in LA nothing but the best. And
thank you. Yeah, January was a tough one. I wasn't going to go too deep on that, but if folks do want to be involved, and again, 100% optional for those that are watching, listening, whatever, because there are now it looks like over 3,000 people watching live between social and YouTube. My son's school burnt down in the Palisades fire. It's one of two really massive fires in Southern California. The Eaton fire was the other one that chewed up something like more than 5,000 structures, and between the two of them, the most devastating natural disaster in the history of California, and I think it's up there with some of the biggest in the history of the country. But kids are stressed out right now, and it's going to be quite a process to rebuild. But if folks want to make any sort of donation to the Palisades fire, the link is in not this show description, but in most of the other shows over at Old Man Squad. So check those out if you feel so inclined. Again, no pressure of any kind on that. Again, hey, take a moment here. We're going to reset here because we're more than an hour into the show, and all we've gotten is a Reggie Jackson for Jared Butler trade, which this was the fear as I went to sleep last night. And I said it to my wife as we were sitting in bed. I was like, the Lakers just made another trade. And she's like, that's great. And I was like, yeah, I mean, but is everything done? Because I got a 5.5 hour show scheduled for the morning, and I don't know that anything's going to happen on it. But please, all of you that are watching, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on YouTube, however you're taking in this content right now, find a way to hit that thumbs up button. It is extremely powerful in getting this show in front of more people and in getting people to find Old Man Squad that didn't know we existed before. So that's another big one. Also, if you haven't taken in this content yet, please hit the subscribe button. That is a big one for everybody that doesn't know what we do here. It's right. Delante's got it right. We're at 950 likes, which is crazy that we're approaching 1,000 likes on this show. I know a lot of shows get that in like a blink of an eye, but that's a big deal for us here as we're growing Old Man Squad. So I apologize for beating this drum so many times, but I do need everybody's help. I promise I won't do this to everyone forever, but like the first couple of years that we exist, I'm going to do this because you got to grow it and you got to ask for favors. And I'm just going to keep putting out as much free content as humanly possible. And all I ask back is a couple of quick little mouse clicks. So please subscribe. I think you'll like the things that we do here. We've got DFS. My good buddy Brenton Eckersley is doing DFS shows on the network as well. We've got some pretty cool surprises coming up in the off season. I can tease right now, but I can't go any deeper on that. But just tons and tons and tons of fantasy content. Hit subscribe, hit like. That's how we're going to keep growing this thing. Much appreciated. Josh, you are, and you and Corbin are actually going to kind of make up this contingent on today's show of the folks that are really looking hard at the stuff going down, more from what it means on the reality side. And then we can take that and kind of port it into the fantasy side as well. So reality standpoint, Josh, I'm coming to you. I'm going to rest my voice for a minute here. Obviously a lot has jumped out here, but what are sort of the big events that you're seeing go down? What are all the trades or even non-trades? If you want to talk about Phoenix, what does that mean for the NBA right now and the competition in both Eastern and Western Conference?
God, where do we even begin?
Yeah, where to begin? You know what? I'll put the screen back up here.
Right? Like I'll just kind of like just take a step back, look at, just the general standings of things and try to take, the short and long-term approach that I'm sure a lot of teams are facing. I'll start with, why don't we do this? Why don't we just start in the East right now? Because that seems to be the easiest thing, right? Like I think there's very clear, winners and losers, throughout this process, right? And that's to be expected, right? Cleveland, Boston, the Knicks, I don't know if, Kuzma helps Milwaukee really take that next step. I know that, obviously Middleton hasn't been the same since his knee and ankle injuries. And so, yeah, they needed really another scoring weapon on that team. But does that really put them into, the Boston and Cleveland category? I'm not really sure right now. And the Knicks have been playing really well as of late. So, they could use some depth as well. But now that OG's hurt, but I say it's not a long-term thing, but it does kind of expose that, like, yeah, your sixth man right now is Precious Achiuwa, and that's, is that really what you want to roll into the playoffs with, even with, the shortened rotations that happen. So I don't think that there's a whole lot of movement there. And I think that there are teams that are just, I'm kind of hoping that there's a little bit of movement, particularly in the, in that play-in range, right? Like, is Chicago going to shit or get off the pot with Vucevic?
They've like sort of partial dumped out right now,
yeah,
which is
a little bit,
nice.
right?
By the way, shout out to P-Dub for the $4.99 donation. Anything that you guys donate during this live show, I'll give to the school. It was not part of the plan, but now that one has happened, I don't want your money. So this is going to get donated to Palisades Fire if you don't want to hunt down the actual donation link. The only reason I like folks using the direct link is they'll get 100% of what you donate and YouTube takes a quarter of it. So, but if it's easier to do it here and it strikes you, that's awesome. Again, I don't want your money. Everything that gets donated here I'll give to the school. So just wanted to throw that out there. I do. And then Josh, we'll come back to you here. This is a small piece of news, but not irrelevant. The Wizards look like they're going to be trying to move Reggie Jackson here before the deadline, who they just acquired. And if they don't move him, he'll get waived. So possible buyout market guy. Less important for Reggie Jackson and wherever he goes, and more for the fact than I think Thunder Dan was talking about him a little bit earlier. The Wizards, more important for the Wizards, just not gumming up the Josh, you were just talking about Chicago crapping or getting off the pot. This is a nice way of the Wizards saying, we are crapping.
That's been patently obvious for a while now, but they are full on crapping. Um, doing quite a good job of that. Just really just phenomenal experts in tank basketball are the Washington Wizards. It's I look at that team. I'll focus on that team for a little bit. Like, I know that they're taking the long-term route, but even when free agents and picks, you're looking at that. It's like, what are they really hanging their hat on? I mean, Koulibaly and Sarr are nice players, but I don't think either of them are, these franchise-altering talents. And then you look at the history of just, the misses that they've had, and it becomes like, what direction is this franchise really going to go in? They're going to be in the wilderness for quite some time, and it's not as if they have like this whole cupboard of assets to get. They didn't get that much in sending Beal over to Phoenix, whereas like, let's say, like my team, the Nets, like got just this abundance of picks by moving off of their stars when they had the opportunity to do so. So, that team will be pretty bad for quite some time, and they're really going to need, and again, I like Sarr and Koulibaly as sort of two-way players, right? But not from like this dynamic, game-changing and franchise-altering talent that they need. And maybe that'll change, if Cooper Flag ends up there or something like that. But remains to be seen. But there's just not a whole lot of talent. I don't think a whole lot of immediate hope in the short term. So it's going to be a very, very lengthy rebuild for them.
Thank you for the $5 there, Philip. Again, that's going to the school. I'll try to throw those on the screen. Again, this was not part of the plan for today's show, but as they come in, I'll just pop them up there real quick. Didn't even think about it, but it's a great idea. We'll use the today's show to keep raising funds for the school. That's awesome, especially while we're sort of waiting in between trades. Let's see here. Oh man, the Mavericks just got dunked on by Merriam-Webster. I gotta put this tweet up on the screen. Oh my Lord, what a time we live in now.
On the
breaking. The Dallas Mavericks trade Webster's third new international dictionary unabridged for 1992 San Bernardino Yellow Pages. Wow. What an era that even the dictionary is dunking on
the Mavericks. Wow.
Okay. Didn't think I'd see that on trade deadline morning.
If you had to get like, any more obvious, just like the pulse of like this now, like that trade is now like in pop culture lexicon, right? Like for a dictionary to be dunking on that, like that's how ridiculous that is. Right?
Some sports fan over at Merriam-Webster. We appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thank you. But like, my God, I was reading The Athletic this morning, Dan, actually it wasn't The Athletic. It was like maybe it was like Matt Moore at CBS or something. And it's like, how does Rob Pelinka just like falls out of bed and just like, here, let's grab coffee and just here. You want me?
All the reports are suggesting that Nico Harrison was the guy who actually started the conversation about it.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And then it's like, all right, I need Luka needs kind of a rim running big man, someone athletic. Is there really a guy like that out there? We don't want to. Do we really want to pony up assets for Vooch or Jonas Valanciunas or these guys who can't move the way they used to? And then here comes Charlotte. Like, hey, do you want a 23-year-old big man in the midst of a breakout season? Like. For the other first round draft pick that you did not have to give up for a generational talent.
That's right. All's well that ends well.
And you keep Austin Reeves and all of this. I will never like
Austin Reeves.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy, but this stuff is like when the Luka trade happened, I messaged Dan. I said, are we in the freaking Twilight Zone? Like, what is it? Like, it did not seem real. It's crazy how he has been able to navigate this trade deadline and get the guys that he has landed on that team. And didn't really give up a whole lot to get them.
Here's a report, by the way, that Brandon Ingram is still very far away from returning. So he was, and that's actually a trade that we haven't really talked about almost at all so far on this show. So let me get that trade deadline screen back up on the board for everybody.
Were there any picks involved in that trade? I was trying to find that. That happened after I went to bed, and I didn't find. But Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown for Brandon Ingram just seems like highway robbery if the Pelicans didn't get any picks in return.
Involved. Now I got to go back and find.
So that final trade was
and 1 second rounder that I saw.
Yeah, the Pelicans got a first and a second in addition to Olynyk and Bruce Brown. D-Will, what do you make of that trade, actually, especially now if Ingram is gone for a little bit? And I don't care about the short term. Like, we get it. Jakob Poeltl is dealing with a hip pointer and his backup is gone. Okay, fine. Like, you can stream Chris. I can take my Lakers hat off for a second. You can stream Chris Boucher for a week or whatever, blah, 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 whatever. We want to know what's going to happen the rest of the year. Raptors side, it doesn't feel like it changes a ton. If Ingram shows up, it's not great for the other main dudes. Pelican side, as we've talked about already, nobody knows what the hell's going on with New Orleans right now. Is Olynyk going to play? Because if they were trying to win, he'd be a great fit next to Zion, but they should not be trying to win right now. This season is a lost cause. What do you think the Pels do? And again, we've heard Karlo Matkovic name come up a couple of times already. I don't know. We make the mistake as fantasy or just basketball analysts of assuming teams are going to do the logical thing, and they don't always do it.
Yeah, I think right now would be a good time to take a look and see what you have in the young guys. I think it was Noah that mentioned Jordan Hawkins. We've seen him get some run this year, but get through the season, have Zion be healthy. If he has a small element that he could play through, let him rest. I know that he's missed plenty of time, but you're not going to win anything this season. So get into the offseason healthy and see what you have in some of these younger guys. See if there are some of these guys that are maybe buried that could give you something that you haven't seen. But like you say, teams don't always do the logical thing. I've got to pull up their depth chart now after that trade and just kind of look and see.
Oh, it's a scene, man.
Because Murray is gone for the season.
Yep.
CJ McCollum has got to be just beside himself. He goes down there. I would think with the expectation that he's going to be on a team that's competitive, maybe not true championship aspirations, but be competitive. And it just hasn't been that. That team has not been healthy since he's been there. So it's got to be tough. But guys like Brandon Boston, I remember in his draft year, he was a guy, he went to Kentucky, and prior to going to Kentucky, he was highly touted. A lot of draft people loved him, and then he just hasn't panned out. So we've seen some stuff from him this year where maybe he can make it in the league, and I think this would be a good time to find out. Hey, does Brandon Boston have what it takes to be a rotation guy next year? But man, who knows? That's as a coach, I don't know that I would want to lean into the tank, because that's not going to that's not going to be good for you. If you're leaning in the tank, eventually you're going to get replaced by somebody. So as Willie Green is a head coach, I would not be happy with where this team is at.
D-Will, I'll come back to you on this one because it's not a trade yet, but it's an almost trade apparently. Mark Stein reporting the Cavaliers, quote, have indeed ramped up their interest and background work on Atlanta's DeAndre Hunter. I don't know what background work means, but I guess that's in there. League sources say making them a fascinating deadline day watch. Are the Cavs at 41-10 truly willing to make a roster-altering move today? I mean, that's not a seismic change where the ball is in your offense kind of move. If they get DeAndre Hunter and ship out someone like a Karis LeVert, I think was the name that's been kicked around a little bit. This is more of a fantasy question for you, so I'll go to David on it. What does it mean for DeAndre Hunter, and what does it mean for Yeah, I think you just put it in the chat room. And what does it mean for the Hawks if they do unload Hunter?
It just opens up room. Hunter doesn't bring much other than scoring whenever it comes to fantasy. I thought that he would be a much better defender in the league than what he is. But I like it for Vit. It gets somebody out of his way, and he has a fantasy friendly game. And I would love to see what he could do if he's out there getting 28, 30 minutes a night.
And Josh, what do you think this means just for the Cavs in general? Are they solidifying themselves? Are you a believer?
Kind of. The team. I don't know, like what is Karis LeVert really fetching back? And clearly, it's like, okay, maybe it's DeAndre Hunter, and is that really an upgrade, right? And I think that's kind of debatable, right? I feel like they have this glut of, let's just say, underwhelming wings right now. Okoro has been hurt, but he's more of a D first guy, right? Strus, has also been hurt, really hasn't gotten his legs under him. And LeVert, who, I thought would actually have a decent season, having had familiarity with Kenny Atkinson, but that really hasn't materialized either. So they're clearly looking to ramp up, but it has to be, in my opinion, more of a fringe move, right? Like, who's really going to be that, sixth man that helps lift them up? I mean, it's been Ty Jerome, but it's is that what you want to go into the playoffs with when you've got to stare down a 7-game series against the Boston, right? Who are going to put the clamps on Garland and Donovan Mitchell, and have the front court to be able to compete with a Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. So, but yeah, I do think it's a slight upgrade. I don't know what kind of assets they have to really pull that off. And by the way, background work. It's we're 4 hours to deadline, guys. You either done the background work or you haven't.
They're working quick, man. They've pencils are up still, so there's still time to figure out who is DeAndre Hunter the man. I'll narrate that bad boy for them if they need. So this happened earlier this morning, and I totally forgot to bring it up because it's not technically a trade, but this is easily the biggest news of deadline morning so far, and that is Chet Holmgren is off the Thunder injury report. I mean, straight up out of nowhere. We got nothing on this dude, and then all of a sudden, pow, he's in. Fantasy-wise, D-Will, I'll come to you first on this one. What do you expect? Because there's going to be a ramp up. I think we all can agree on that. But what does it do to everybody else on the Thunder when Chet gets revved up?
I think we saw when he was healthy that the other guys are still going to produce. Hartenstein obviously is going to take a little bit of a hit. But overall, I think that him coming back is going to open some things up for them. It's going to, when SGA is off the floor and he is on the floor, it's going to allow them to run some different things. I'm not too scared. I still think that Hartenstein, you're not probably going to get what you're getting from Hartenstein right now with Chet coming back. But I would also guess probably for the first, at least couple weeks or so here that we're going to see a pretty strict minute restriction for him because they want to make sure that he comes back and he's good on this. I really didn't expect him to come back this early. I saw a video earlier in the week and he was practicing, but the video looked like he was going maybe half speed. So this is exciting news. I have him in a dynasty league, so that my heart is jumping for joy right now because of that.
Yeah.
But, I think Hartenstein is probably the biggest hit there. And, man, I don't know that there's really anybody else that I would be concerned with losing much with him coming back. Obviously, some of the touches are going to change. But, I just think it's great for the team with I'm trying to look to see if there's anybody that I think that is really going to, but I mean, the bigs, the other guys that are playing right now. I think Hartenstein is really the only one. I was digging to maybe like try to give you something else, but that's all I got, man. I apologize.
I'd be curious if it helps Jalen Williams at all, right? Because he's been in a bit of a slump the past like few weeks or so, right? Like I think everyone, thought like, oh my God, this is a top 10 dynasty asset for for the next however long, right? And he was out of his mind, right, in terms of just filling the box scores. The percentages were through the roof, right? And he's come back down to earth a bit over the past like couple weeks to a month or so, and he's also been hurt, in and out, like, so I just wonder if adding Chet, where that he's got the ability to be to play outside the arc, inside the arc, right? If that doesn't ease up a little bit of the pressure to be that complementary scorer to SGA, that he gets back up into more consistently in that like top 25-ish range, but in a more stable fashion.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I know I haven't given my opinion on as many things as humanly possible on this show. I'm just trying to keep the roundtable going. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Hartenstein most likely continues to have some fantasy value. I don't think that he trends down to a drop, but he does take a hit there. Certainly there is a hope that Jalen Williams can kind of settle back in. Interestingly, some of Jalen Williams' best efforts have come when there were no centers healthy, but it'll be kind of interesting to see like how the pieces fit now as well. Obviously, he's still going to get to play a ton and do a ton as well. But everybody's joking that this is the trade deadline acquisition for the Thunder. I am interested if they do anything besides just picking up Daniel Tice. That is the definition of a very small move, but there's still time. We are still early, and we have, again, unfortunately, only had a Jared Butler for Reggie Jackson trade here on Thursday morning, making me feel sad. As we approach the bottom of the hour, it's, of course, that time again for me to remind you all to please hit that damn like button. It is extraordinarily important as we try to push our way into more feeds. We're up to 990 now on that sucker. There are some new subscribers. I've seen you guys float on over. Hey, if you're watching on social, I would actually ask that you guys come over and subscribe to the YouTube page as well, because I don't do most of these shows on social. This one's out there because we want to get it everywhere it can possibly be. So if you're watching on Twitter or I don't know, wherever the hell I managed to get this thing shooting out, navigate over to the YouTube page. That's actually an important deal because that's where all the shows go. There's the link up at the top of the trade deadline live tracker, youtube.com/oldmansquad. Super easy to find. Subscribe there. You can see all the different shows. Actually, you know what? Let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna step up my my tech game for just a moment, and we're gonna share what the I screwed it up. Well, don't worry, everybody. I'll get it. There we go. Okay, so that's what the Old Man Squad YouTube homepage looks like these days. So come check that out. You can see we've had all these stash shows with various analysts from across the fantasy scape. The last one was with the Menace Podmen here. That's this one. This was with Alex Barutha. We obviously do our daily breakdowns, recaps, everything that's going on, some buy lows, sell highs, all that good stuff. And here's the DFS feed that Brenton Eckersley's put together. We've got shorts. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Let's keep growing Old Man Squad. And with your help, we can power boost this sucker. And because we are now officially at the bottom of the hour, we can welcome to the mix Mike Catron. What's up, bud? How you doing?
What's up? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
We're waiting for something to happen this morning.
That's a nice YouTube channel you got there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to get back over to the live tracker.
Absolutely.
I was just yelling at everybody to go subscribe to something, but it's coming along.
What's been going on? I haven't been online in the last week. Has anything happened?
Well, I'm going to welcome you to the mix the way I've welcomed everybody else, which is affirmations. So Mike Catron, who is at Watch the Boxes on social media, I really, really enjoy your shows. I really enjoy your facial hair. That's the second time I've been able to use that today. You have a very well-groomed and lovely beard.
If you got it, you got to flaunt it. That's what my mom said.
And I like the fact that the well, you're are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in Chicago. So we're gonna go there. Wait a minute, do we get something here or no?
Yeah, Davion Mitchell goes from Toronto to Miami.
Okay.
PJ Tucker and a 2nd-round pick.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, there goes PJ. Okay.
Davion Mitchell. Didn't they call him? What was his nickname in Sacramento?
Off night.
Off night.
Off
I
night.
have
Right, thank you.
I have a shirt somebody made, like one of the bootleg shirts or whatever, and it's like a neon sign. I should have wore that today. I had no idea he was going to get traded, but that would have been epic if I was wearing it. But
So
sorry
funny,
about
too,
your off night.
because PJ Tucker, I think on his Instagram, did the Undertaker meme of him coming out of the coffin expecting to play in Miami, and he immediately gets sent to a team that's probably going to tank down the stretch. I guess
He'll be
we
on
can
the
break it
buyout
down.
market.
I'm gonna step back. David, Josh, Mike, does this trade, feel free to just start talking about it. Does this trade mean anything at all? No.
No.
Gosh darn it. I'm gonna put it on the list because it has to,
I
but
mean, it exists. It frees up some minutes in Toronto.
yeah. This is
Like four
Man.
what? Well, no, he's playing 20 minutes in Toronto. Like that's 10 minutes to somebody and 10 minutes to somebody else.
The only thing I'll say on the Heat end of it is that you lose Jimmy Butler, and Tyler Hero isn't exactly like Mr. Defense, and they probably just want an extra guy, and Miami's not like they're still in a playoff hunt ish. Maybe catch a little lightning here and there. Is he a difference maker? No, but I think it's something that they're just testing. That's all.
One of these things is going to wake us up here on deadline morning.
I mean, he's 26. Like he's not terrible, but yeah, like he's also just if anybody could get squeeze the juice out of a rock, it's the Miami Heat, right? So it's like if Davion Mitchell turns a corner and they get to miss the playoffs because of it, and then they get a good draft pick because of that, and I actually don't know if they have their draft pick still because I can't keep track of all that.
Yeah,
that might be a nice little spot for Miami to be in, because usually they're looking at the big picture, right? They are looking, unlike a team that is based out of Chicago, they're looking 2, 4, 6 years down the road and saying, how do we maneuver everything? And with the whole Jimmy Butler thing, they have a plan for that. I guarantee you they weren't oh, we're going to just ride this out. They probably had a plan for Jimmy Butler being disgruntled, and then he became disgruntled, and now they're executing that plan. I fully trust that organization to know what they're doing. And would it be crazy if Davion Mitchell suddenly started playing 28 minutes because they wanted to lose? I don't think that's crazy. I'm not going to run and pick him up on a standard league or anything, but keep an eye on
it. Deep sigh. I want something substantial, but Mike, I appreciate you deep diving that one, even though it may amount to a hill of beans. So we were in the middle of welcoming you to the program. Mike Catron, of course, is at Watch the Boxes on social media. That was, I think, what I was in the middle of saying. Everybody wants to know, and so you're getting thrown straight into the hot seat on this one.
Right.
All the stuff that's happened in aggregate. What are the moves that you've made this trade deadline season so far?
I actually just recently picked up, if I can pull it up, Diabate with the Hornets. To me, it's always fringes. Trade deadline season is really, really fun. And this has been especially exciting and nonsense leading off with the worst trade of human history of Bogdan. But that spurred everyone else to start moving, right? And usually that doesn't happen at all. Or if it happens today, and then nothing happens for 9 hours, and then there's a spurt of right at the deadline, Davion Mitchell trades, and you're well, that was uneventful.
Yeah.
Right? And that might happen today, but we've already I feel like we've already had the trade deadline. Like this week has been nuts. But like for fantasy basketball, like the values on the fringes, on the edges, not on the superstars that move. Luka's going to be great no matter where he goes. AD is going to do what AD does no matter where he goes. Jimmy Butler will probably figure out how to play in Golden State. Guarantee it. The fringes and the values and the minutes moving on the teams that got rid of dudes or just maneuvered a little bit, that's where you're going to find the value. Diabate, to me, he's the best big in Charlotte right now, and that's a lot of rebounds that you might have on your waiver wire.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. So, I don't know. I was slower on Diabate than most, and I think it's just because of my hatred of missed free throws. And I know that's so short-sighted on my behalf, but in his sort of demo earlier this year, he missed a bunch of free throws and had like 2 points and 25 rebounds. They were some of the most amazing fantasy lines ever. I said this actually in the first chunk of the show, so I'll loop back because sometimes you forget when you're doing these long shows. You're like, oh, I already said that stuff. My favorites, and then Mike, I'm interested in how you feel about some of these names as I sort of scroll back and try to figure out where the hell I put this. Some of these guys are probably rostered already, but it feels to me like my favorite wins. Bilal Coulibaly, who now can sort of cut loose with no Kuzma. Ayo Dosunmu in Chicago, who I do want to hear your thoughts on the Bulls, who are trending in the right direction, but not all the way there.
Nowhere to go but up.
Lonzo signed to an extension, looking really good these days, actually. So, like, okay. Dalton Connect, Musa Diabate, now both Hornets guys. Buzelis, who's been brought up a number of times, not just on the deadline show, but on some of the stash episodes. Keon Ellis, Brandon Pajemski, also on the list. Mike, what are your thoughts on the Bulls' direction right now?
They couldn't. You would think that they can't make worse decisions, right? And I feel like, I mean, they've made a lot of I think I've been saying this. I think Nico in Dallas is a front. I think Jerry Reinsdorf is paying him off to do this stuff in order to make sure that Jerry isn't the worst owner in the league. Like it's simply a smokescreen to make sure no one's paying attention to how bad the Bulls are. In fact, if Nico ends up being our next GM, I wouldn't be surprised. Like that's the kind of dumb moves that the Bulls make. They are 3 years late on a rebuild, and they're not rebuilding. Getting rid of Zach LaVine for 15 cents, was that better than 0 cents? Yeah, sure. It's too late. They got nothing back for DeMar. The Alex Caruso trade honestly should have had everybody fired. One of the top 5 role players, one of the best contracts in the league. One of the few players in the entire league who I've seen win games based on perimeter defense alone. Like make plays that swung games. His plus minus absurd on a team, the Bulls team that doesn't play a lot of defense. Alex Caruso should have been worth at the least 1 first-round draft pick. I'd say 2 first-round draft picks, especially if you're trading him to a team that has 16 first-round draft picks in the next 5 years, right? So getting Josh Giddey, who's probably going to leave, and your own draft pick back after getting rid of Caruso, DeRozan, and Zach LaVine, it's better than keeping those guys and letting them walk, but how much is it like 0.1 better than that? It's a garbage team that will flounder around in the play-in forever, as far as I can see. Now, Buzelis does look kind of fun, and the problem is if you are a Chicago long-term diehard Bulls fan like I am, you're starting to get flashbacks. Who had a really nice rookie season? Pat Williams. Who had a really nice rookie season? Larry Markkinen. What happened to those guys? under the Bulls organization. Did they develop? Not in Chicago. Like, Larry got traded and became an all-star. If Pat Williams gets traded, I would actually pick him up in a fantasy league. Like, that team will probably figure out what to do with him. And I'm now having this, like, PTSD flashback of, oh, Bazelis looks like he's got something there. The Bulls are going to ruin him.
Oh, good Lord. You
Like, all I know is just for 1 second, I love that because, at the top of the show, when I came on, we were talking about, like, what the hell are the Bulls doing? I just wish that there was, like, a sad music montage with Don on the background of that. Like, Dan, I'm thinking about, like, Scrubs when it,
Yeah.
like that needed that music in the background for that, because it is just so sad. Everything that you've said, it's just a team that is just so committed to utter mediocrity for like endless mediocrity
For decades.
If at least a team, like, I'm a Nets fan, right? Like, and at least they decide, like, they pushed all their chips in, it burnt them. Now they're like, all right, we got to just get rid of our guys when we have the opportunity to get rid of our guys, reload, make some moves so that we can get our picks back for this year. And now we've got, like, at least a path to getting back to serious competition. And for the Bulls, there is absolutely no path to serious competition.
There's no commitment to it. And the Nets had a giant hole to dig themselves out of, and they're doing it. Right? Yep. They're taking years to do it. I think hilariously, the Bulls organization thinks they're the smartest people in the room. Like, that is what I've heard from people who are tangentially related to and has had experiences with the Bulls organization. But I don't feel like they think about anything other than how many tickets they sold at the game last week. That's it. Like, I just don't think they think of anything other than the money they're making.
I don't, this is the sense I get from pretty much any Bulls fan or Bulls, someone who's watched them that we've spoken to. I think it was Barner, who I was just talking to, who was just like, they'd be perfectly happy getting the 9 seed just to get the one play-in game revenue, even if it meant like 2 more years of just being like not getting a good draft pick, but you got that one play-in game. So, tickets, butts in seats, that kind of thing. But they did move off Levine. So at least, contractually, that's a start. And
they got their draft pick back.
They got their draft pick back. And they've basically said that they're not committed to playing the new guys that they just got. And like you're saying, Ellis actually getting some run. So there's these little hints of it. And like Io's playing more. That's good. It's not, but it's not full. Vooch has got to go today if they want to convince, I'm assuming you, Mike, that they actually mean business on getting into some kind of rebuild, right?
Yeah, he needs to pop out for something. Like I said,
he's been great this year.
Zach got traded.
Awesome.
Zach and Vooch looked great, and they're still 22-30.
Yeah,
like they're having great seasons, and this is still a garbage team.
There's the one Bulls trade I'll highlight for everybody on the screen so far.
I don't hate Zach Collins. Like, fantasy wise, certainly I don't hate Zach Collins. I would actually like to see Zach Collins play a little bit. I think that'd be kind of nice to see if he can facilitate from a different spot, because Io and Kobe are, I think, like really, really fast, like change of direction movement guards, but they're not distributors. Hilariously, Zach Collins might be the second best distributor on the team behind Josh Giddey.
Yeah, actually, that I don't think that you're wrong there.
Unless you want to count Vooch, but they don't play him like that, which is strange.
Yeah. David, I haven't talked to you in a little bit here. Every once in a while, I'm just like, what the hell's David up to right now? What do you think's going on with the Bulls? I know you and I talked a little bit about them in that opening 15-20 minutes, but what's your take on fantasy wise? Even like, what does the rest of this season hold for them?
I think the rest of the day is really going to kind of give us a story on that. If Vooch remains in Chicago, the young guys that we've talked about, and AO, Kobe White, and then Buzelis, like seeing what those guys are going to do is going to be interesting. I really like the Lonzo extension, because if Lonzo finds a way to stay healthy, he's a guy that he's a vet at this point in the league, but like he can kind of give you some direction. Like, I don't think he's going to be a superstar player. Like that's not in him at this point. But when he's on the floor, he can play so many different roles. Like, he's a great wing defender. He can play off the ball. He can play with the ball. If you want him to be your primary playmaker, you said that you mentioned Giddey is probably the best distributor. I would argue that would go to Lonzo, honestly. And
Lonzo's definitely the best like overall guard there. He can't play back-to-backs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's health has been the thing for him, but to me the 2-year $10 million deal, it's 20, so at $10 million a season for Lonzo, if you keep him healthy for those 2 years, the Bulls look like geniuses for that contract, but they've looked awful for an extremely long time, and they would not go out and make a move. Okay, you look at your roster, you see that you're missing a piece. You don't take a risk and go out and try to get somebody to push you over the top. You just kind of stay there, just stuck in, like the fringe area. So I want to see Vooch move. For him, obviously, I've been a Vooch fan for a while, but I want to see him get a different look with a different team. And then for the young guys in Chicago to actually get a run at it and see what they have.
Wow. Man, a
lot of breath.
The Bulls is 3 years running, and that's the running joke in Chicago, is that we are financial champs. We're about to three-peat. We're under the cap, third year in a row. We're not paying any luxury tax. The one thing we do is make trades in order to stay under the cap. And we do it every year, and 3 years in a row, we're going to be financial champions of the NBA. So we got that going for us.
Okay.
Cash considerations.
And now we wait as teams are announcing trades from a couple of days ago, and we sit and bide our time. Man.
And as far as what I was doing over here, I'm staring at Twitter in hopes that I can will a major trade to happen.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the Grizzlies do something at the deadline. I just worry. Kleiman is very conservative. I think he's aggressive when he wants somebody in the draft, I think, but going out and getting somebody to make the team better, I haven't seen that from him yet. So I'm hoping that we see some sort of movement from the Grizzlies today, but the clock is ticking. We'll see.
Yeah, they seem to enjoy having a ton of depth and, running a bunch of guys at 25 minutes instead of fewer guys at 29 or something like that. And just that like max effort, slightly fewer minutes thing that makes me think of like the Loyola teams from 35 years ago or whatever it was. Just go nuts when you're on the court, and then we give you a breather when you get a little bit tired. Shout out, by the way, we have cleared between social and YouTube over 4,000 people watching live right now, which I don't know that I've ever hit that number in the history of anything I've done. That's an absurd number. Many of you over on social, I would just once again, I don't want to say beg, but basically beg. Go over to the YouTube side, just to subscribe, like the video. It's really, really helpful. I'm not going to bug you for anything beyond that. But I don't do my shows on social most days. And most of the Old Man Squad stuff is going to be on the YouTube page. So float over there, subscribe. That way you get the future stuff. Hit that like button. The show did clear 1,000 likes during the last, plead for likes that we did every 15 to 20 minutes or so throughout the day, up to 1,023. And indeed, there are some new subscribers. So it's very cool. Thank you to those in the chat room saying that we deserve it and whatever. Like, we're just going to keep banging away here and we're going to make stuff happen. But also, and Josh, you cannot find, even though he has an @ symbol in his listed on the screen there, It's false. It's BS. He terminated that bad boy. Josh, are we gonna get you on Blue Sky? Because that's where everybody ran to.
Maybe. I
Yeah,
don't
okay,
know.
maybe
I've
we'll
been
get
on
that.
a nice long social media break, and I'm very happy about
So
that.
you probably aged in reverse then.
I don't know about that. Like,
Yeah, how are your stress levels doing?
oh God,
Well,
for
terrible?
other reasons. Listen, I kind of took a step back from everything just for personal reasons, but just no, there is just social was a big part of that, and just no, it's not happening again. But yes, it's
You can't find him.
if anyone, PSA, if you need to take a break from your screen, step away from your screen here.
Yeah, it's
Not,
okay.
right now, not this screen. Not this
not right. Yeah, exactly.
Not right
Wait-
now. Not right
wait till
now.
12:30. You can find Mike at Watch the Boxes on social media. Also, basically the name of the podcast that you do as well. I think is that Watching
Watching the boxes with Tyler P. Watts at Tyler P. Watts, WATTS. That's
there
my
you go.
co-host, and he's way smarter than I am. So
you guys do
Tyler.
that bit back and forth. I like that. Self-deprecating is sort of in the history of my people. And NBA D Will, my longtime co-host on these trade deadline shows. I was so happy when you were free to do it this morning. I know that I don't remember if I played it cool when we were DMing or chatting about it, but like I really wanted you to be my co-host because like this is the first year of Old Man Squad, and I wanted something to be the same, basically. And that's my guy, NBA D Will, David Williams. You have, by the way, and again, I know there's a little bit of a plug here in the middle of the show. Stay with us, everybody. We got so much more to come here. We're only finishing up hour 2 out of 5.5. David, you know what I haven't bugged you about is dynasty ramifications of a lot of this stuff. What are the dynasty things? And I'll admit, I have no clue. What's jumped out to you over this trade deadline week on the dynasty side? Because I'm exclusively looking at it for redraft myself.
I think City Sissoko going to Washington is fantastic for him.
I think they might have dumped him though while we were talking.
Oh, did they really?
Can the Bulls pick him up? That'd be great. We didn't get him in the trade.
Yeah,
that was like the best young asset. And I was like, well, cool. We're not getting. He's going to the.
I think they requested waivers on him like 4 minutes ago. I
think he's good. I think City's good.
Devastation. I really was hoping he would get an opportunity and go into Washington. He played on the French national team with Bilal, so I figured like chemistry was there. But you just derailed my whole train.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the Charlotte stuff is extremely interesting because Diabate is on a two-way right now. So like at some point they're going to have to either convert him or get somebody else. But he was not a guy he's not available in a lot of the leagues that I'm in. But he's not a guy that I was really, really watching all that much because Mark Williams was going to be in front of him. That was not going to be a thing. And then now Mark Williams is not in front of him. So his value increased. And then I still I've been watching and hoping. There's so many guys in Chicago that I like. And I may be holding on to this one a little bit too long. I mentioned him earlier. Dalen Terry is a guy that I think, and Mike, you
I don't know about that.
Bulls fan. But I feel like he has the tools to succeed in the league. I just don't know that he's gotten a run with that Bulls team, and I'm hoping that they clear a pathway to him getting minutes. And that, it may be something I may just hold on and sink with that ship. But he's a guy, and I mention him because he is available in a lot of leagues, and he might be a guy here later in the season that you can kind of sneaky pick up and find some value out of.
I think it does go back to the Bulls don't seem to develop talent on the court. Like Uzilis is playing so well, they had to start playing him more minutes over the last week or two, right? Which means he certainly was not getting any opportunities before that. And I don't understand why. His blocks are fantastic. With Dalen Terry, it makes no sense that they won't just try it out, get him out there, run him some minutes, let him develop. He does look lost on defense quite often when I've seen him play, but that comes with reps. And I would hope they can get him out there just to like, I don't know, see if he's a viable candidate to be an 8-man rotation type of player in the NBA. I can't tell you if he is or not because he hasn't played enough. I think Io certainly is. Like Io is very, very good. And that's why I think they run him out of necessity instead of like, I've never got the feeling they're like, oh, we want to latch on to Io and have him run. It's like whenever someone's injured, Io gets the minutes. When everybody's healthy, he seems his minutes like fall back. Right now, he's got the opportunity. But it doesn't make sense to me, Dalen Terry's absence on a team that should be trying to get a good draft pick.
I know we are approaching now the 9:00 hour. So, Mike and Josh, you guys are close to the end of your time with us here on the program. And I want to make sure that you each get a chance to do, it's not like a tradition or anything like that, but just sort of thoughts on the deadline. Josh, what are your thoughts so far? And kind of what are you looking for over the next couple of hours?
I'm looking to see if any of the true contenders make any significant moves, right? And I'm sure that there's going to be a degree of playing on the fringes. A lot of teams have been doing that, probably hence like why things have been so slow right now. Like the big earth-shaking moves have happened. But I'm curious to know, and we talked a little bit about DeAndre Hunter earlier in Cleveland. Does Boston make anything to solidify their roster? The Knicks, are they going to add a little bit of depth? And I'm curious more, and I really didn't even get a chance to really talk about the West either, right? Like, we talked about Chet coming back. Yeah, we talked about Chet coming back, right? But like, these guys are sitting on a treasure trove of assets, right? Like, is there someone who becomes available that puts them over the top, right? Like that it's like, nope, this is guaranteed. We're going, right? Because the competition is going to stiffen up between Memphis and Denver. Now the Lakers are gearing up, and Dallas, even as much crap as we give them for losing Luka, they're going to throw a whole lot of length at a whole lot of teams. And it's going to make for interesting series. That's if they can, get past the play-in, right? But now that Butler's in Golden State, are they going to try to make a run at things? So I would like to see an OKC make like a fringe move. I would like to see a Memphis or a Denver make a move. And MPJ has been in some trade rumors also. Like, is that a contract that they get off of and finally get like another like big name to play along side of Jokic and Jamal Murray? So that, especially for a guy like Jokic, who we really haven't talked about Denver much, is that this is his prime. This is it. Like, this is their window. And, are they really going to push their chips in and make one more run while they still have the league's MVP, in tip-top shape? Those opportunities only come so often.
Josh, hugs and kisses.
I miss you, pal. Thank you for
Likewise.
having me. This has been fantastic. Dan, you have my endless support. Anything I can do to support you, the old man squad. I'm here. Old people.
Milman, I'll talk to you soon.
Later, guys.
Mike, same general question for you here. As our time is wrapping up and we move towards the next wave here on the show, what are you looking for over the rest of deadline morning?
Other than Vooch moving, I'm surprised Portland hasn't done anything. They're kind of also in a no man's land area, and the West is a giant bloodbath.
And they're winning lately too.
Yeah, and like DeAndre and Jeremy Grant, there's things to move around in there. They could even get off some of their young guys and just. I know they're like rebuilding a rebuild, but if you're why not rebuild a rebuild? Look at the rest of the West. It's absolutely absurd over there. And I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. Houston isn't trying to say, hey, we're a contender. They're 32-18. And one of my biggest, I would say, fantasy disappointments this season has been Fred VanVleet. And if you would have told me Houston was 32-18 at this point in the season, I'd be like, hell yeah, all my Fred VanVleet bets went well. He's probably killing it. And he's been off and on injured and just up and down. when it comes to producing. He's still like in real basketball, very, very good. But I'm just surprised they're not maybe trying to announce that they're here, they've arrived. And I'd keep an eye on them as well, but I don't know. I'm surprised there just isn't more not tanking to the bottom from the bad teams. I guess, I mean, what some of the teams have been trying to shed all their players.
They're already at the bottom.
I would say more of them should be shedding their players.
Yeah, unquestionably. Thank you, gentlemen. Mike, you can follow on social again at Watch the Boxes. Josh, you can't. You're not going to find him, so don't even bother. Gentlemen, a tip of the cap to you both, and have a lovely rest of trade deadline morning.
Take care, guys.
Dan, cheers. Thanks.
We will have another couple of faces and names here coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, but David and I can kind of reset the board for all of you right now. David, how you doing? How you hanging in there so far? Back's okay?
I'm good, man. Yeah. I've adjusted in the chair probably 12,000 times. So if somebody has watched from the beginning, they're like, "What is this guy doing?" It's old man squad. The old man part of me is kicking my butt right now. So.
Yeah,
but look at that. At least you got a kind of a nice chair behind you. So that's something. That looks like a gaming chair.
It is. Yeah. Yep. I actually, full transparency, I hijacked my son's room. He's gone to class, and I told him, I said, "I'm going to hijack your desk and chair because my chair will not tolerate 3 or 4 hours of sitting in it." So he was good with it.
Question from the chat room: is Dan drinking a giant beer? No, it's just a Cal Bears mug with water in it right now. But after we finish the show, that's when we get to rev things up a little bit.
Start the beer now, and let's get you by the time we get to the end of the trade deadline show.
I need something to happen. I need a big one here this morning. Yesterday or last year, we had something that popped the moment we went on air, and this year we should have done our live show last night between 6 and midnight. Dan Titus, how's your eye, man? I'm so glad you're feeling better. Oh, I'm not sure that Dan can hear us yet. All right, we'll take him back off until we can make sure that he can hear us. We will have Dan Titus here in just a matter of seconds once the audio kicks in. Yeah, I mean, last night was crazy. Obviously, the weekend was crazy. And we're sort of lying in wait right now, which, this always happens at some point during our live show, but usually it's kind of in the middle. There's a punch in the morning and then a lull, and then there's stuff leading up to the actual deadline itself. But it is, yes, obviously a little unfortunate that this kind of happened out of the gate. Don't worry, though. We've still got 3 hours and change left on this bad boy. I'm going to see if we can get Dan back on this thing and see if the audio is working.
We've got plenty of other stuff to talk about. Plenty of stuff happened prior to us going live with the Luka trade and De'Aaron Fox. So we have a lot of content. Obviously, you hope for more during the show, but here we are.
Dan, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. There we go. No? Maybe not.
I can hear you, but hold on. I don't want to mess up your audio here. Hold on. Give me a second.
All right, we'll take Dan back off. He's going to give me a thumbs up in the lobby when he's ready to go. We'll have Dan Titus, as you guys saw, in just a second here. Looking at, let's see, there was a David Aldridge tweet this morning about what the Wizards are doing. What we haven't done yet is really just kind of do a slow backtrack through the insanity of the last, whatever you want to call it. So let's throw the board back up on the screen. Where do I want to start here? Let's go down to the bottom and forget these last two that popped today. They've meant nothing at all. Mark Williams to the Lakers, Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish to the Hornets. Let's do a little bit of a lightning round here. Keeping one eye on Dan. Dan is ready to roll. Excellent. Dan Titus of Yahoo Fantasy Basketball at Dan Titus. Good morning, sir.
What's up, man? Sorry, I was a little bit late. Had to drop the kid off, and he was kicking and screaming for me to stay with him. And I'm like, bro, come on. We've done this exercise every day for the last 3 months. Let's get this together. Let's get it together. But
does Kiddo not know that it's trade deadline morning?
Yeah, he doesn't care. Although he did surprise me. He comes into the house the other day. He goes, "Daddy, what are you watching?" I'm like, "Luka just got traded." He goes, "Luka got traded?" So I was like, "All right, that's enough. All right, you're paying attention enough that you care about that."
Yep.
With me,
I had a similar thing with my kid. The trade went down right after I had put the kids to bed on Saturday night. So on Sunday morning, when my older dude was watching, I don't know, it was like Despicable Me on the couch or something, I was like, "Pause it, man, pause it. I forgot to tell you last night, the Lakers traded Anthony Davis." I had to start with the player going out. And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "But they got Luka Doncic." And I saw his hand slowly go up to his mouth and just cover his face. And I was like, "Excellent. You're paying attention also." I thought like he's only into baseball most of the time, but we got some basketball crossover here. So Dan, I've been doing the same thing to everybody when they've come on the program. I'm going to make your face a little bit bigger here so everybody can see that beautiful mug. I've been doing affirmations. Every guest that comes on the show gets at least one compliment. So for one, you have been called in my Twitter mentions the most handsome basketball fantasy analyst. So I'll just double down on that. And I always love doing podcasts with you. No one makes podcasting with them easier than you do. So there's my affirmations as you join the show.
Thank you, Dan.
You are very welcome.
From a Dan to a fellow Dan, thank you, Dan.
We've now cleared the board, by the way. All of the Dans have been on the live show. We got all four of us on here at some point. So we've run the table. While we wait for something to happen today, because today's been a little bit of a turd so far, what are your thoughts from a fantasy standpoint, really, on everything that's gone down? And that doesn't mean you need to break down each trade. That's insanity. But, like, what are the moves you've made so far? Because I know, like, Dan McKee was talking earlier in the show about how judicious he's been with his weekly moves. And I said, I've actually used a bunch of mine because, like, I don't know that anything big else is about to go down. So where do you stand on that? And what have you done in your leagues?
Yeah, I think it's been, I guess we have the benefit of playing in a handful of leagues. So there's different strategies for each moment. But I think my general approach has been, I tried to stash people that I thought were going to have rest of season value, not necessarily a short-term outlook. So someone like Matas Buzelis, who I think it was a foregone conclusion that the Bulls are going to do something. So I tried to strike on him early. But in general, I think it's been hard to react to everything because just as you think you're comfortable, something else crazy happens. And I think the moves and the margins haven't been as vital this year in terms of fantasy pickups. But someone like last night, I was hawking the wire for, Moussa Diabate and Dalton Connect, wondering, like, is that really going to change my season? And in certain cases where I was deficient in threes, it's like, yeah, it makes sense to get Dalton. Brandon Miller's out. Like, he could be the starting two. But Diabate, you have to do some more research on some of these guys. Like, he's only has 10 days left on his 2-way contract. So, like, until they convert him, that limits his upside. So I think it's been kind of a wait and see. Like, I don't think there's been too many transactions that's been helpful for fantasy, just because some of these names involved they have so much value that it's kind of hard to A, trade them, or B, find a backup that's going to just step into that role. Because in the Wiggins circumstance, like, he just got traded for Jimmy Butler. Most people already had Nikola Jovic already rostered. So yeah, it's been tough. But I think from a general standpoint, fantasy has been more exciting because of all this changeover. Like, this has been insane. No one's even talking about the Super Bowl. I'm an Eagles fan. Like, I'm flying back home in 2 days. I don't care about the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, don't worry. Super Bowl morning will wake you up. One of my good buddies, my kid's Little League coach out here, is a massive, massive Eagles fan who's been wearing exclusively Eagles gear for the last, like, 3 weeks in a row. I don't know. I don't really watch the NFL, so I'm good with it. And I guess I'm an Eagles fan for a week because I think we all want to see somebody else win a Super Bowl here, right?
Exactly. Got to have some parity. And, like, I'm assuming you're a Dodgers fan, right?
I am a Dodgers fan.
All right, well, you're outside of baseball.
Yeah. Sorry, it's like pulling the hat wall down here in the middle of the show. I've already done this one when we were talking Luka a few minutes.
He just has an endless rack of hats close to his podcast setup.
There's just listen. Everybody knows I'm not exactly a fancy fellow. They're just push pins jammed in the wall above my monitor here in the corner of my bedroom / office. It becomes an office when I put this backboard in behind me. But that's what I do before I go on air for every show. I just stand up and I pick one basically at random from the wall. And like there's a Kansas City Royals hat right here because my kid was on the Royals Little League team. Same with the St. Louis Cardinals hat. I have no connection to this. Why is my kid on teams that are all from the same part of the states? I don't know. And
it's
then
a sign you should come to Missouri with me, Dan. That's what it is.
I'm in D. Will country out there. So now we wait. Still really not a whole lot. But Titus, I'll come right back to you since we've only got you for a little bit here on the show. You talked about Diabate, talked about some of the stuff that's kind of been around the margins, guys that have kind of already been on rosters. What are your thoughts on the direction of the Chicago Bulls right now?
It seems that they've finally picked a direction. I think we're all waiting for whether Vucevic gets traded or not. They tend to outbid themselves, which is kind of interesting to me. Like, I don't know what Lonzo was going to get on the open market, but I love that he got re-signed. I think that secures his fantasy value. He was another guy that I think was a person that you could have stashed because for the possibility of like, oh, maybe he gets a better opportunity. But him staying with Chicago is actually good for him. But yeah, I think now that Levine is gone, that dominoes fell. Just got to get Vooch out of there, and I think we'll see somewhat of what can Jalen Smith do. Does this open up more opportunities for? I don't know. Ugh, God, I wish they could trade Pat Williams, but that's just they're stuck there because they wasted money on that. But I don't know. They're definitely signaling that they're going to rebuild, so that should be good for the younger players. Ayo Dosunmu, Josh Giddey, they have to make a decision about in the summertime. So I don't know if they're going to give him advanced run to, I don't know. Maybe they got to figure out whether they want to pay him or not. But yeah, they seem to be focused on the youth movement, which is the right direction.
Do you think they move Kobe White or no?
If they're smart, they would. I mean, you might as well maximize some of you have so many guards now and you just re-sign Lonzo. It's like, you might as well try to bolster the roster. He's probably your best trade chip now outside of Vooch. So if you're rebuilding, you might as well explore some things. They shouldn't not be taking calls for anybody on the roster.
I'll try to pare it down while we wait again for something to break. Everybody wants to know like a priority list. So Dan, I'm just gonna put you through the ringer here since again with limited time and all. What's been kind of or how would you suggest a priority list to folks that are watching right now? I know that's kind of a tough and open-ended question, but like if they're gonna go out and quickly check their particular league's waiver wire, who are the guys that they should be making sure are roster right now? That, man, some of them might already be, or some of them might have been even before some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. But if just sort of like running through the names on the list, where do you think people's priorities should be? Did that question make any sense? I kept rephrasing it.
Yeah,
you did it quite right.
I'm trying to see like in terms of reasonable expectations of like who can be had, because I don't want to throw out the Matas because like, that dude's already gone.
You can throw him out. Like there's a lot of leagues I think he's still out there.
I think Max Christie should be rostered in more leagues. I came away very inspired by his debut. He plays tonight, so if you're looking for someone to stream with potential upside to stay on your team, I think he could be a guy that you want to look at. I think Dorian Finney-Smith is going to have a bigger role now. Jovan Buha tweeted at 1 a.m. last night that he envisions Rui DFS eventually replacing Rui in the starting lineup. So that's something you could get ahead on. I mean, you're going to be expecting threes, some rebounds, cross-categorial stats, but it's not going to knock your socks off, but it could be a deep league guy that could provide something for you on a given week. Aaron Wiggins has been playing really well, but like that has nothing to do with the trade deadline, and especially because Chet's coming back, so that's going to be fun. Let me see here. I'm looking at guys that I actually picked up. Oh, the DeAndre Hunter news is interesting to me because if he moves, maybe that moves Zach Richeche into a bigger role. I think he's probably a guy that you could find on waivers, and depending on how competitive your league is, which would also relegate people like Karis LeVert. He's kind of been a fringe guy anyway. Let me see.
I was looking on Yahoo while you were talking. Just Matas is only owned in 24%. He's only rostered 24% of Yahoo leagues right now.
Yeah, so shallow leagues need to get on that for sure. Definitely need to get on that.
Yeah, you just sort of, you never know. Like, who did somebody pick up and then give up on and is like on waivers instead of a free agent? And so there's all these weird little things. And we get it. Like, if you're in a league where we say somebody's name that's already rostered, that there's a laundry list of players that could fit that mold. Like, you know, I've given my list a few times on the show already. The one that I like, we haven't talked much about the Warriors on this show yet, which is interesting because they just got Jimmy Butler. And I have a group chat with some friends that's really going wild with that one. And they're like, is this good enough? The consensus I've seen across the internet has been that it didn't help them that much. And I completely disagree with that. I know that Jimmy Butler is a freaking handful, but like, he's still Jimmy Butler. He's still better than Andrew Wiggins.
Take that. I mean, he's a handful, but they just paid him. They just gave him an extension for $121 million for 2 years. I'm pretty sure. And I watched the presser after the Warriors game, and Steph said two things that I had written about that I was like, oh, wow, he used the same words that I used. He said he expects to see a motivated and committed Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
This dude always just wanted his money. Now that he's got his money, he'll figure it out. He's a very high IQ player. He's a good two-way player. He doesn't have the three-point volume that you would expect in a Warriors lineup, but he's a capable three-level scorer. He'll figure it out. Does this make them a championship team? Absolutely not. They got to make another move. But I would say that this version of Jimmy Butler is better than Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins was very streaky, inconsistent. They need a guy that can get 20 a game without having to utilize everyone else, and he can facilitate. So, like, I think it's a good basketball move, but it's not going to like extend the championship window for the Warriors. Like, they just had to do something. Dunleavy had passed on way too many deals, and I don't know how this came through because the reports the day before that were like, Jimmy's not re-signing there. He doesn't want to go there. And then the whole Durant thing happened, and they just got desperate.
Yeah.
They got so desperate. They're like, all right, screw it, whether Jimmy wants to play here or not. So the fallout from that, though, I picked up Buddy Hield for tonight because I'm assuming Jimmy Butler isn't playing. He had a good game last game, hit 4 threes, 18 points.
What do you think about Pods?
I think Pods' value is strong because at this point, I feel like Pods is going to be more into that role he was last year. Maybe you can put him in the second unit. He runs the second unit, becomes the primary offensive engine for that with Buddy Hield, who's been so off and on. But I think Pod's coming off that last game, man. He looks like he's really just turned it around since he came back from his injury. So he should be a guy that should be rostered and definitely in 12-team leagues, but I would look at him in 10 as well.
David, I don't think I've bugged you about the Warriors either. What are your thoughts on how they shake out fantasy-wise?
I'm going to be interested to see, like, the thing that I'm going to be watching. You know, Dan mentioned how Jimmy is not, you know, the prototypical three-point shooter that you like to see in that offense. I'm not a big Steve Kerr fan. I think that he is a creature of habit, and he doesn't vary from that. So adding a player with Jimmy Butler's gravity to that roster and his skill set, what's that going to look like in that offense? And I don't know. Butler is a capable player. He's a star. He's going to have success there, but I'm just not sure what that's going to look like. And I don't know that Steve Kerr is going to make adjustments to that offense to optimize what Jimmy Butler can bring.
Love that critique of Steve Kerr, by the way. I hear it a lot just because I live in the Bay. So his rotations have been sketch, and his inability to adapt at times is also been in question. So you're not wrong with that, D-Will.
I think when he's coaching Team USA, like, you know, when they lost, you look at how they were losing those matchups, and he just refused to play two bigs at the same time. Well, and like sometimes you have to make adjustments. And listen, like he's obviously a championship caliber. He's won there, but everybody has flaws, and that's just something for me. That's the one thing. The biggest question for me is how is he going to make that work? What is that going to look like?
Yeah.
My general feelings on the Warriors are Pods is among my winners, but I didn't heavily prioritize him because of the Steve Kerr stuff and because his minutes have gotten kind of yanked around a little bit. He does seem to have an opportunity here. I would assume that Jonathan Kuminga comes back and gets a lot of run, which makes me a little bit lower on Podziemski than some of the other names that we've kicked around over the last 2 and change hours on this show, like a Dalton Connect, who like the Hornets are awful. They have absolutely no reason not to just let him fire. And I know his fantasy profile is not that great, and I don't care because on the Lakers, they needed him to just space the floor. And on the Hornets, they don't need him to do anything. They can just close their eyes and see what happens. Diabate feels also kind of safer than Podziemski. I don't know. Like, I don't want to put him at the bottom of the priority totem pole because he's certainly higher than a lot of names. Like, he's, to me, a guy that we should be paying close attention to. But when you compare him to like Bezelis and Connect and Lonzo and Io and Bilal and Diabate and even Keon Ellis in Sacramento. By the way, Patrick Baldwin just got rerouted from Milwaukee, so a trade happened. We're getting the freaking scraps today.
This is where all the GMs are like, yo, we gotta shed some tax here. Let's go get some second round picks and let's just get rid of it. Because I was looking at all the Sixers moves. I'm like, oh, man, they're just acquiring second round picks. So like, yeah, clearly they just care about tax purposes right now.
So here's
actually,
womp womp.
I don't know. Is Patrick Baldwin actually going to play? Because like he had all of the rage coming out like he was going to be a kind of like a Michael Porter Jr. type guy, and he's just never got a chance to play.
I'm going to put it on the list. Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Spurs. Maybe there'll be another half to this that'll make it slightly more interesting. Somehow I doubt it, though. Second rounder or something will come floating through this thing. I don't even know why I interrupted my own thought with this. Come on! I need something.
Who's been a bigger winner this deadline, the Spurs or the Lakers?
Man, it might be the Spurs.
They looked great last night, man. Whew.
And like I think the continuity maybe makes their lives a little bit easier because it wasn't like I don't want to say the Lakers wasn't like a full teardown, but they're going to be building their team around a new hub. Mm-hmm. The Spurs still have most of their hubs, and they even started Chris Paul. I don't know. I mean, obviously you're going to build it around De'Aaron Fox, and so that's a thing, but I don't know. The Lakers just went from having like an all-world defensive center to one of the greatest creators on planet Earth and a very raw. I mean, I love Mark Williams, but extremely raw, and his defensive numbers this year haven't looked that great.
No.
Maybe my thought is that it's going to take the Spurs less time to acclimate than the Lakers. Maybe that's the angle I want to play there. I don't know. Overall, I'm just thrilled that Chris Paul still got to play 30 minutes yesterday because he's like among people that could be the logo for the old man squad. Chris Paul is very much in the running with like Brook Lopez and I don't know who else to throw in that mix. But like I thought he was doomed with Fox showing up, and they played him together. I don't know how long that's going to last, but maybe the rest of the way. I feel like Chris Paul's like basically a coach at this point. He's not going to take himself out of the lineup. I don't know. So yeah, that's kind of where I stand on a lot of that stuff. I know I'm leaving this Patrick Baldwin trade up there because it's just the only thing that's happened since Davion Mitchell got traded an hour ago. Come on, we're 2.5 hours from the deadline, and we got crap today.
Doesn't Davion Mitchell feel like a good fit for Heat culture?
Yeah,
he just seems like that's like ignore the fact that they've had to deal with Terry Rozier being terrible this season, but I feel like you get Davion Mitchell some like 20 minutes a game, like that's the perfect scrappy type dude I would expect to be in a Heat uniform.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. I don't know if do you think he's going to play enough to really?
No,
Probably not.
not yet. At least
Yeah.
I wish they could find someone for Rozier, but yeah, he's not going to get enough minutes, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's taking Rozier right now.
No, no.
Hard to get.
Got to beat the allegations first.
Yeah, I was gonna say hard to get proper value when you're under investigation. Although KCP got himself on the Lakers despite like spending most road games like doing wasn't he was doing a community service when the team was on the road, right? Or something like that? Or was it the other way around?
He had to go to China first though.
That's
He had to get
crazy.
He had to get rerouted first. So I think he's got to do a stint somewhere else, and then maybe it'll be more universally accepted.
Yeah. That was quite a time. But you get represented by Clutch, and things sort of end up falling into place for you a little bit. I don't know who Rozier has as his representation, but I'm guessing they're quite busy right now.
When are the Blazers going to do something?
That's a great question, because I had stashed Robert Williams almost everywhere, and taking the Lakers off the board as a possible destination was a little bit of a downer there. That's the place where he was, I thought, going to get a pretty consistent 24 minutes. And now I don't know where the best landing spots are, but the Blazers have 3 centers that they want to try to use. You got to get something for one of them, even if they think they're going to make a push for it here. And they've been playing really well lately. It's bad management if you're not going to get something for one of your 2 movable centers. And Robert Williams is the much easier one to move, right?
Yeah, you'd expect. I mean, I'm surprised that Houston hasn't called yet, and maybe they have called, but I think that would be just an ideal fit. He played with Ime Udoka before in Boston. I mean, I think that would be. I want to see his career resurrected because he could still be useful. Like Steven Adams is also, pretty good as a backup, but I don't know. I think Robert Williams would be awesome in Houston.
D. Will, what are your thoughts on the Blazers?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. There was DeAndre Hunter talks to Cleveland, but it wasn't an actual trade.
It's inching. That one is inching closer every hour.
Who's the deal breaker in that? Like, how's that not just happen?
Yeah. So the Mark Stein says they're trying to operate where both teams can stay under the tax to make that happen. So I don't know what they're going to be able to do with that. As far as the Blazers, I would love to see them just man, I just lost his name. Guard Simons.
Oh,
Simons. Yeah. I'd love to see them move off of him. I feel like the way that they have managed Scoot up there has been awful. I think when you draft a guy with his talent and that high in the draft, you're rebuilding, give him the keys and let him learn. And I don't feel like they have done that, but I would love to see them move Simons and let that be Scoot and Shaden Sharp. Like, let those guys go out there. They're going to start the rest of the season. You're going to see what they got. Let them learn something. I still, but before the draft, Scoot was one of my favorite players in that draft. Dan and I talked about him. He can manipulate the pick and roll at his age just as well as a lot of the guards in the league right now. So I think that given the opportunity that he's going to thrive, but I don't think that they've done that for him. So obviously,
sorry, go ahead.
As I said, the big man, you want to see one of them move, but for me, I want to see Scoot get more of a run. I think that he has it in him. It's just been kind of a mismanagement thing.
Throw Jeremy Grant in there too.
Yeah. Oh, do we think Jeremy Grant plays his first game in April in a half a decade? Is this the year?
Man, I have him in a couple dynasty leagues, and I'm just praying that he gets traded somewhere that's a competitive team so he can play. But it's
so funny.
Tough.
Thank you to Mike Barner for that hilarious stat that he literally has not played in April in, I think, 5 years now. Dan, I know you got to get going. So thoughts on what you want to see here the rest of trade deadline before you go? Like, is there a move you're squatting on that you want to fall right into place? Things that maybe viewers could also be looking for?
Yeah, I think I'm watching for Vooch. I need Vooch to be moved. It would make my my waiver pickups that more savvy.
Yeah, but
and free Jalen Smith because he's been super efficient this year. So I'd love to see him in an expanded role.
Yep, we've been clamoring for a free Jalen Smith since that time when he was supposed to be the Pacers starter, and then poof, away he went. Aaron Nesmith suddenly became a center. You do what you got to do, I guess. Dan, the handsomest man in fantasy. Hey, man. It has been said. I'm going to use a page out of the political playbook. It has been said. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you coming on the
always,
show
Dan.
today.
Thank you. Good meeting you, D-Well. You too, man.
Nice to meet you, man.
I was hoping that we would get a big trade break with the great Dan Titus on the pod. We are now joined by one half. He is but one Menace Pod man here on the show. Not plural yet. Scott Keller, also known as Det Skeller. You told me the right way to pronounce that when we did our show.
Thank you.
Det Skeller. Scott, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh, not much. Just spending my lunch break with you guys, talking hopefully some big trades. Happening this while I'm on here. We can only cross our fingers and hope for that. But
we're getting basically shut out here on trade deadline morning. With all due respect to Reggie Jackson, Jared Butler, Davion Mitchell, PJ Tucker, and Patrick Baldwin. The teams are pitching a shutout today after the craziest run up to deadline Thursday in probably the history of basketball. Yeah. And now we can't find a trade of interest on trade deadline morning. I'm grateful that everybody's watching. So let's do a quick reset here. Bottom of the hour. First, welcome to Scott. I am Dan Besbris. I'm joined by David Williams here for the first half of the show. The great Kingy will be waking up at some ungodly hour in Australia in the next half hour or so. He'll be joining us around 10 o'clock Pacific time. And then we'll finally let David stand up and walk around. Hopefully his back will allow him to do so. Take a moment, everybody. Again, we are now over 5,000 live viewers, which is nuts, heavily concentrated on the social media side. So thank you to all of you guys that are tuning in right now. Thank you to everybody that liked on YouTube. What I would ask of you guys all is, if you're watching, actually, no matter where you're watching, please take a second to go like the YouTube video. Even if you don't stay over there, like that video. It helps push us into more feeds, and subscribe to our YouTube page at Old Man Squad, because that's where all the other content goes out. I'm not going to be doing shows live on YouTube every day. It's a pain in the butt to try to do live shows when kids are racing in and out of the room. And as folks that were listening earlier on know, my older son called me, and I quote, a big anus via text message earlier this morning. It was out of love. He's obsessed with the word anus. I kind of feel good about what I've done here, because like a lot of kids say the same dumb crap over and over again, but at least this one's sort of like a medical word that he's firing at people. And so I don't do live shows because I get called a big anus on them regularly. Yeah, it's true. My not as hard as Merriam-Webster cooked the Dallas Mavericks front office, but it's true. Asher cooked me, called me a big anus. We're over 1,000 likes on the show. I'd love to see that continue to climb. But again, more than anything, get those subscriptions going, because I want you guys getting all of our content. Not specifically, but it's certainly easy to find. The very last episode of Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball was done with the man whose face is right below mine on your screen right now, Scott, and your buddy Steve. Those were stash options leading up to the deadline. Many of them already sort of kicking in because you guys got stuck with the last time slot. Not the easiest on that. It's like thinking back to grade school. Like, do you want to go first so that you set the bar, or do you want to go last so you know how hard you have to work? You guys went last. You didn't have any choice.
It wasn't bad. It helps you eliminate some of the names, so it's easier to know what you want to focus on. But even though I doubled down on one that somebody said multiple times, and you guys already talked about here through the morning and with Matas Buzelis. But
hey, let's talk about Buzelis. This is the Deadline Live show. We got to cover everything a whole bunch of times. So anyway, thank you everybody for all the subscriptions. Thank you for all the likes. We're approaching the halfway point of the show, so there's a lot left to do here, and I'm sure something's going to happen, right, Internet? Something will happen. But in the meantime, the most important thing we can get from our amazing guests is what they've been doing so far. So, Scott, in addition to Bezelis, who you've been all over for a while now,
Yep.
what else has jumped out at you over the last week? What are the moves that you would suggest our viewers make with, again, and harkening back to basically the first hour of the show, Daniel McKee, NBA Fantasy Bible, was talking about how to use your moves on trade deadline week. I actually think, and I love Dan, so I feel like I can call him out on this, I think he's being too patient with his moves, because I think we've seen a lot of the big stuff already, and I've gone ahead and used like half of my weekly moves already to go try to get a few guys. So, Scott, where do you stand on kind of like who's been, I'm going to quote like Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld, who's been sponge-worthy so far?
Yeah, well, I guess my take on how many I use, I'm kind of the same. I'm half and half. I like to use half of them and save the half for, the rainy day if something happens, depending on how the trade cycle works. So like this year, obviously we've had some bigger trades before the deadline. So yeah, I think that naturally makes you use some moves earlier than you normally would, instead of keep them to the end of the week or to the end of your period, let's say. But sponge-worthy guys, to me, I mean,
thank you for running with
there
that,
are, yeah, you're welcome. There's the guys like I mentioned, we've got it fresh in the hopper, the stash episode. So the Buzelis, the Diabate, I know it was Dan Titus, the most handsome analyst right before me here. I mean, a drastic fall from the most handsome to me, but
oh, I haven't given you your affirmation yet. I screwed that up. We'll finish,
that's all right.
what you were doing, and then we'll come back to it.
All right, but he mentioned people moving out of Atlanta. So, and Zach Risache, he talked about, and he was a guy that all of our hearts were broken when Jalen Johnson went down. So a lot of people jumped on Risache, and it was just I shouldn't say it was a nice time to pick him up, but it was because you could hold on to him to the trade deadline. So I started thinking about stuff kind of 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks in advance when I'm starting to pick people up. So then you can save all those moves for later. So I also like to really focus on the guys that people are dropping, because you'll notice people might be 80, like Peyton Pritchard is one of the guys I think of right now. He might be like 80% owned in a league, but you could get him right now and put him on your roster, stash him. He still might give you top 80, production the rest of the year. So sometimes picking up the guys people are dropping is way more valuable than, picking up guys that you think might hit for the rest of the season. So,
D. Will, you have a follow up on that?
No, I like that point a lot, because specifically you mentioned earlier, hey, play in Yahoo Public League so they don't know who you are. You never know who somebody's going to drop. You hear a hot name. A lot of analysts are hammering on, hey, this is the guy. This is the guy. And I've seen it time and time again where you get that top 75, top 80 guy off of the waiver wires because, hey, I'm going to go get this hot, the hot name. And sometimes a hot name will outperform that, but not always. But if you could get a guy like a Peyton Pritchard or someone that's in that range that gets dropped because somebody wants to get Connect because he's in Charlotte and he's going to get a ton of usage, or, hey, I need rebounds, I'm going to go and get Diabate and drop another valuable guy that can help your team. That's I think the draft to me is about 40% of fantasy basketball. Where you win leagues are your fringe moves throughout the seasons, finding the guys where you can really get that value, scouring the waiver wires. I check, I'm in 9 leagues and I'm checking the waiver wires every single day in all 9 of those leagues just to look and see, because people get frustrated for different reasons. And sometimes people play with their heart instead of with their head, and you're playing with your head is how you win the money.
Yeah. All right. Well said. Well said. So Scott, I'll come back to you on this one.
Sure.
More on the reality side. What do you think this trade deadline? Oh, whoa. Detroit, Scott Keller.
Yes.
I love your shirt, your sweatshirt.
Thank you very much. There you go.
I love the color that you've gone with there.
Thank you.
Beautiful. And I love your glasses.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Dig it.
I don't wear them all the time, but man, got to stare at these screens. So
Yeah. There was a time in my life where I bothered with contact lenses. By the way, we are a fully bespectacled show right now.
yes, we are.
David, your glasses don't look that dissimilar from mine. You got the thinner earpiece.
Yeah.
though.
when I was picking out glasses, I pulled up a picture of you so I could try to be as close as possible.
You didn't just pull up a picture of this podcast logo? See if I can get that on the screen somehow. I'm not tech savvy enough to figure out how to get that logo on there. I think I probably could. But so Scott, coming back to you on this one, reality wise, what did the trades so far do to the league, you think? Like, we've seen a lot of guys, the Luka obviously is a big one. De'Aaron Fox shifting is a big one. AD. We've seen Zach LaVine back to the Western Conference. Jimmy Butler back in the Western Conference. When is someone gonna frickin' go east? There's a pathway there.
It's interesting. I think the problem, I guess in my opinion, the problem is with the East is less open than the West. So I mean, the West is way more competitive, and I think you got teams, top to bottom, that are making moves that think they have a chance. You get like Houston and Memphis that. A surprise this year, I think you could say, being the second and third seeds right now in the West. And so those teams, I'm expecting, like they're not going to stand pat, right? They think might be their window to go to the finals through the West. Whereas on the East, you got Cleveland, you got Boston, probably just about it right now. There's a couple teams you could throw into the mix, Milwaukee, teams like that. But I think really the Knicks, to me, are never really going to get over that hump with just staying pat with where they're at.
Knicks fans out there.
So yeah, I'll probably hurt them. And I don't really know if I'm curious to see. I mean, that's some of my questions at the trade deadline. Do the Knicks make a move? Because I kind of feel like the Knicks are a very stubborn team that aren't going to make a move. They're just going to play their 5 starters and go. But
yeah, it's true. Why the hell would you need more than the 5 guys if you're only going to play those 5 guys?
Exactly.
By the way, I did figure out how to get the logo on the screen. So thank you for everybody trying to look as close to that in this group as humanly possible.
I think we're going to see. Sorry, I think we're just going to see more splashes on the West and the East. The East, I think we're going to get those little people who just pop into there, solidify Cleveland, like we keep talking about DeAndre Hunter, solidify that 5th spot.
The sad morning that we're just like, hey, when is DeAndre Hunter going to get moved?
Yeah.
But like, we blew our trade, all of that leading up to this thing, and I'll go ahead and I'll get that trade tracker back up on the screen for everybody. That's something that I thought would be kind of fun to have this year. I thought I'd be adding more to it as the day went on. I've got all these vacant spots I keep opening up that have been filled by Reggie Jackson so far. But all of this was pre-today. We've only had 3 player movement related trades today. That's crazy. We're 2 hours basically from the actual deadline. There's me reminding you guys to all go like and subscribe. But like, last Saturday was the Luka deal. Sunday was the Fox deal. I think Tuesday was the Grimes deal, if I'm remembering right, or was that Wednesday? And then Middleton, Kuzma, Valanciunas, Jimmy Butler, Brandon Ingram, Mark Williams, all that stuff was basically within the last 24 hours, which it's freaking crazy how much happened, but like there was only so much more that could happen. I think we will get some stuff around the fringes coming here as well, but it's probably not going to be the big one. Maybe there will be one big surprise here, but unclear. So one thing that we haven't done on this live show is truly work our way through the trades that happened so far. I didn't know what was going to break, so I just kind of kept asking everybody, hey, let's talk about like your favorites so far. But let's just work through a few of them. Let's start up at the top, basically. Luka Doncic is now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. He signed for 1 more year, although you can bet they're going to offer him every penny that they can. We know the Lakers are still shopping Maxi Klebas. I think it's about an $11 million expiring deal, so they might do something there, but I don't know what's left for them to address. Probably some kind of guard, because I think Gabe Vincent is basically their only backup guard right now. Anthony Davis, Max Christie to the Mavs, Jalen Hood-Schifino, nobody cares about that part, to the Jazz. Scott, Fantasy wise, are you at all interested in Max Christie? Did anything else pop loose for you in this deal, or was this just, superstar craziness, laugh, giggle, whatever, cry, and then move on to the next thing?
Yeah, I don't think anything stood out that much. I think the reason why is probably I targeted Anthony Davis in teams and in drafts in the early season. So I had a lot of teams with Anthony Davis, and I'm not a big guy that likes to double up on same teams and whatnot. And now we've got a thing too with if you care a lot about the playoff schedules and how many games you're playing and things like that, and Dallas is not that favorable. So I guess I wouldn't completely load up on Dallas players on one team. So that kind of takes that out of the question for me. On the LA side of things, it kind of stinks because, again, a guy I was targeting was Austin Reeves in drafts, and I have him on a lot of teams. And that makes me feel like, with Doncic there, obviously there's going to be a decline. So, I guess I might look before league trade deadlines to maybe try and move Austin Reeves and see if I can do anything with that. But I can stay pat. But yeah, I think to me it was really just the Davis Doncic stuff. I think the stuff around the outsides doesn't do much for me.
I've already heard David's thoughts on the Spurs, Bulls, Kings situation there. So I'm going to come right back to you, Scott, on this one. Go ahead. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think that the Zach LaVine move to me is the biggest move so far, the entire deadline. I actually think it's a bigger move than the Doncic Davis stuff. I know Doncic is a generational player and it's going to change things, but the fact that Chicago has somewhat, I guess, admitted they have a problem and finally moved somebody it's exactly. It's the first step. And I think that it says a lot. I mean, we're in Detroit. Well, Dennis Pottman in Detroit. And I'm in Detroit. Being a Pistons fan, we had many years where we're taking on big contracts that were very unnecessary and just kind of destroying our franchise. And we kind of started making a turn towards the better just recently, since the Cade draft and things like that. And I kind of see that LaVine move being the first domino for Chicago to start finally turning the corner and improving themselves. So, Fox and Wemby together is huge. Obviously, it's going to be, a near unstoppable force, and they're going to be a power to reckon with in the West. But the LaVine one just feels so important, like it's progress here.
What do you think about Keon Ellis? Can he crack loose in Sacramento or no?
I guess I'm 50-50 on that. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I guess I'm not confident in answering that one. I think it's possible, but I think there's just so many bodies there now that to take that time away, take some minutes away from people. But I think they might be leaning into Malik Monk a lot. Obviously, they kind of showed they were going to do that when they moved him in the starting lineup and stayed attached to him. So I think that makes it tough for Keon Ellis to get in there.
We got a surprise guest on today's pod.
Right.
We didn't know what the schedule might allow, but I was messaged on the side. And Rhett, I'm starting with an affirmation. I really enjoy the combination of the way that your upper body attire blends with the backdrop of your jerseys now. It's a new display setup you've got there.
It is, yes. That's when you move. Well, thank you. First off, moving, I had to change some things up. Lost some closet space, and so now instead of having a closet, I have this wall of containers and stuff. And I said, that's too plain. I got to throw some jerseys on there, so I did. And
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not bespectacled. I've been watching, so I almost went up, took my contacts out, put my glasses on, but I only have a couple minutes before gotta do work and stuff. It's unfortunate. I should have taken today off. I've been sitting here waiting on a trade for the last 3 hours, and there hasn't. All respect to Davion Mitchell, there's not been anything happening, and so I'm confident the second I get into this meeting, you can count on it. 1:01 Eastern. There's going to be something massive, and I'm going to have to pretend like I'm not looking at my phone.
All right, so we've got you for 10 minutes then.
Roughly, yep.
Okay, so we're going to maximize my time here with Det Skeller and Rhett Bauer. Rhett, you, of course, can find on social media at Rhett_Bauer, one of the finest dynasty basketball minds that you will find out there. But I'm actually more interested in your redraft thoughts. Who is, as I asked Scott just a moment ago, Who's sponge worthy for you? Who are you using to move on right now?
I know I heard some reservations about Diabate because he's not a standard contract, but I don't see any way that he doesn't end up on a standard contract just because of the situation that the Hornets have. But beyond that, I mean, Buzelis, like you guys mentioned, I am Jalen Smith. I drafted Jalen Smith, and I know I commented to you, Dan, before the year. I said, is there a world where Jalen Smith ends up better than Vooch this year? That was wrong because Vooch has started the year absolutely insane. But the process of, Jalen's free Jalen Smith, as you mentioned, is definitely there. So I think between a couple Bulls, couple Hornets, it's about all you're going to get until, unless there's some marginal moves elsewhere that shuffle some starting lineups around.
What do you think about the Chicago Bulls direction right now?
Have the Bulls been thinking about the Bulls direction?
Direction is a loose term.
Right. I was on Locked On Pacers last night while the Lonzo news dropped, and I was like, the Bulls extended Lonzo? And then the more details came out. It was like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. But it was like, so they move all these guys, then they extend Lonzo, but now it's not a trade restriction. No, Buzelis, has been awesome, which is great. I find it funny that the best asset that the Bulls got was an asset that they likely would have kept in their own first by nature of just not being very good. So that top 10 protected the next couple of years. Like, we got our pick back. It's like, right, but you could have just that's the asset that you got. I guess it frees some stuff up, but all right, all that for a couple not quite play-in teams and your own pick is rough, but they're making some moves. Maybe they'll keep it up with Kobe and Io.
Man, I just keep looking back at Twitter and hoping that something's gonna go, and it still hasn't. How the hell did we get to this place? Let me get this thing back on the board. That's what I was doing next. We were kind of working our way through the board. Scott, I'm going to come back to you as I scroll down a little bit. What are your thoughts on this bad boy? Middleton to the Wizards, Kuzma to the Bucks. Scott, we've heard that Middleton is likely going to stay in Washington, but that doesn't mean that he's going to play every ball game. That's for damn sure. So what does this trade mean fantasy-wise?
For me personally, nothing. I don't want anything to do with either of them. But for other people, I'm sure there's other aspects. But I know, I can't remember who it was, but previously some people talked on this morning about Kyle Kuzma and how hopefully maybe he'll be a little more efficient with the Bucks, and maybe his game will change a little bit there. So I guess there's some hope there. With Middleton, I feel like that's just a shutdown waiting to happen, even wherever he is. So I guess I would stay far away from that. I know early in draft time, I was debating Khris Middleton being worthy of drafting, and I know you
I did not
use all your efforts to talk me out of that. So and rightfully so.
I tried. I'm never going to forgive Middleton for, I think it was now 3 seasons back, that he's almost ready to start the year. And then he was out for 7 weeks after that. And then he was back for 1. And I was like, all right, fine. I'm going to forget the awful start. And then he was out for another 6 weeks after that. So I'll never forgive him, and I'll never trust whatever the Bucks are trying to sell me again. And this one, they were like, oh yeah, I had surgery on both ankles. I'm like, yep. Nope, not happening. All right, let's keep moving down the board here. We're trying to go a little bit of lightning round because we don't have a ton of time with either of you sweet gents. What about this bad boy? Jonas Valanciunas to the Kings. Red, I'll come to you on this one. I've seen Kings Twitter is quite pleased about it, but I don't see how he plays more than about 18 to 20 minutes. Do you?
No, not at all. I guess it's better than the options that the Kings had. And the cost was relatively low. I mentioned it last night. I thought it was funny that the price to dump Daniel Tice was 1 second and the price to get Jonas Valanciunas was 2 seconds, and City Sissoko. It was like, so for the price of an extra second, you could get an actual rotation big rather than Daniel Tice, who probably shouldn't be a backup center, but somehow will actually play for OKC. I guess not if Chet's back.
Yeah,
but
true.
Anyways, I like it for J-Val, or I like it for the Kings. I don't love it for J-Val. Obviously, we kind of knew that was happening heading into the season. It was a question of how much value could you squeeze out of him before the trade deadline because of how movable that deal was. But, maybe it's Sabonis insurance, which is probably the the least necessary insurance in all of the NBA. But
yeah, that man's played through a few things. Scott, I'm gonna jump. Actually, you know what?
Dan, do you mind if I know we have Rhett for a very short amount of time. I'd like to get his thoughts on the AD to Dallas, the dynasty implications. PJ Washington has been playing out of his mind recently, and I think he's averaging like 23 and 12 or something. How much impact does AD have on his dynasty value moving forward?
I don't think it will have that much because, well, straight up, I don't think it'll have that much. But I think that the need for another ball handler in Dallas will, because when you get a ball handler, they're likely going to be taking shots, and that will take shots away from PJ. I'm curious to see what it looks like playing PJ at the 3, AD at the 4, Lively Gafford at the 5, because PJ's not a 3, and I think that's where a lot of his value has come, especially rebounding from that 4 spot for the Mavericks. But going to the 3, he's just been playing so well that it's hard to see him regressing, because I feel like we're kind of used to that. But the minutes are going to be there. The role is going to be like they don't have anybody his size really. So I don't see a dynasty slide for PJ, just because we know that the Mavs are going to close with AD at the 5. Like that's what will happen. It will be PJ at the 4, and you can count on that for the last 4 minutes of every game, basically.
There was a weird little update on the Caleb Martin, Quentin Grimes trade. It changes nothing. Apparently, Caleb Martin is more hurt than was initially reported, and so it kind of sounds like the NBA is asking the Sixers to send an additional second rounder to the Mavericks, or maybe that's just what they figured out together, to cover up the fact that Caleb Martin is not ready to play yet. So
the NBA bullied the Mavericks into getting more for Caleb Martin right after not getting more for Luka.
Apparently, yeah. Maybe they'll do the same on the Lakers trade. Hey, Anthony Davis is also dealing with a hip injury. You got to add another everything.
3 first-round picks.
Yeah, you got another 3. That's right. By the way, we've removed the Stippian rule, and now you can trade them all. Let's see here. We got and David, your time is almost up too. Crap, I'm about to lose all of you guys. Oh no, I'm in a panic. I don't even know where to go next. David, I'm gonna come to you first because you've been with me here for the first very long stretch on this bad boy. First of all, D. Will, I love you, bud. I'm so glad that we were able to do this together. Secondly, you look amazing. I know you've worked really hard to get there, and I'm stoked for you. I'm super proud also. But fantasy-wise, what are you hoping to see? And don't answer with literally anything, because that's what I want, and I'm saving that for myself.
I go back to Portland. I want to see some moves there. There are a number of guys in Portland that I want to see in different places. Jeremy Grant can obviously bring you fantasy value if he gets moved in Portland. That's probably not going to happen. And then free Scoot. Let Scoot take that team over. There's going to be a learning curve. It's going to be tough to probably roster him in standard leagues, but I think that he will eventually get there. I just have a ton of faith in him. So movement in Portland is my number one thing that I want to see, because I want to see Scoot have fantasy value.
Yep, that seems quite reasonable. Rhett had to go. Forgot he had the meeting that started exactly at 10, so I probably should have had Rhett say bye first. But bye, Rhett. Appreciate you, bud, for hopping on at the last minute here. He wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get a clear 10 to 15 minutes, but it's always good to talk to Dynasty Maven Rhett_Bauer. Let me put everybody's face a little bit bigger here. And then Det Skeller, Scott Keller, half of the Menace Podmen. What are you looking for the rest of trade deadline morning?
A big one, obviously, I'm a Pistons fan, being from Detroit, so I'd like to see the Pistons do something. I mean, Malik Beasley is the name on my mind that I would like to see moved. I think he's at like optimum peak value. I think that's why you sign him, to move him and flip him for something good. So I'd like to see Beasley be moved. If there's, I'm sure there's other pieces. Who knows if somebody's interested in Tim Hardaway Jr. or I know this probably isn't happening this year, but years ago when we extended Beef Stew, I thought that was the only reason we extended him, was so we could trade him to some team that won't, get some value out of him. Obviously, he's got some other maybe mental issues, I should say. I don't know how to say that. He's got a little screws loose. Yeah.
not fully hinged at all times.
So he may not be that desirable to other teams, but you never know. Big guys in this league, there's a need for them. So yeah, I'd like to see the Pistons do something. Yeah, we do get Ivy back. I can't wait for that.
Apparently, Jaden Ivey is progressing. We didn't talk about this earlier on the show. Apparently, progressing in his recovery. They're hoping that he might be able to get back out on the court in a month, which would be crazy. Because I think the thought was that that would be like the start of the getting ready to play would be the beginning of March, and then could you get it back by before the end of the season? Well, sounds like that's becoming more probable and less possible, which is good news for Detroit. And then obviously, for someone like Malik Beasley, who you were just talking about, he's done a whole lot more since Ivy went down. So that would kind of dovetail together a little bit. Could you trade for him? Could you do something on that front? But I know that the Pistons love their spacing they've got right now. They not just from a team build standpoint, the Pistons look so much more logical this year.
Like a real team.
Yeah. We have this guy in Cade, who's maybe not the greatest 3-point shooter on earth, but he can create. Yeah. Why don't we, and up until this year, that sentence ended with, why don't we stack as many dudes in the key or closer as humanly possible and see if Cade can score over a wall of 9 men? Or this year it was kind of like, hey, maybe we move those guys out a little bit. Yeah. And I know Tim Hardaway Jr. sucks. I don't care. He's better for what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, Troy Weaver went to Washington, and now they're the worst team on the planet Earth. That's kind of an amazing track record of tanking.
But yeah, other than the Pistons, I just want to see these contenders I'd like to see Cleveland make that move finally. I want to see Houston make a move. I want to see Memphis make a move. We want all these moves. Minnesota is an interesting one. Nobody talks about Minnesota that much. I feel like they made their mistake last year, letting Cat go, bringing in Julius Randle. That was probably a big mistake. I think that's definitely a big mistake. And I feel like they're hovering around that. I don't know where they are right now. 6, right around maybe that play-in edge. And I feel like they're going to want to prove that they can still compete for those top 6 spots. So I feel like they would make a move. And Conley, I think, to me, is a weak spot. So maybe you can find some sort of point guard to replace him.
Man, Minnesota. Oh dear. I have
Rob Dillingham.
Rob.
It's a little too early for him, but
and I know you guys got to go soon here. But David, what do you think? What does the future look like for Dillingham?
Where did you go to college, Dan?
I don't know. I don't follow college ball.
He's a Kentucky guard. That's been like a long time. Don't bet against Kentucky guards. And I don't know when he's fully going to get freed to have that role. But I think that you will see him thrive. How fantasy friendly is it going to be? I don't know. I think obviously there's going to be some efficiency issues there. I don't know how his turnovers will look, but I think real basketball wise, he's going to be great in that role. And I think that he would be a nice running partner with Edwards.
Gentlemen, I guess I'm going to be rolling solo for a minute here. We'll do a little bit of a reset, but you both have been fantastic. David, thank you so much for hanging out for half of the damn show. You're a beast. Go stretch your back. Det Skeller, Detroit, Scott Keller. Thank you as always, my man. It's good to talk to you a couple times, in the span of a day and a half. This is great.
I know. It's fantastic. I love it. Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
Follow these dudes on social. I've been saying, but it's DETSKELLER. David is at NBADWill21, NBADWILL21. Gentlemen, let's have something the rest of trade deadline morning. Appreciate you.
Literally anything.
Literally anything.
Later, Dan.
Later, fellas.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
We're going to be bringing Kingy in here in just a quick second. I'm going to do a quick reset on everything going on, and then we'll bring on my good buddy, Adam King. I have no idea what hour it is where Kingy's at right now, but it is early, as the kids say, AF, and he's a maniac. Welcome everybody to hour 4. It's the start of hour 4. Depends on how you count it out yet, I guess. Here on the Old Man Squad trade deadline live show, we have been graced so far this morning by these trades. Reggie Jackson went to the Wizards. Jared Butler went to the Sixers. Davion Mitchell went to the Heat. PJ Tucker went to the Raptors. And Patrick Baldwin Jr. went to the Spurs, which I could not envision a less exciting trade deadline morning. I've been so lucky to be able to hang out with as host of amazing fantasy analyst pals so far. But obviously the big stuff has already happened, and Kingy and I are going to go back and kind of retrace some of that stuff. But before we get there, want to thank everybody that's tuned in so far. The social media viewership has been extraordinarily high. That's the one that's really blowing me away. I know the YouTube viewership would have been way higher if a freaking trade went down. But here's the thing that I need you guys to do. Number one, if you're watching on YouTube, just hit the like button and subscribe. That's an easy one. If you're watching over on social media, we only do 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, live shows on social all season. All of the content here on Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball is over at the YouTube page. So if you like what we've been doing, if you've been enjoying it in any meaningful way, go check out the Old Man Squad YouTube page. Let's see if I can pull this up for you guys and put it on the screen so you guys can see basically what it looks like right now. And there we go. So that's what it looks like right now. That's Old Man Squad Sports Network. That's the Fantasy Sports YouTube page. The YouTube stuff is fantasy focused. The entire network overall has reality shows covering basketball from all kinds of different angles. We've got shows on rookies. We've got prospect shows. We've got fantasy basketball, football, baseball. We've got team shows. But the YouTube page, the video content is very fantasy focused. And I'd love it if you guys gave it a shot. You can see right here, these are some of the playlists. This is my show, Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball. You can see some of the latest episodes that popped up. We got some ads. We got trade deadline stashes with, again, some of the folks that you've seen on this program. These last few, I think this is with Thunder Dan, the one that I'm highlighting. Alex Barutha here was a couple days ago. The Menace Podman. We just did this one yesterday. We do nightly recap shows. And then this is something that I'm real proud of. I know we're working on getting everybody acclimated and knowing that we've got it. My good buddy Brenton Eckersley puts out these DFS shows. They're not every single day, but he breaks them down in basically 13 to 15 minutes. So you don't have to use a ton of your time. That's if you're a DFS player. So that's a really cool one as well. But now that we've reset it, and I'm sure you've all hit the like button, I'm sure that you've all subscribed, it's time to bring in my good friend who's wiping the sleep out of his eyes. Good. Yes. This is official. It's morning for both of us. It's a wee bit earlier for you than it is for me. But King, good morning, man. You haven't missed anything yet.
No, I caught the end of you and the guys there, and you were talking about wanting literally anything. It looks as though literally nothing has happened so far today. So I don't need to really acclimate myself too much with any movement over the last few hours.
Well, I mean, the closest thing we've got is that Shams, I guess, was on ESPN, and he says that teams are still trying to pry Kevin Durant away from the Phoenix Suns. Now, if that went down, that would probably make, if this isn't already the most insane trade deadline week we've ever had, that would probably make it so. But first of all, everybody follow Adam on Twitter and Blue Sky, Adam King 91. Is it 5 a.m. for you right now or 4?
5.
Okay, thank God. 4 is not an acceptable time. 5 is like the real crazy early birds are starting to get up. 4 is night.
Look, I mean, I'm normally up at 6, so
all right, so it's not too bad.
It's early, but it's not. It's not stupidly early, so I'm okay.
Okay, well, I'm happy to have you. You'll be with us here for the duration. God help you. And then you'll have your whole day ahead of you, which, for better or worse, that's what's coming.
Well, I did see that Chet Holmgren is off the injury report. It's not a trade related thing, but yeah.
Where the hell did that come from? Was there any indication that this was even remotely close?
I don't think, not that I was aware of. No, I mean, we knew that he was progressing, but not to the point where, hey, I'm good to go. So All right, that's some news.
What do you think? I'm almost tempted to put him on the trade deadline live tracker board and just like, hey, Chet Holmgren, not hurt anymore, and just say Chet Holmgren to the Thunder. What do you think this does to the Thunder? We talked about it one time earlier, but we're 3 hours into this thing, so we're gonna cover a little bit more ground, and you and I can go through almost everything that's happened so far. How much does it hurt Hartenstein? I mean, there isn't really like an add or a drop from the Chet Holmgren thing.
No.
It's just sort of what happens to pre-established dudes, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hartenstein is obviously the big question mark, and we haven't had a look at what they look like together yet. It's going to be interesting. Look, I think it certainly impacts Hartenstein, but I get questions about him all the time on my show, and I still think he'll be okay. I guess it's going to be whether the Thunder want to stagger them. How much do they play them together? Do they start them together in certain matchups? Cleveland comes to mind. If they're playing Cleveland, are they going to roll out Hartenstein and Chet to match up with Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley? Maybe. So I think it impacts him, but it's a situation I think where Chet's going to be ramped up a little bit. He's not coming back in, I don't think, although we didn't even think he was coming back yet. I don't think he's coming back to play 30-plus minutes out of the gate. So we've got a bit of time here to figure this out. But I think for the Thunder, it just makes them even better. And that's pretty scary given how good they've been this season.
Yeah. That one was a shocker. But I still just want to trade. I mean, call me greedy, I guess, but I want something to happen. I booked a 5.5-hour damn live show, and had nothing happen so far. Killing me, NBA. Let's go through some of the ones from earlier in the week, Adam, because we haven't had your take on the show yet. Mark Williams to the Lakers for Dalton Knecht and Cam Reddish actually feels like it had a handful of fantasy ramifications, maybe more so than most of these other ones. Where do you stand on Dalton Knecht and Moussa Diabate? Those have been the two names that have come up a bunch on the show.
So I think, and I saw that you had put something on Twitter just before I was checking it just before I went to bed last night, which actually wasn't until closer to midnight. It was a bit, I was hoping to get to bed early. That didn't happen.
Yeah, not quite.
So, and I saw that you basically, well, you were unsure of Dalton Knecht. What is he going to play 25 minutes? Is he going to play 30 minutes? Does he start? Does he come off the bench? I'm not, in terms of the starting benching discussion, I'm not too sure, but I do think he plays 30 minutes. I just don't think they would have given up Mark Williams to get a guy that they're going to play 24 minutes off the bench, given where they are in the standings, given their injuries, given everything. I think he is probably an ad. What's his upside? I'm not sure. We've seen very small flashes. There was it a 2 or a 3 game stretch earlier in the season for LA where he had that one breakout game where he got 30
he went crazy
something points, and everyone thought, oh God, we've got to add him, and then he just did nothing. But to be fair, he hasn't really had a consistent opportunity either. So it could be up and down, but I think he's probably worth an ad. And then, Diabate is, I had a ton of questions about him on my post-game show yesterday. And are we adding him over Nick Richards? Are we adding him over Khalil Ware? I can't remember the other names off the top of my head. I think he's in for obviously a pretty significant bump here. He's going to have a consistent role. Does he start? I mean, the Hornets have started Taj Gibson when Mark Williams has been out this season. So
yep, that's a real thing that happened.
It is. I don't know if they're going to look to sign someone else here, trade for someone else. I'm not sure what's on their agenda. I don't think Charlotte know what's on their agenda, to be fair. But I think Diabate is going to play 30 minutes, whether he's coming off the bench, whether he's starting. As the roster currently stands, they're not playing Taj Gibson 30 minutes. He'll play 16 or something like that. So I think Diabate is, again, worth rostering. his offense is very raw. He's probably maybe a double per night with 1.5 to 2 defensive stats. So there's enough there, I think, for me in a standard league, but certainly not the upside of someone like a Kel'el Ware.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, hey, we got another friend alert before we get to the next thing. Also, extraordinarily early for this man, Matty G. What's up at NBA G Wiz?
He has a new baby. He's probably up at this time every day.
I got a reprieve. I got to sleep last night a little bit, so I'm feeling fresh. And I woke up just to prep for the pod, and I'm like, is everyone just stalling? Is there just going to be this mountain of like spy versus spy trades at the end of this deadline? Or it's, no. We got the biggest star. No, we got something, because there's like a surprise. What have I missed?
Literally nothing.
Nothing.
Not one thing that you've missed so far. Not one.
Wait, does Dennis Schroeder have a home yet? Is Dennis Schroeder still playing basketball?
He's still playing somewhere. He's going to be on like his 11th team in 9 years or something like that. He's going.
Do you think PJ Tucker is just on a plane circling the United States, waiting for a final destination kind of thing?
Did you guys see that and I mentioned this earlier in the show. Did you guys see that he Instagrammed the Undertaker meme where he's like getting up out of the coffin when he was going to Miami because I think he thought he was going to play, and now whoops, back to. By the way, he needs to circle more than the United States because I think he's headed to Canada right now.
He does, and he has he played for Toronto? I feel like he has, but I could be wrong.
I have no idea.
PJ Tucker, Toronto. I don't think
maybe
he
he hasn't.
Is anybody going to pass Ish Smith? I feel like he's no one's ever going to conquer the Ish Smith hill because he's basically covered every team in the NBA at this point. Yeah, Matty G, you've missed nothing. By the way, you guys are each owed an affirmation. Every guest or co-host that comes on this show, we're doing all compliments, baby. This is the era of good vibes here on the trade deadline show. Because if we don't get a trade, I got to do something. Kingy, you were on first with me. And I got to tell you, man, there's so many nice things that I could say. How do I pick the right one? Number one, I love your hair. I'm also jealous of it. So that's a big one.
I don't love it, but
what people have seen what it looks like under this cap here.
I'm used to having it very short. I mean, if you remember back 6 months, mine was shaved and had typically is for years.
It was too.
But hairs my daughter sort of said, "Hey, Dad, you've got a lot of friends that don't have hair. You do have hair. Why don't you grow it?" So
she's talking about members of the old man squad here.
No, I'm not dropping any names at all.
I want like old man Logan. I want old man Kingy with like this like graying beard and this like sitting on a porch with a big brimmed hat kind of.
Oh yeah,
guy. I want to see
that's
that
the
guy
dream.
Well, we can all do it at Summer League together. Matty G. So I know that the universe perhaps has voted that Dan Titus is the most handsome man in fantasy basketball, but as someone who's been regularly mistaken for me, obviously you are the most handsome man in fantasy basketball. My lookalike from down under.
Thank you.
Welcome officially to the program. It's a pleasure to have you guys at this ungodly hour. And thank you for wearing a Dodgers hat too. I know it's tipped up right now, but I saw it when you were moving it around there for a minute. Kind of a decent baseball team.
Yep.
Matty, I know we don't have you forever, so I'm not going to screw around too long here, but it is sort of what I do until a trade happens. Screw today. What have been your moves, basically, because like here, I'll get this. Whoops, that wasn't it. Which one do I want? There's the one. That's the look that I wanted. These are all the trades that have gone down. I've just been cataloging them as they've happened. Today's been surprisingly easy. But as these things go, and I'll again shout out Daniel McKee, who was on the show earlier this morning, was like, hey, be judicious with your moves. I'm not using most of mine yet. I actually come from the other side on that one. I think these trades have been the ones that we should be using the moves on because I don't know that much else is about to go down, and what is we've probably kind of been prepped for. So I used the Seinfeld reference also earlier in the show. Who's been sponge-worthy for you to this point? Who have you used a weekly move on where you're just like, I know this is using up a move, but I'm going to do it anyway?
Well, I'm checking now in a league because there's been a couple of moves that I've made, and I'm just seeing, I paid $150 in our fantasy league for Moussa Diabate in Charlotte because we're getting towards that time where there was just a lot of budget left. I want to make sure I got it. For me, it's just been these guys instinctually. There's guys here who just make that waiver wire thing. I'm kind of the same as your friend earlier. I was being judicious with my moves this week in fantasy until the deadline. But with it only being a few hours to go, I think the key ones for me, like the gut instinct, was Max Christie. I love this here. I want to see what role he can get. King, I think we mentioned that in the pod the other day, that I was really keen to see what they did with Max Christie. And then the next news there became Quentin Grimes was going out to Philly. And I was like, well, Christie is going to be great. Wait, what's happening here? And then he had that beautiful game off the bench the other day. I really like the Christie move. I can see him working his way into the starting unit there, especially in the short term. I definitely love that. I think the Dalton Connect in Charlotte flyer is massive. I think Moussa Diabate and Saloon are probably the main ones that I'm taking away. That these fringy guys, I think Kyle Kuzma takes a bit of a sideways step in Milwaukee. It's not going to be the Kuz show. It's kind of been these.
We've probably watched enough of the Kuz show anyway, right?
Let me think. He's going to still think it's probably going to be Kuz's show at a time, but he has shown when he's not playing on a trash team that he is capable of playing beside a superstar. So hat off to him. He won a championship in LA for that. So I think those fringy movements are the ones that I'm most intrigued by, or that fantasy-wise I'm taking a flyer on Grimes. I'm taking that flyer on Dalton Connect to just go nuts and LaMelo to be shut down. The thing here, King, you mentioned, I think it was a month and a half ago, you're like, do the Hornets push in? Do they go for the play-in with where they were playing? And then it's been a very quickly, no, we don't want to do that. They heard your podcast and they didn't want you saying nice things about their organization. And it was just done. So for me, they're now, I think it's the 12 wins. I'm double checking this right now. Yeah, they're on 12 wins. The worst team in the NBA is the Wizards, only on 9. So they're in this rarefied era of the Jazz, the Pelicans, and the Hornets. So they've got nothing to lose, man. So we're seeing, I think, Saloon season, Diabate. I've just added him because they need a center. They need a big. I mean, the Lakers were looking at life without one, so they brought in Mark Williams.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at these two guys as the biggest moves around the fringes with Dalton Connect, and for me, I'm really liking the Max Christie ad in a lot of leagues as well. Really, I'm here for that one.
I like that. Yeah, Max Christie hasn't been brought up all that much. And by the way, I see he's running early. I love a man who's running early. Roto Mike Barner.
Dan, there's a trade.
Did we just get one?
Dan?
Yeah.
Did we finally get one?
I mentioned the Hornets and I mentioned Diabate, and it looks like Mike Barner. Am I right? Is this what's happening?
Yes, it says per Shams, the Phoenix Suns are trading Yusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, Micic, and a 2026 second-round pick.
Ta-da!
Boom. And thanks for having me on, Dan. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, thank God. Thank the good Lord, man. Barter, you're the good luck charm. A thing happened when you came on.
Booyah!
Oh, my Lord. All right. King, you get us started on this one. I'm going to get some tweets going for the show. Producer, host, all that thing. Let's, you guys take me around the horn on this one.
All right. Well, it's good. Welcome, Mike. So all you just needed Mike Barner to be on the show 2 hours ago, and there would have been a trade. What does this mean? Well, I mean, you were just talking about Moussa Diabate, and I talked last night on my show about everyone was adding him, and do we drop Khalil Ware and add Moussa Diabate? And I said, look, I think Diabate will have some value, but I don't know if the Hornets are done with moves here, because Diabate is not an NBA caliber starting center that can actually achieve anything. And to be honest, they don't want to achieve anything, obviously. But Yusuf Nurkic, I'm assuming, would be coming here to start. Taj Gibson is not the answer. Surely we can all agree on that. So I think for Nurkic, if they're done with moves, this is at least he'll be on the court. He hasn't been playing at all. So I like that for him. Micic is gone. So I guess at least until LaMelo is back, Dalton Connect will start. Point guard will be, is it going to be KJ Simpson for a week or something like that? Charlotte's a very interesting organization. But for Nurkic, I think this is an opportunity for him to sort of, I don't know, remodel what's been a month? Has it been a month? Has it been that long that he's been out of the lineup? Maybe.
Yeah, almost. It feels like forever.
Yeah. So I think an opportunity for him to sort of turn things around here on a team that honestly could just let him go out there and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I
was coughing into the microphone, huh? Sorry, guys.
I like this trade for Nurkic, like King said, because he's at least going to play. KJ Simpson, they do kind of like him, but he doesn't really produce fantasy stats. He's been playing like 25, 28 minutes, but he hasn't really been doing anything. So I guess maybe this helps LaMelo actually play because they don't have Micic to just turn to run the tank. But again, could we see some combination of KJ Simpson and Isaiah Wong from the middle of March to the end of the season? That's disgusting. But we could see it. Love Dalton Connect, Cody Martin gone now. That takes away some minutes there too. So yeah, I like big boost for Connect and also good news for Nurkic. And Diabate now he was basically rebounds before. I mean, he wasn't going to get you more than like 6 to 10 points a game, even with starting. So now the rebound opportunities go down. And, Nurkic, he's probably one of the better center ads at this point.
Yeah.
Well,
I just went to have a look at all the leagues that I have him and don't have Nurkic, and he was not added in 1, 2, 3, 5 leagues.
Yeah. And
by the time that I did the analyst thing and refreshed them, he is now only available in 1 league. So people are just like, oh. Boom,
I don't
Nurkic.
blame them though. I don't blame them. This is sort of a spot you take a flyer on a guy like that. By the way, we're joined by Adam G. Stock as well. Just in time, you and Mike Barner are joining the program as an actual real life big kid trade happened in the NBA today. Mr. Stock. Oh, I got to do affirmations first, then I'll put this back up on the screen. Everybody gets a compliment when they come on my show today. And Barner, you haven't gotten one yet either, but voice is starting to fray just a tiny bit on hour 3.5 of the podcast. Adam G. Stock, my God, man. I know I already complimented Adam King's hair, but your hair looks outstanding today. Just really outstanding.
Thank you. I just patted it down with water like 2 seconds ago, and now I'm just trying to add Nurk in my points league.
Oh, I just roll out of bed like this, he says. What a son of a gun. Mr. Barner, for one, I'm going to compliment your backdrop first. Your backdrop is outstanding there.
Thank
Number
you.
2, I very rarely have more fun on a podcast than when I'm hanging out with you, and you came in guns blazing, and you brought us a trade. You're the man. I'm so glad to have you guys.
Noah. Remember when Noah used to hit that? Until the league
That's right.
The league said you can't do that, Noah, and he hit that circus shot of his.
With his side spin shot select. Yeah. Man, this is interesting. So, Stock, since you just joined us, we'll throw you right in the hot seat unless you're trying to make ads in your leagues right now. Feel free to wave me off if you need a second. Because I was tweeting and posting and all that stuff. What's your take on this? Does this ruin Diabate?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I bet he'll still get a chance, but it'll probably come in like mid-March now instead of like from now until the end of the season. The Hornets still aren't going anywhere. I don't know why they would play Nurk in April. Not like he's a world beater at this point in his career, but he could get hot once or twice down the stretch, and the Hornets don't want that. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it just kind of like pushes it a little further. Probably helps Connect. I would think too with Cody getting out of there. Josh Green's been killing it in steals lately. It's worth keeping an eye on too. So there'll probably be a bunch of guys in Charlotte who don't like top end options, but they could be pretty useful in stretches.
I will also say for those that are joining us here on the shoulders of this Nurkic news, please take a second to like the damn video and subscribe to Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball. This is what I've been waiting to do all damn show long when something's actually going down. Those, again, watching on social media, you got to go over to the YouTube page because we don't do most of these things live over there. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's keep figuring this thing out. Mike, while I was doing a bunch of tweeting about the news and getting people to come on over to the show, I heard you mention what the Hornets do at the guard spot. So, Mr. Stock, I'll come over to you on that one as well. LaMelo's out. The backup point guard is now out. What?
Yeah, I don't know. Is like Nick Smith gonna take a zillion shots for however long LaMelo's out? Like it's not really clear right now. Like they have a bunch of wings, but not really point guards. So I'm not really sure how it's going to work. I don't think Charlotte's too worried about it working well. So I think we can kind of watch a couple games and see who's picking up that usage. And honestly, like Ball could be back in like 2-3 games too.
Yeah. What do we think? Do we think LaMelo? Kingy, do we think LaMelo shows up at any point here?
I sure hope so. I have him in so many leagues. I need him back. You do prep for an absence when it comes to LaMelo, but it would be nice to have him on the floor. It does sound like he is getting close. I sort of penciled him in. I thought, man, they'll probably just wait till after the All-Star break here, but
yeah,
maybe we get a game before the All-Star break. I don't even know how many games they've got before the All-Star break. 3, something like that. Are we about a week away from All-Star Rising Stars?
Yeah,
something like
1
that.
week.
So yeah, 3 games. I guess maybe we get 1, but after the All-Star break, I'm hoping he's good to go. Whatever that looks like, we Charlotte is always a mystery.
Sorry,
I have a trade idea.
Hit me.
Knicks, Hornets. DeLon Wright, who was just acquired by the Knicks, to the Hornets. Tom Thibodeau gets Taj Gibson in return.
Yeah.
Hey, Barner.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say if that happens, they might start Taj over Cat. Tibbs would do that, wouldn't he? He'd roll Taj out there for 15 minutes as a starter.
He can do it.
I wonder if DeLon will get any run in New York because he kind of seems like a Thibs player too, you know?
He's a Thibs player.
For sure.
Yeah.
He's absolutely a Thibs player.
It's like John Lucas III. He loved him some John Lucas III.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
so glad.
Hey, and we heard how much he loved Jericho Sims, but Jericho Sims wasn't long for New York either, so.
He had to free up the roster spot for Taj Gibson. We still got
we
got an hour and a half here. He's got
it's right there. It's right there for the taking. Barner, at some point I'm going to hit you up about the Bulls stuff. But let's work our way through this thing now. Matty G, on the guard side in Charlotte, you know, they just picked up a center here and they sent out a wing and a point guard. Would you pick up Nick Smith Jr.? Is there enough there?
I think we already were adding in leagues, to be fair. I think with him out of the way, I think with LaMelo, I think you're right. It's weird to actually have an injury report from the Hornets that makes sense. And they actually reported on Tuesday. Like when they do things officially, you're like, wait a second, was the intern's day in? Was someone sick and the intern just decided to show what they could do? On Tuesday, they reported that, you gave us information? On Tuesday, they reported that LaMelo had progressed back to on-court activities and had resumed all his work on the court. I know he practiced yesterday, I believe it was, or the day before. He was practicing with the team, like he was involved in team workouts. So I do think we see him back, but they've won 12 bloody games. Like, let's be honest here. Like, we're not playing for sheep stations. We are playing officially now to capture the flag next year. So I don't think we see Nurk out there for long. I think the boys are right. I think there's a very much shutdown eligibility with him. I don't think he's long to see. Maybe he gets one of those illnesses that he gets, or that he's unhappy. We know what happens when Nurk is unhappy. He'll make everybody very, very bad. But he'll get a run. He'll put up your value. He'll get your double-double machine. He's going to change some people's destiny in leagues. But guard depth-wise, mate, it's back to Joshy Green around the fringes here. What are they doing? Like this is they've gone full tank mode now.
Dan,
Is
I
Dan
think
on
you're
mute?
muted.
I think you muted.
I think so. Here we go.
I'm
This is
sorry,
the.
guys. I was eating a piece of beef jerky, and I didn't want anybody to hear it. I turned my mic off for a minute.
I've got LaMelo. I've got LaMelo as the starter. He's out. He's coming back soon. Mičić isn't with the team. Nick Smith Jr. is the only guy that Seth Curry minutes. Who are we getting that one? Isaiah Wong. I think Adamstead. That's pretty much the full experience now.
Yeah, maybe it's just hold on and wait for LaMelo to come back and not deep dive the crud too hard there. That's fair. It was just nice to have a trade. It's nice to have a real trade where pieces moved and someone might see changes in minutes. Kingy, would you go? So a couple of folks are asking, like, would you rather have Nurk on the Hornets or Nick Richards on the Suns on your fantasy roster right now? Here, this is the question from the chat room, and it covered up a face. How do I fix that? I don't know. I'll take the question back.
Cover my face would be better.
I can't. I don't know how to rearrange them. I don't want to cover Adam Stock's face.
I thought it was Ryan Reynolds in the bottom. I thought it was Ryan Reynolds in the bottom frame. I'm like,
there is you do have a little bit of a Ryan Reynolds thing going on.
Yeah, good Canadian boy. West Coast
right.
too. I appreciate it.
Can someone talk me into Mint Mobile? I don't know. Is it any good? Do a spot for him here on the show. But seriously though, like thinking through some of these centers right now, I think it seems like we're all in agreement that Diabate's in giant trouble after that went down. So I'll just go top to bottom with you guys. Kingy, of all the centers that are floating around right now, is Nurk the most interesting ad?
So, interesting question from Michael Dunn there, Nurk or Nick Richards. While you guys were talking, I actually went into my trial league and I dropped Nick Richards and added Jusuf Nurkic. So, my answer to the question is Jusuf Nurkic. It is a league that I'm punting blocks. So, I think Richards probably got a little bit more upside in blocks. But, yeah, look, I mean, Richards has been starting, but he hasn't been doing a lot the last couple of games. He's had one or two where he's popped off, but you need to be playing Brooklyn or Charlotte or Washington to be able to do that generally. So I added Nurk over Richards. So that's my answer to the question. No idea if he's going to play 18 minutes or 30 minutes, but I would assume that he is coming here pretty annoyed with what's transpired the last month. So hoping that he can sort of play with that chip on his shoulder, so to speak, and get back to what we know. We know he can be an impactful center fantasy-wise because he has a relatively nice game. He does other things that a lot of centers can't do. He is a decent passer. He's not a good passer, but he's decent. And his old concrete hands tend to he falls into a steal a game. He just throws his big mid out there and the ball bangs into it. So
his hands are still better than Cam Reddish's. I don't care what anybody says. Cam Reddish has the worst hands of anyone I've seen in the NBA right now.
Later legend, Cam Reddish. Yeah. So yes, I don't mind Nurk as an ad. I really just wanted to get him on a league and make a move based on a trade. So that's sort of the reason why.
Yeah, I guess I don't blame you on that one. Hey, Matty G, have you ever seen a team turn on a player the way that everybody on the Suns turned on Jusuf Nurkic? I thought that was absolutely hilarious when he got in that scrum. I forget who the hell it was. Was that with one of the Rockets? No, that was a different one, huh? Where nobody had his back. Not one player on that team had his back.
I didn't think they sold pitchforks in Phoenix. I'm not really aware of America and your landscaping, but I think it's just outside the farming belt in the desert. It was wild because this was a guy that they vouched for and they bought into the team initially. Like this was the guy that they wanted. I think it just shows you also like the state of Phoenix. I think it's an exploration of what's going on there. Like we keep on hearing these rumors about like just after that trade came through. I know when I'm off the show today because you got another hour or so to go here. Or 2 hours to go.
I got 2.
Guys, does KD move? Because apparently he said no, but the latest rumors out. So if there's KD who they're bought at, what's going on with Ishbia is the deal as well. Like I'm very curious here because I think it's the win now championship. And did he expect them just to buy the team and then provide the Larry O'Brien? There's got to be some extra moves here because I'm not even sure if we do see them like I'm not convinced that KD's not out yet. Nurk's gone. They've turned on this one. I think there's something internally in Phoenix that isn't right. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I think the Kevin Love sacrificial lamb or the Chris Bosh, like it's their fault. It's their fault. I think very much that it was Nurk's fault. And that's how it turned out.
Yeah. We'll see if any of that improves. Hey, Mike, I've been vowing to get to you on this one. What are your thoughts on what the Bulls are doing and have done so far?
Started out so promising. Okay, traded Zach LaVine. Hooray! He's gone. Finally, they're way better without him. Now we got to trade Vucevic and Lonzo Ball. Wait a minute, contract extension for Lonzo Ball. What are we doing? What are they doing? They have so many guards, and they signed Lonzo Ball. This is the perfect situation. The guy hasn't played for 2.5 years. He's healthy. He looks great. Trade him. Get anything for him. This is the perfect opportunity. No. Wait a minute. We are not that far out of the 9th seed now with that Jalen Johnson injury on the Hawks. This is Jerry Reinsdorf. We could get that extra home playoff game. Sign him up. Let's get Lonzo that extension. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't trade Vucevic now. We have the pieces to get the 9th seed. Dan, I'm sick. I don't like it.
What if they – did the Hunter trade just go through or no?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Okay, we got another one. You guys picked the right window, man. I sat here with literally
I hate this trade for DeAndre Hunter for fantasy. I have him in a couple key spots.
Yeah,
I hate this.
Yeah.
He's now like Cam Johnson light. I mean, he's finally starting to get some rebounds now. So because Jalen Johnson's out and someone has to rebound, but now he's going to go to the Cavaliers. He's just going to stand out behind the arc and he's going to space the floor. His usage rate's going to plummet. I hate this. I hate this for DeAndre Hunter. I hate it.
Go ahead.
Laverne and Yang.
Yeah. It's almost the other half. So Hunter's cooked.
Yeah.
He's dropped.
Yeah,
any disagreements on the Hunter drop, most likely?
No, Levert's up though.
If you're asking me DeAndre Hunter or Dalton Connect, I might actually say Dalton Connect, which 48 hours ago would have been insane. Would have been blasphemy. But now I think so.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Do we think Stock, I haven't come to you in a little bit. Do we think Khris LeVert could do enough in 9, Cat, or are there too many deficiencies in his game?
I bet he'll be borderline. Like I would want him in 14, but I don't think 12. He's going to be more valuable than a streaming spot. With guys like LeVert and guys like Nick Richards just circling back a bit, I'm not too worried about like holding them at this point in the season, because in a month you're going to be dropping them on Sunday of the week before your playoff matchup anyway. So I don't get too attached to these guys. I don't really see. So I guess LeVert could pick up some of Hunter's minutes and touches, but I still don't think that's enough to get 12 and 14. Sure.
Kingy, take us through the breakdown with everybody for a minute here, if you could, while I work the phones.
Go and eat some beef jerky there, Dan. We'll cover this one. Hunter. I mean, he's going to play, but yes, as you said, Cleveland, not an ideal landing spot for him. He will have some streaming appeal. He's still going to score some points, but he won't have as wide a berth as he's had playing for Atlanta. For Atlanta getting Khris LeVert, fantasy wise, I just don't think, if Khris LeVert played 48 minutes, he'd still be very mid because he just has some holes in his game, and he'll be on that radar, but nothing really changes, I don't think, fantasy wise. But I do like it from a real life perspective for the Hawks. I've sort of merged into a Hawks fan, sadly, I think, because of Dyson Daniels, and I like Trae Young. Okongwu is finally starting, which I like. So I think from a real life perspective, it gives them a nice secondary ball handler at least. Because, and speaking of the Hawks, what happened to the Bogdanovich trade? He was sort of rested or removed from the lineup a week ago because a trade was pending, and we haven't heard anything about that. So is Cam Johnson still being traded? He was randomly upgraded to available last night for Brooklyn.
That was crazy
for whatever reason. So yeah, I mean, we haven't had many trades, but maybe we'll get some in the next. What have we got? An hour and 15 minutes, and it probably won't be Vucevic because as Mike has alluded to, the Bulls are now primed for that 9th spot.
It's tasty.
Glory everlasting for the Chicago Bulls. So we could get some moves, but yes, for as a sort of an Atlanta fan, I don't mind it because they will push for the play-in / playoff, I think, and LeVert probably helps a little bit with that.
Quick reminder to everybody. Sorry, Matty G, I cut you off there for a sec. Let me just remind everyone, hey, those that are joining us here to get this breakdown of the Hunter and Khris LeVert trade, hit that like button on the video. Really appreciate it. It helps push it into everybody else's feed. Subscribe to Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball. Matty G, as you were.
Oh, no, a comment from F6P Chad in the I love this one, and it's so true. We are about to go through a live trade deadline where Levine, Luka, De'Aaron Fox, Anthony Davis, and Mark Williams are all traded, and Clint Capella isn't.
So this is Chad. Dan, you know who this is. Chad.
I do, yeah, absolutely.
He needs to go to bed because every time he goes to bed, trades happen. So Chad, I know you're watching along and it's like the middle of the day, but go and have a nap and we will get some trades.
Hey, I'll take these. I'll take the 2 we've just had over the first 3 hours of the day. Literally nothing. At least we got Hunter on the move. Nurkic moved.
Yeah,
I picked up Nurk in a few spots. That trade led to something.
I missed it by 1 minute. I was on a podcast. I don't know how you guys managed to do that so quickly. I mean, I was looking here. I was looking down below at Ryan Reynolds. I was lost. Thanks for that, G-Stock.
Oh, what's up, Jared? Longtime fantasy beast, Jared Johnson. Just saying hey to you, and we'll get the trade back up on the screen there. Always love to see the folks. Longtime Roto-Worlder. I chose my words poorly. Jared Johnson. But that beef jerky did help me quite a bit. I feel powered up for what's to come. So unfortunately, I guess the end result of this one, it sounds like, is DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs, Khris LeVert, George Niang to the Atlanta Hawks is mostly drops coming out of this because we've taken the guy who was doing enough where he was, and we've moved him into a situation where he's now like the 4th option, and we've taken 2 guys that were not doing very much where they were, and we've dropped them into a bigger log jam because none of them is going to just be whatever DeAndre Hunter was. Also kind of waiting to see what goes on with Bogdan Bogdanovic. If he gets moved at the deadline, Vit Krejci has been in and out of, or on and off of fantasy rosters a little bit over the last couple of weeks. But you know what? I don't care. At least it's something. I've been able to update my live deadline trade tracker. Look at that. Actual trades here. Look at those. I had to leave a slot. That's twice Patrick Baldwin's been on this board. Crushing my spirit.
PJ Tucker's been traded 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, Kingy was saying his plane is just circling the North America right now, waiting to figure out where it actually lands.
He can't sign any apartment leases. Do not sign anything month to month for PJ.
He's got
Tucker.
a studio apartment in like 6 different cities right now.
He couldn't get the Clippers to trade him, and now he can't get teams to stop trading him.
That's a great
really
point.
True.
I love that Ben Hoops is in chat freaking out about the Dyson Daniels impact. There's barely any Dyson Daniels impact here, Benny. just breathe. And if there was any impact, you'd see Adam King crying right now. So
I would be in tears. I'd be giving up fantasy, retiring, and moving on.
Don't speak these terrible things. Thank you to everybody that does continue, by the way, to like, rate, and subscribe. That's been a nice little boost here over the last 20 or 30 minutes. Do we think this is actually a pretty good question? And again, unfortunately, it covers Ryan Reynolds' face at the bottom of the screen here. Do we think Zachary Reese-Shea is a possible winner in this? So, Ryan, we'll go to you on this one. We'll stick with the bit. Adam, what do you think about Reese-Shea?
Reese-Shea's problem is that he's not that good at the moment. So,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, he could definitely pick up some extra minutes, but like, is that going to be enough to make him all that good? He's just not that good of a permanent guy. So I think he's another guy who's like, yeah, you could grab him, but he's just going to be a back end dude anyways. So it's like, is he more valuable than a streaming spot? Probably not. Like I don't like the Hawks are still going to go for the play-in and whatnot. They're not going to all of a sudden play him 36 minutes and feed him as many shots as possible. And I think that's really his only path to being more than just forgettable. So I'm keeping an eye on him, but deeply guy.
What do you guys think here? Mike, I'll come to you first on this one. And then Matty G, I don't know how much time we have you for, so please jump in and let me know.
Whenever you kick me out.
That's not happening until you have to take a kid to school.
If I hear the kid knocking in the room next door, I think that's my sign that daddy, I'm awake. And then I'll go.
Fair. All right. So Barner, I'll come to you on this one. Are the Cavs good enough to make a run at a title now?
Yeah, I mean, Hunter, not only is Hunter a good floor spacer here, but he's actually a pretty good defender too. I mean, he's not great, but is he a better defender than Khris LeVert? Yep. That's for sure. So I like this addition for them. They were rumored to be in that Cam Johnson range. Would I like Cam Johnson more than DeAndre Hunter if they had gotten him? Yeah, probably. But this is pretty comparable. So I do like this move for them quite a bit. They really didn't give up. I mean, Niang, nothing really important for them. Hunter is a big upgrade over LeVert. So yeah, I really like this trade for them. It all depends on, the Celtics are going to be tough to beat in a 7-game series because if they get hot from behind the arc for 2 or 3 of those games, there's no way you can beat them, no matter who's on your team. If they're going to take 63 pointers and make 45% of them, you're not going to win. But this definitely improves their chances, I think. And we were talking about the kids. You've got me for about 10 more minutes. I had a snow day here in New York, and both my kids are upstairs. They're being quiet. I don't know how long it's going to last, Dan. So we're doing good here, but I'm not going to push the envelope.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to push the envelope on that, though. I actually think this makes them weaker. And and just marginally, I know that it's like an upgrade on Khris LeVert, who was Khris LeVert, but at least he'd found his home. I'm actually more curious about the Niang fit. Like, I really liked him off the bench for these guys. Like, he had that ability to space the floor. He's a hard worker. We've seen him absolutely be nothing but pivotal in that second unit. I think this actually makes Cleveland's second unit worse. And for me, that's where I'm in a 20-man 10 league. So 200 players, there's no stash spots, no anything. So that you're using 200 players. Getting Niang on back-to-back sets where 3-point percentage has been a category, turnovers, personal fouls, all those little fringy stuff. He's just so dependable. And then I think about the second unit for Cleveland is yeah, you know what? I actually like him out there. It's a good reprieve for Jarrett Allen or for Evan Mobley, and that fit as a spacer. So I actually think it just makes them stronger in one spot, but it's a bit of a deficit off the bench for Cleveland.
I would think they'll probably be a pretty popular buyout place. Wouldn't you guys think? I mean, they're title contenders. So if there's one of these, power forwards that shoots 3 or a forward/center mix, it's probably an appealing landing spot for one of those veterans to sign, wouldn't you think?
Khris Middleton is going to end up somewhere, I think. I don't know how, but
I saw a report
this morning playing him.
Well, there was a report this morning. I forget where I saw it from. It's next to zero chance that Middleton leaves the Wizards because they feel his veteran leadership would be important for the younger players.
All right, so let me decode that for all of the viewers. Khris Middleton has a player option for $34 million next year. Nobody's trading for him right now.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
But they will next year, though. He's going to be an amazing trade chip for Washington next season when someone's willing to, cover the second half of that with expiring at the end of next season. So you can call him a veteran leader. You can call him a devastating player option, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, he'll play half of their games the rest of the way, probably something like that. But I will say though,
Craig's going to be a nice addition for a playoff team. The Bulls waived him. He's good. I think Torrey Craig's a perfect 8th man off the bench, 8th, 9th guy off the bench.
Lakers have an open slot after sending out 2 to get 1 in the Mark Williams deal.
The Knicks should get him. the Knicks should get him. He's the perfect guy for like when OG has this foot thing.
100%.
He'd be perfect
100%.
for the Knicks. Perfect.
Man, I can't believe that the big winner today is Yusuf Nurkic.
It was always on the cards, though. Let's be honest. Like we were all sitting back going, "Where's he going next?" And I think as maybe if Fapes holding on that Jimmy Butler trade and them having to throw in as many assets as they have, I think that's where we've just found it. But geez, it's a Nurk alert, isn't it? Like I can't believe that we're saying this is the biggest ad in fantasy basketball right now is Yusuf Nurkic.
Yusuf Nurkic. We really blew all the fun stuff before.
It's 5 a.m. It's like before 6 a.m. here. I feel so yucky about saying it.
Yeah, you got a long day to sit on this whole Nurk being the pickup thing.
Can you?
I have a question for you, Dan.
Okay.
And this is you briefly mentioned there that the Lakers doing the 2-for-1 thing. When the Mark Williams trade happened yesterday, and I was sitting in my car, I think, waiting to pick up my daughter whose bus was running late. And I thought, oh shit, another late trade, and I'm going to add this to what my thoughts. Well, whenever a Lakers trade happens, I immediately think of Lakers fans and one Dan Besbris as a Lakers fan.
Oh wait, hold on a minute. Wardrobe change.
Oh, okay.
It's being blocked out. Here, I'll fix that.
Nice.
There we go.
There we go. Because I mean, we were talking about Rob Williams. We were talking. Who else was in that discussion as a centre they would look? I know we were talking about centres that they might be targeting. Mark Williams wasn't really on that list.
No, where did that come from?
I don't think. So what? And I read conflicting sort of Lakers beat reporters and things like that. Some were for this move, some were against it. What were your thoughts on that trade? Because for me, I think it's a good trade, but in terms of windows, opportunity, that sort of thing, I actually think this gives the Lakers 2 windows now. They have an immediate window as well as a window in 5 years when Luka, I mean, how old's Luka? 20?
Only 25.
25. So he'll be 30. Mark Williams will be 28. That, to me, this is just such a big slam dunk win for the Lakers. But is that your opinion as well?
Yes. And I know that they're like, Mark Williams has not been a great rim protector this year. That's been all the stuff. But the dude, does he have a wingspan? He's like a standing reach of like 9'9" or something like that. They'll figure something out. Like the guys learn. Some dudes come into the NBA and they are very polished defensively, and other guys are not. But like having a guy that big is just a huge win for the Lakers because he has offensive touch also in a way that Jackson Hayes simply doesn't. What the Lakers are going to try to do is use all of their other pieces now to keep guys out of the lane, which is something they couldn't do heavily before. Kind of pre D'Angelo Russell trade, there were too many guys on that team that just like couldn't. But Dorian Finney-Smith being part of it and Jared Vanderbilt working his way back into shape. Now they have a bunch of these like big wings that can take up space can clog things up in a way that a ton of guards trying the same thing just doesn't work. So I'm not that worried about Mark Williams not being the world's greatest rim protector because like they've been playing well with Jackson Hayes as the last line of defense and running super small for stretches. Also super small, like by not having a center, but the rest of the team is gigantic. So I think this is a huge win for the Lakers. I did not think that Mark Williams was on the block. I get it. For Charlotte, they got stuff for a guy who hasn't shown the ability to be healthy yet. So for their end, that's like not a terrible haul if they don't know that he's going to be fine for however many years. But, lob threat for Luka, pick and roll guy for LeBron. Like that to me was massive. Somehow the Lakers trade deadline where they got Luka Doncic got better last night, which seems bat bleep insane because they'll be fine without Dalton Connect. They'll be fine. Like he's a great shooter, but by all advanced stats, like he is completely lost on defense and kind of lost a bit on offense as well. So it's a massive upgrade over what they had before they made the trade. Well, we'll see how the pick stuff shakes out if that ends up being a problem. But yeah, I mean, like Luka's going to be able to bring other free agents to that club too. Anyway, 2 too much Lakers talk probably for everybody. Although that Lakers talk drives traffic. If we know anything from watching ESPN, they're going to talk about the Lakers even if there's nothing going on with them. Yeah, there was a report the Lakers tried to get Jalen Duren first. Adam, I know you love Jalen Duren.
Yeah. Speaking of centers who haven't really developed a good defensive game yet,
He's
Jalen
been better
Duren,
lately.
He has been better lately, and this is I talked about him actually at length on my show the other day, and the fact that because at the start of the season we looked like idiots, or I looked like an idiot for saying I think you could draft him in the 5th round, 6th round because he was outside the top 100, but he's been a top 40 player the last month.
Yeah,
and looking better. He's still. I'm not going to say he's an elite defender, but he's certainly looking better than he was in November, December.
Well, that's my Lakers thoughts. Mike, I know, and Adam, actually, I think I'm about to lose you guys here. Mr. Barner, I'll start with you. What are you hoping to see over this last hour? Is there something beyond the Bulls blowing it up? That one's the layup for you. But like from a fantasy standpoint, what is the 1 or 2 trades that would positively impact your fantasy vibes, lifestyle? I don't know.
Has nothing to do with being a Bulls fan, but I really would love to see Nikola Vucevic to get traded because when I was on your show, I think it was like a week ago, I talked about adding Jalen Smith, and I did.
Yeah.
I had Jalen Smith in a lot of spots. If Vucevic stays, it's no good. If Vucevic gets traded, then Zach Collins is there now. He wasn't in the picture when we talked a week ago, so it looked like it was just going to be Jalen Smith. It would still be an upgrade. Is the ceiling as high as if it was just Jalen Smith and Patrick Williams? No, it's not. But if Nikola Vucevic doesn't get traded, that's a stash that didn't work out, and you just drop Jalen Smith immediately. So I would really like to see Vucevic traded.
You can follow Mike on the socials at Roto Mike Barner. Dude, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I know you got you're still hanging in quiet, and I feel like we don't want to blow up.
Yeah, they're upstairs right now. I turned on the iPads. We got the iPads going, but you can't push.
Yeah.
My wife's traveling today, so it's really just a one-man band.
Oh
here.
man, don't fly so close to the sun.
So good luck on the rest of the show. Thanks for having me on, Dan. It's great to talk to all you guys, and hopefully we get some cool trades over this last hour.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mike.
All right, see you guys.
Adam G. Stock. I don't feel like I'm able to utilize your brain as much as I normally would. Hey, have any of these guys jumped out to you as punt plays?
As punt plays? I mean, Nurk is. I don't know if we have to talk about him more. I mean, the thing with Nurk, his ranking is going to be bad. He'll be like 120, but then you throw him into punt threes or punt free throw percentage or something like that, and all of a sudden he starts looking pretty good. I don't know. Besides him, not really. I mean, we had it's been an explosive deadline for sure, but in terms of fantasy pickups, not so much really.
Yeah. What do you want to see happen down the rest of this deadline here? What's the thing that's going to move the needle for your teams?
For my teams, I want to see the Raptors move Boucher because they were going to do that. I want to see what they get back. For him, I'm just thrilled about the Mark Williams thing because I kind of went all in a little bit on Mark Williams this year, and I was a little worried about that. I also went all in on LaMelo, which I am very worried about still. So to at least get make one of those two a safe play down the stretch, I will take that for sure.
Yep. See if we can please play LaMelo.
Yeah.
This is like
I got Walker Kessler too. So I'm like, man, my team's killing it, but it's just like, is it going to be killing it in 3 weeks? I don't know.
My team's got a lot of good news that Jimmy Butler is not in Miami through the deadline. You guys know me and my willingness to risk it on like a Jimmy Butler near pick 50 lifestyle. And right. That one by the skin of our teeth here. Mr. Stock, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate you coming on. I love picking your brain all the time. So we get to hang out. Everybody follow him on Twitter at Adam G. Stock and on all the social medias, Adam G. Stock. He's the punt master himself from the Great White North. I'll see you in a little bit, Adam.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, guys. Good to see you. King, nice hair, buddy. I haven't said that since you threw it out. That's good.
That's what I said.
Looks real good.
This is.
I used to shave it too, so like I know it's a process growing it out. You know, you got that awkward in between where you're just like a chipmunk, like a little fuzz.
Yeah.
And
And the fact that I now actually have to spend, well, it's not long, let's be honest, 10 seconds before I go to work on it. But that's all right. I have 10 seconds to spare.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
Pleasure.
Matty G, we still got you?
You still got me. I'll stay around for another 5 minutes. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's see if anything goes down in 5. I need to tell the universe that Barner's coming back on, and maybe the next trade will go down. At least we got something, though. Yusuf Nurkic. He slots into, and I got to sort of like rearrange my board here. I'm trying to figure out where that, because I put anything that I want to try to preserve, I just immediately tweet it because I know I can go back and find it again. But I'm thinking about last night before I went to bed. I put out this. Zoom in a little bit and get it up on the screen. I'm working on it. There we go. So this was from last night. This was my sort of short list. Also, note subject to change. Diabate is obviously off of that. I think I've probably got Nurk. I might bump Dalton Connect up to like maybe a 2-star there. I think Nurk is probably somewhere between like a 1 and a 2-star. So Matty G, what do you of this list here? Bilal Coulibaly, Ayo Dosunmu, Lonzo, Dalton Connect, Matas Bucelis, Keon Ellis, Brandon Pajemski. Now you throw Nurk in the mix. You remove Musa Diabate. What are your thoughts on some of these names? Do you have others? You had Max Christie on that list?
I had Max Christie. That's a 1-star, 100% with me with a bullet. Max Christie. Dalton, I can see being 2-star now, especially with the trade out with Martin. Musa, I think we keep our eye on. I think we definitely keep our eye on him because I don't know how long Nurk is going to play. How many games have the Hornets got left now? Let me do quick math. Now. They've only won 12. It's not going to be hard. So there's only 70 games left. You know what I mean? Like, they've only won 12. You take off their 36.
What are they at right now? 12 and 36?
12 and 36. So they've got 34 games left. So realistically, how many of these are we looking at Nurkic playing? I'm thinking we're looking 26, 24, especially with the next couple of games out, possibly. So there's already 2 off. So for me, I'm just keeping my eye on Diabate because, it's Bilal's season all the way in that one. That's definitely 3. Dosunmu, love that. Yep, it is. And that's exactly how you spell that, Jared. Just so you know, Bilal is actually going to change his names to having that. It's like how many S's in Mississippi? How many L's in Bilal Cooler? I call him the East Coast Cooler, by the way. And that's a bit of an Australian drinking reference Kingy knows about. I call him the East Coast Cooler.
Right over my head.
There's like a, I don't know, like you guys have a passion pop. I did experience a thing called Four Loko when I was in the States last.
Yeah, that's a thing. We're not proud of that.
Don't be proud of that one. But West Coast Cooler is like this little baby glass bottle of champagne, but it's like champagne, but it tastes like grape juice. And it's like, it used to be something that 50-year-old retirees would drink on the deck of their beach resort, and then it became this cool young thing because it was like cheap. So we call it it's called West Coast Cooler. So I call him the East Coast Cooler Ballet. So I love that for him, but there's no one else that's really jumping out at me. Like, especially like I really wanted some movement in Brooklyn. I wanted to be like this completely unleashed Zaire Williams and Noah Clowney and all these guys. That hasn't manifested. Bogdan Bogdanovic was one of my absolute favorite ads because he went down, I think, 7% last week in Yahoo leagues, which gave us that Bogdan Bogdanovic window. And when you get a drop that significant because he's not playing and people are trying to make their finals in their leagues, it creates that fantasy vacuum where we're like, we've got a roster spot. Let's just throw it out there and use. And just Nurk has been the instant ad from this. He's a 3-star. Could you put a 4-star on him? Could you get a 4-star for Nurk at the top of that list there?
Oh, it hurts me.
It hurts. I haven't had enough coffee for this.
Yeah, so many stars for Yusuf Nurkic. I'll do a little refresh on this. This is just from last night, but getting some of those other names into the list. Kingy, anything else to add to sort of like the running tally here?
No, I don't think so. I think obviously you could have an endless list of names. I'm just monitoring the questions and stuff here, and I do see one, and it's a guy that I was just going to mention earlier when we were talking about winners and losers and that sort of thing. Carlo Matkovic is someone I would just monitor. He started yesterday for the Pelicans. He played 30 minutes. He had some blocks. They sort of played him out of position, which is maybe going to impact things a little bit because I think he should be more of a centre power forward. They played him at the small forward. But Zion, how many games does he play rest of season? So, he's just someone that I would monitor. I think the fact that they've already started him with Ingram, Ingram has been out forever, but he's someone that I would consider maybe adding as a back-end 12-team guy. Not many guarantees there because we haven't had a sample size at all. But, he's intriguing. There was discussion coming into the season around whether he would start at centre over Yves Missi, and obviously that didn't work out. But, it makes sense for the Pelicans to get him out there and see what they've got. So he's just a name that I'd add potentially to this list as a 1-star.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you. I have no idea what the Pels are planning on doing here. Do we have an update?
I like Daniel Rincon Jr. Hello, and to your father as well, Daniel Rincon Sr. Daniel, I definitely think Bruce Brown has, I don't say an upside, but I definitely think it's streaming potential for the Pelicans. Like, we don't know what's going to go on there. Bruce Brown is a dependable player as well. Like, this is a guy he's been playing well in Toronto, so he's being on the streaming radar. Back-to-back sets, he's definitely going to continue to be there as well. Olynyk is a good backup there as well. So these guys who are coming from Toronto, they're players. Like, Toronto's actually got players who can play basketball well in this situation down in New Orleans. So, I'm definitely keeping them on my radar.
Yeah, I've been wondering about the Pels too, and how they piece this all together, because they very much should pull the plug on this season. They're 12-37. The fact that they have the same number of wins as the Hornets is, wow, that's bad. So why push it? But, then you get into the Jordan Hawkinses and the Jose Alvarados and the Carlo Matkovic's and the Brandon Boston Juniors. And I don't know. If they were trying to win, which is the idiotic thing to do right now, but Kelly Olynyk would make a ton of sense. But I kind of need to see what the hell they're going to do in their first game once they have all these pieces to know which direction they go. You mentioned Brooklyn. I know a lot of us are really hoping we see something out of Portland. But, Maddie, I know you got to get going here in just the next minute or so. First of all, congrats, dude.
Thank you. Little baby. I can hear the little baby awaken with the wife right now. So she's just over 3 weeks old now, which is amazing. So I'm a girl dad, which is great. So I'm going to go in there and get some morning snuggles. So thank you very much for having me on, man. Thank you very much to you, Kingy. I think you and I are going to do a bit of a late night live show maybe here in Australia today and go over everything, and hopefully there's some more to talk about in a couple of years. And I've just put it in chat as well now over on YouTube for everyone who is watching. There's a link in there as well. We've got 25% off all our Insight Fantasy Basketball merch right now. Going to the Palisades Elementary School, which got burned down in the LA fires, to help support Dan and his community. So if you want to jump over there, the link is in all these T-shirts and stuff like that. 25% of all the profits of those are going to Palisades Elementary School. So happy to help support that with you. Jump on in. I can't put the link there because the comment has failed to post to Old Man Sports Network, so I can't put it on there. You can share it. You can share it meritally. And I'm going to go get some morning baby snuggles. It's 6:15 here, and apparently we're all talking about Jusuf Nurkic.
Oh, well, could be worse, I guess.
Hey, guys, take care, everybody. Be well and have a cracking day. We'll see you soon.
As I slowly perish over here. Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Kingy. Love you, boys.
See you, mate.
All right, so a little bit of a reset here. We got Corbin Ford coming up in about 15 minutes. He's going to give us some non-fantasy breakdowns, and we are 45 minutes from the actual trade deadline, and the biggest move of the day involves Jusuf Nurkic. still, I mean, the fact is we're at a point now where there's been value shifts, right? And that was kind of why I put my tweet up from last night, which again is not entirely accurate anymore, but at least it sort of encapsulated where things were and guys that were winning in from a fantasy standpoint, guys like Bilal and Io and now Nurk and Lonzo and Connect and Bucelis and Ellis and Brandon Pajemski, maybe Keyshawn George in Washington. We haven't talked much about like what's actually going to transpire with the Wizards. All right, screw it, King. Let's talk Wizards. Actually, I think it might be promo time. So yeah, I know you guys are tired of me doing this, but this is how we grow everything. So please take a second, everybody that's hanging out with us here, to hit the like button on the video. That continues to sort of drive everything that's going on, is likes on the videos and subscriptions on the actual Old Man Squad YouTube page. We're up over 1,100 likes on it, which is amazing. I'm extremely grateful to you all. But I know some of you, especially those that are over on the social side, I hope you guys are enjoying the video too. We don't do videos on social media all that often. Most of what I do is either after the fact, you can get it on, iTunes, Spotify, stuff like that, or via the Old Man Squad YouTube page. So make sure to navigate over there, subscribe to the Old Man Squad YouTube page. I'll share the image of this homepage here. We're up like 100 during this show, which is super rad. Let's add a few more out there so you guys can see all the things we got going on. We've done all these stash shows over the last little bit. We've got a DFS show that comes out 2-3 times a week. We do daily recap shows. I can scroll across. You can see there's some big ads and drops. There's a recap. We got a breaking injury show. Whatever comes out, that's here on the YouTube page. So again, I appreciate you guys following on social media. I know that's where I've done a lot of my work over the years, but take a hard right turn over to YouTube. That's where you guys can get all the stuff that we do here at Old Man Squad, including things from my buddy Adam King over there, just sitting with his face right below mine, scouring the interwebs to make sure that nothing breaks while we're waiting on it. Forget which team. Oh, the Wizards. That's who I was going to bring up. The Washington Wizards are, from a fantasy standpoint, Kingy, in a better spot now than they were before they traded Kuzma away, right? Because, we're hearing that they are going to keep Khris Middleton, and that's fine. But he's not going to play every day, and he's not going to do what Kuzma did. So have you explored any ads on the Wizards? I've thought about it, but I haven't done any yet other than Bilal, who I had already had on my roster.
Koulibaly, I too have him or had him on a couple of rosters, so no moves from me there. I don't think he would be available in many competitive leagues. In some leagues that don't see a lot of action, he might be, but no, it should definitely be rostered. Yeah, I guess the question marks are Bub Carrington, Keyshawn George. They're probably the two. Look, I think they get a boost. I think that's fairly obvious. But Bub Carrington has had opportunities this season. He's been a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
Keyshawn George, at least he sort of has that defensive floor to fall back on. But again, pretty disappointing. I don't mind adding both of them, but I wouldn't see them as priorities. I think there's other players I'd rather have at this point. I mean, that could change. We really don't know what the Wizards are going to do here. Does Jordan Poole play out the rest of the season, or do they pull him from the lineup at some point? As you alluded to, Middleton, does he play half the games? Does he play all the games? So there's still a few questions there. I think the removal of Valanciunas is good for Tristan Vukcevic. I think he is someone that I'm excited to see a little bit more of him. I would assume they're going to play him over Rashawn Holmes, who made a pretty random spot start yesterday. Didn't do a lot, but Vukcevic would be the guy I'd be looking at in deeper leagues there. I think there's some value here, but it's not super exciting for me at the moment. And Brogdon is also there. We have to remember that Brogdon is still around. At least once every week or two, he makes an appearance.
Yeah, that one, I love the way you threw him in there at the end. Is like, and also featuring, and also with us is Malcolm Brogdon. He's there. He's
there.
Yeah. So now we're sort of in a holding pattern right now. I'm sure there'll be something here. Do the Clippers do something to try to add? I know they brought in Drew Eubanks, a sort of fringy thing. Do the Blazers move anybody? Do the Nets move anybody else? Was it really just the D'Lo deal? Is that really going to be the entirety of what Brooklyn's doing to try to tank it out? Or, I mean, yeah, we're sort of just hanging right now. Hey, there we go. A Clippers trade just happened. It's for Bogdan.
Okay, there we go. He's finally on the move.
All right, let's get this bad boy up on the screen so everybody can see it. Bow. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. So the Clippers are getting second-round picks here. That's how badly Atlanta wanted to get off of that contract. I have bad news, everyone. I don't know that this matters from a fantasy standpoint. Oh, piss. I'm like digging in on it. Bogdan hasn't even been playing lately.
No, I'm looking at rosters and things now and trying to carve out a storyline here that's worthy of 2 minutes of our time, but I'm not sure that there is one.
Crap.
Look, I mean, I do think Bogdan helps the Clippers from a real life perspective. I think he's a proven guy that obviously hasn't played very well this season, but yeah, he'll play minutes. He'll be in the rotation. He won't start. He'll be in that sort of discussion with Amir Coffey, Chris Dunn, Kevin Porter, Nick Batum. So he'll play, but I don't think it'll be more than about 24 minutes, which probably isn't enough to be rostered. And then going back the other way, Terrence Mann will, I guess, slot in as what was Bogdanovic's role there? Not much. He was playing 20 minutes a game, 22.
And he'd just been sitting out leading up to the deadline too.
Yeah, he had. Yeah. And I mean, obviously I think I touched on this earlier, the fact that this was a trade that was almost guaranteed and then nothing happened until 36 minutes before the trade deadline. They had to wait that long to get these pieces aligned in a blockbuster trade with Terrence Mann, Bones Highland, and Bogdanovic. So, I don't think there's a lot to talk about with this one.
I think the Clippers, from a reality standpoint, probably get a little bit better here, right? That's something.
I do think so. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think it helps the Clippers.
What is his contract situation right now? Let me dig in on that a little bit. Oh, I see. That's why he was hard to move. Okay, but it's not a lot of money though. Bogdanovic has $16 million due next year, and then there's a team option for the year after that. So it's not an overwhelmingly rough contract. Man.
Yeah, and look, I mean, if we think back, it has been a bad season for Bogdanovic, but he's had.
We may have just lost Kingy's internet connection there. He's frozen. We'll get him back in as soon as he is unfrozen. Oh, wait a minute. I think we might. There we go. We see you again.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Locked up on a Bogdan face.
No, I was just saying that Bogdanovic had some injuries to start the season, which I think have probably impacted his ability to just build some momentum. But if we think back to last season, he was very good for Atlanta. So as you said, I don't think 16 million is a tough sort of contract or anything like that. I'm not sure that team option will be picked up. As you said, there is a team option there. But I like this for the Clippers. I think it's a good real life move.
God, I wish I could find a better fantasy angle on this. I mean, I guess there's a magical universe where Bogdanovich gets a bunch of shots if like Norman Powell misses some time, but he's at best a fifth option on the Clippers right now behind the three main scorers and Zubats. So I don't see much of a pathway for Bogdanovich to have fantasy value. I think you and I agree on that. And the Hawks are just accumulating bodies right now. They just took on a 2-for-1 in the DeAndre Hunter trade, and now they're taking on another 2-for-1. And by the way, Terrence Mann, it sounds like his contract is basically just as bad as Bogdan Bogdanovich. I think he's getting paid almost the same amount for longer. So I don't fully understand this unless the Hawks actually wanted these guys. I mean, I don't think they're about to trot Bones Highland out there. And I mean, maybe they do, but like, think about how many bodies are fighting for the same crap right now for the Hawks. Hawks, by the way, are the 9 seed, if you're wondering what's going on there. The Bulls, who are, I didn't think the Hawks were tanking, but now I'm not so sure anymore. The Bulls, who are sort of half tanking also, are a game and a half back of them, and then the Sixers are a game back of Chicago in the race for the last couple of East play-in spots. But like, just thinking through the Hawks roster right now, you've got Trae Young, who's obviously going to play big minutes. You've got Onyeka Okongwu, who's playing big minutes right now. Jalen Johnson is out for the year. And then you've got, I mean, no Hunter anymore. Risa Shea, who's been pretty much stuck at about 23, 24 minutes a game, and he's not particularly efficient anyway. Obviously, your adult son, Dyson Daniels, is also playing massive starters minutes. But they went from a team that had Keaton Wallace playing 12 minutes, Dominic Barlow playing 11, Vít Krejci playing 19, Larry Nance playing 17, Garrison Matthews played 7. They traded away one guy who wasn't even playing, and DeAndre Hunter, who was playing 38 minutes, and brought in 4. That's too many damn guys. I know maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but it just seems like it's too many stinking players, unless, like, in the first game or two, we see one of them rise above the rest. But do any of those guys jump out to you, Kingy, as a guy that's good enough to rise above the rest? They all seem like they're kind of comparably meh NBA players.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unless the Hawks have got another move coming here where they're just accumulating some sort of mid-tier assets to move three of them for someone. I don't know. We are running out of time, but I mean, these deals can get over the line quite quickly when necessary. Obviously, this Bogdan Bogdanovich deal is not a good example of that, but they can. So maybe they are looking at accumulating a couple of guys here to bring in someone meaningful. I'm not sure who that would be. I mean, yeah, I'm still wondering whether, as you said, what are the Nets going to do anything here? Cam Johnson is someone that was rumored to be on the trade block for weeks. Could they bring in Cam Johnson here? He'd be a good fit. So I'm not sure. We will see. But I mean, as you said right there, I don't really see any of these guys elevating to the point where they're going to just force their way into a 30-minute role or anything like that.
I'm just trying to figure out why the Hawks did this. Did they badly want Terrence Mann? Because again, he and like Mann and Bogdanovich contract are almost the same, and then you got Bones, and then the Hawks added some picks going the other way. Maybe it'll turn out that the Hawks actually wanted one of these guys. I would assume if it's either of them, it would be Bones, who's still a little bit of the kind of the unknown. But I don't know. I don't.
No. I do like this for Terrence Mann, just in terms of, I think a change of scenery is probably a good thing, because he has sort of been treading water a bit in Los Angeles, and I think if we think back, I don't know, I want to say maybe 3 years. I feel like he had a breakout playoff game where he had 30-something points and people thought, okay, Terrence Mann, he's going to be a really key piece for them, and he's never really lived up to that. So I don't mind just going to a team like Atlanta where there's probably not as much media pressure. He's probably just a little freer to do his thing. So I do think it's a good opportunity for a relatively young player to at least carve out a role. But yeah, I'm not convinced that actually happens.
Welcome to the folks that joined us here on this Clippers Bogdan Bogdanovic trade news. Please take a second, hit that like button. Super important. Subscribe to Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball. And hey, follow my good buddy, Adam King, on social media at AdamKing91, my co-host for the second half of this program. We will be welcoming in the brightest smile in basketball analysis, my good buddy Corbin Ford at Corbin NBA. Oh my goodness, dude. Wait a minute. You got to get closer to the camera so we can get a look at that shirt.
Oh, I got the chaos going on.
That is the sweetest shirt ever. Look at that.
Thank you. When I first saw it, I'm like, what in the world? I put it on, I was like, no, I actually kind of like this.
Yes. How many? Is that every logo?
That's every logo. Yeah, it goes all around the back too. That's every one. Yeah. I figured only for today, the chaos, it made sense to
perfect chaos.
Thank you.
Yep. Perfect chaos. Corbin, so we got Corbin Ford here, who is looking at this stuff more from a reality standpoint, from a front office standpoint. You got all that stuff sort of bouncing around in your dome these days. Today's been not as exciting as the days leading up to it. We've had a couple of things here shaken out over the last basically hour or so, and probably some other stuff as we run up on the deadline, because we are now officially a half an hour from the actual NBA trade deadline. That's crazy. That means that I only have an hour left of yelling into this microphone before I get to take a break, damn it. But I've been trying to track everything that's going on. So, Corbin, I know there's a big open-ended question, and I apologize for doing so, but, you know, you've been able to take in what's effectively now 3 pages. Oh, there's the link if everybody wants to go subscribe. 3 pages worth of trades over the last 5.5 days or so. What are your key takeaways here, just from like team direction and all that good stuff?
I would say specifically in the West that teams are definitely hunting for the top. Now, whether they fear whether they are worried about OKC or the Houston Rockets, things like that. But with the Lakers, when they first made the Luka Doncic trade, I thought, okay, this is a move for now and the future. But then they went and compounded that with the Mark Williams trade. I was like, oh, wow, no, they're trying to do something like also focused on the now, right? Look at what the Warriors did, which we knew they were going to do, or at least that they were going to attempt to do. Getting Jimmy Butler probably wasn't the perfect fit for them, but I really think it was a marriage of convenience for both sides. So you look at that. I guess the Clippers even now bringing in some more shooting. We knew their backcourt needed help. Terrence Mann's kind of weird over there. Bones Highland wasn't even in the rotation. So you bring in a guy who can kind of man both guard spots, bring some much needed shooting, kind of help that second unit that really just put on a pitiful performance just this past week against the Lakers. And you kind of see these teams starting to make moves, right? The Kings, the Spurs. That's what I see. I mean, there's been moves across the board, but like if I had to put some type of thread here, it's been almost expect the unexpected.
What do you think goes down in the next 27 minutes?
There's been a lot of smoke with Kevin Durant. I feel like something
calling for the big one, huh?
I'm looking at one more last big one. I mean, I'm not that I'm per se rooting for it or anything, but there's been just too much talk. You know, I mean, too many teams trying to go there. Phoenix obviously trying to do something, right? Trying to convince themselves they're good enough to compete, while also looking in the mirror and being like, maybe we're not that, right? So I look at them. Also, radio silent on Cam Johnson. What's up with that?
Yeah, isn't Brooklyn going to do anything here? They're too good to play their guys. That's why they've had to sit them all out the whole damn year.
Right.
Don't you want to get assets if you're going to tank, or are you really just going to squat on dudes?
Yeah, I thought Cam Johnson would have been one of the first to have been moved, and then maybe look at even a Cam Thomas, who, whether or not they want to pay him moving coming up, that's going to be the situation coming in. So I thought that would be the more of the spicier take, but they've not done anything. Nick Claxton, Day'Ron Sharpe is there. And then another team I'm interested in that seems content to sit despite, questions, Portland.
Yeah.
You know, another team between Jeremy Grant and look at Anthony Simons, guys like that. That I know Simons I've won in Orlando for a minute, but Orlando needs guard depth and guard help, so that could have been one. Grant, anything, Robert Williams, so maybe as we get to these last, 20 something minutes, we start to see the asking price kind of lower, enough for other teams to go, you know what, let's take that swing.
Who do you think? Well, actually, you know what? I had a couple of questions for you, but what are the Hawks doing right now? Are they tanking? Are they not tanking? I'm having trouble understanding specifically this last move with the Clippers, but like they traded away DeAndre Hunter. We understand that one. You get value, etc. But are they trying to win or not?
That's the same question I have, Dan. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like they're really leaning into that mediocrity segment of the market, for the Eastern Conference, because like all the trades they made, like, okay, Karis LeVert's not a bad player. He wasn't a good fit in Cleveland for what they're trying to do, but he's not horrible. George Niang is a rotation level backup forward. Bones Highland, I still believe in him. I mean, there's obviously issues and he hasn't played, but like he's a guy. Terrence Mann, again, a guy. They just have a lot of guys. Which, yeah, yeah, just as they say, Jags, just a guy. That's the Atlanta Hawks right now. They're the Atlanta Jags.
Man, what a weird time. Corbin, who are from a team standpoint, who jumped into your echelon of this is a serious contender now? Who are the winners and losers on the reality standpoint?
I mean, obviously you don't go, and I'm a Lakers fan, so I'm biased, but you have to put the Lakers up there. I mean, of all the players that have exchanged teams over the last 3 days specifically, like Luka, like head and shoulders, right? So I think you look at that. I think the Lakers right now, barring a move where, I'm hoping they look for maybe a backup too, they have some good balance now. You have guys, LeBron said at the post-game interview of the Lakers' last win against the Clippers, like, hey, with Luka here, both of us can just make other guys' jobs easier in terms of catch and finish, catch and shoot. Like, we're not trying to we don't need per se a lot of playmakers. You have Austin Reeves as well, who is still there, so it's really focusing on filling up the margins around these two dynamic forwards who can make plays inside, outside, two-man action, pick and roll, like all of that. I think that they're definitely a team that is up there. I'm interested in a team like the Mavericks and a team like the Warriors, who made these moves under interesting circumstances, where the fit isn't necessarily clear, and neither where they stand in the Western Conference, like what tier they're in. Like I'm prone to believe that the Warriors are kind of exactly where they were, maybe a little bit better. You can make an argument with the Mavericks and the Suns, depending on if the Suns do anything and what the fit is with the Mavericks before injuries inevitably come. But that's those who I'm really looking at. Cleveland on the East is another team. I was worried. I actually talked about it a little bit earlier about how I knew they were looking for DeAndre Hunter. I think he's an upgraded forward, but you have a team right now that plays bigger than the sum of their parts outside of those core four of, Garland, Mitchell, Mobley, and Allen. Like, the rest of them really come together in a way. And do you really want to upset the chemistry by bringing in a guy who is an upgrade talent-wise, but also throws rotations a little bit in flux, like that sort of thing? Looking at it, at first I thought that, looked at it again, I was like, you know what? I think it was probably a worthwhile trade to have done. So, yeah, Cleveland, obviously, you can see they're going for the king in terms of coming for Boston. But those are the teams I'm really looking at. I think the Lakers are clear winners, like what Cleveland did. Interested more in what Dallas and Golden State's final form will be. But those are teams that immediately look out to me. I'm not sure what the Raptors are doing, per se. That was curious. And the Bucks and Wizards kind of fall in that same category for me of like, okay, like I've been there. I play 2K, I play basketball GM. Like I want to make a trade to make a trade, but also why,
Speaking of why, how about this bad boy to add to the mix?
Okay. It has to be salary stuff, right?
I bring you the excitement of 21 minutes before the deadline. The Atlanta Hawks are trading, yes, he's still in the league, Cody Zeller, and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to the Rockets. So apparently the Rockets are getting their own pick back, if I'm reading this correctly. I have no idea. Do I have to put this one on my list? Do I actually have to catalog this one? I guess so. A player
for posterity's sake, I think it has to go up there.
Yeah, all right. You guys can watch me put this one in here. Cody Zeller, Rockets. I've never been so sad to fill out a trade deadline slot in my life.
I will say, though, the Cody Zeller trade, it doesn't get a picture from Shams. So some of the last three trades have all had an image. Cody Zeller. Maybe they don't have an image, a current image of Cody Zeller to use.
Just take the old image and remove the last 7 hairs.
Yeah, he'll have hair. He'll have it swooped across his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no
Cody
Zeller image.
Oh my God, that would have been amazing.
Chad in the chat is worried about Şengün. Is Şengün cooked now that Cody Zeller is there?
It does beg the question though. Who? Wait, I lost the chat window. Bruno says, "Is Steven Adams out?" That's a good question. Like, is Cody Zeller coming in to be the backup to Alperen Şengün? We know that Steven Adams was on the block, but it sounded like that was more of a Lakers or nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, this would be an Omari bomb here if this is true. Here we go. I'm actually slightly intrigued by this one. Not long term.
Interesting.
So Omari Sankofa says sources tell the Detroit Free Press that Dennis Schroeder will end up with the Pistons as part of the Jimmy Butler deal. So we do know that Utah had no plans on keeping him around. I actually feel like Schroeder could have a role with the Pistons. Probably not fantasy level. So King, I'll start with you on that one. You would probably need like 30 minutes to be fantasy relevant as long as Cade is the main guy. And Ivy's out for at least a month longer. But like, there are plenty of games where Schroeder will be a better option than Tim Hardaway Jr. on that team. Kingy, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think so. You talked about Tim Hardaway earlier. I think you were talking. I can't think who you were talking with. It might have been before I was on the show about. Oh, it was probably with Scott Keller. You were talking about Detroit and Tim Hardaway and the fact that he's not actually a great player, but he's a good fit in Detroit here for what they're trying to do. So, yes, I think Schroeder could have a role there. I don't think it's a fantasy relevant role, but if you look at their depth at the moment, in the backcourt especially, Marcus Sasser, Ron Holland, Lindy Waters is there now. None of them are proven to the point where, I mean, Dennis Schroeder has shown that he can contribute and do stuff. So if Detroit are pushing for the playoffs, which we assume they are, yeah, he could have a role there. I don't mind that from a real life perspective for Detroit.
Corbin, what do you think? I feel like this is pretty helpful for them. They need somebody that can handle a basketball when Cade's not on the floor.
Yeah, I think Dennis, streaky shooter, but he's definitely somebody that can create offense for himself and others. Had a rough Golden State tenure, but was red hot in Brooklyn. So maybe, you get some a restoration of that version of Schroeder. And then also defensively, good length, gets after it. I think it fits perfectly for Detroit in terms of a backup spot. Someone just to handle the ball for a couple stints a game. And, he's playing well. He's in the closing lineup. If he's not, then he's not,
He's a great injury replacement play in fantasy if Cade ever misses a basketball game. He's been pretty durable this year. You figured when they were actually playing to win, he would play through more stuff. So I think my projection here on Schroeder is a really nice, it'd be like a 2-burger injury play if Cade ever missed a basketball game. But no, you don't have to run out and get him. I do think he plays probably 23-ish minutes for Detroit with opportunity for a little more, at least until Ivy comes back. It's weird that this is where we've come to. But anyway, I've added that now to the official board. Dennis Schroeder to the Jazz, to the Pistons. Oh, maybe I should have just done because this one was actually part of a different trade, so I couldn't do PJ Tucker to Heat to Raptors because that was actually in a new thing. I'm going to leave this Schroeder to Jazz to Pistons because that's on a That's on a buyout, I guess. Unless we find out that the Pistons are actually giving something up for him, and then I'll have to make a new row for it. But anyway, that's what we got, and we're now 15 minutes to the deadline, and we're sitting on where did Dennis Schroeder end up. I'll remind everybody once again to follow my good friend and co-host Adam King on social at AdamKing91. Corbin you can find on social media at Corbin NBA. Corbin, you were on a different live show with my good buddy Stephen Bagel just moments ago, right?
I was. It was they're still going strong, just like you. I love the long shows. The dedication y'all have is crazy. But yeah, just breaking down trades, same thing, kind of staying up. Definitely more of that front office perspective.
Yeah.
Such as, for example, the last move. I mean, I'm sure y'all realized, but Cody Zeller and a second was really just the Hawks trying to dump to get under the tax. Like basketball reasons, none. They were like, hey, take this guy, and some financial some assets here to kind of help us financially. So that's kind of what happened on that end, but it's a lot of fun. Dan, every year it's always fun to hop on here. And it's good to talk basketball during an exciting day. It's one of the few days I take off from my job. My library knows I won't take off on my birthday, but the first day, trade deadline, first day NBA draft now, and the first day of NBA free agency. Your boy I'm off.
That's
Those
right.
Days, so.
These are NBA holidays. That's
the Schroeder move is official, Dan.
It is. So he's now officially to the Pistons.
Yeah.
All right. Nice job, Omari, coming through on that one. I love it. I love it when the beat writers get to it before the massive news breakers. There's something satisfying about that. I don't root against the news breakers. It's just cool when someone who's like in there, fighting with the team every day gets the scoop just a minute or two early, especially for something small like this. You got to that's where teams throw them a bone. You give the big ones to Shams. That's fine. I get it. So let me get back to, this was the latest one that we had up on the screen was Schroeder. Quick reminder here, every quarter hour, I want to remind you guys, if you haven't already, please hit that like button on the show and subscribe to Old Man Squad Fantasy Basketball. We just continue to grow. I think we're up about 100 subs today, which is awesome. That would be, I think, the single largest one-day jump for this YouTube page it's in its infancy. We've only existed since May of last year, but with your guys' help, we continue to just keep blasting through the roof here, and I'm hoping we get one or two super interesting things slipping in here. I will say, Corbin, Adam, I know you guys are both looking at the same thing I am, which is like flashing back and forth between the faces on the screen and what's going on Twitter.
Yep.
It's quiet on Twitter. Like real quiet. It's mostly people just talking about Dennis Schroeder right now, which even in years past, like leading up to these last few minutes, there's always people like, oh, there's stuff that's happening and stuff that's going to slip in under the wire. I'm not seeing that chatter right now. Is Vooch really not going to get moved while having the best season a center's had ever? He's like, his effective field goal percent is like 1,000 right now. Come on, Bulls. Literally take anything at this point. It's going to be worth it. What are we doing here? I don't know.
It's the most Chicago thing ever. Not moving Nikola Vucevic when he's probably the easiest player to move. Whether they're asking just too much, I don't know what's going on there. But
his contract next year is only $21 million. This man's putting up like an all-world offensive season this year. Basically 20 and 10 on 55% from the field. I get it. He's not fast. He's not guarding anybody right now, but that could help a lot of teams. And these teams, they get so caught up in their asking price that sometimes they just wait too long. And the Bulls are like the ultimate shining. Well, not shining. It's, I guess, the opposite. It's like glowing like a turd version of this with Barner was talking about earlier with like Alex Caruso. They got nothing. Well, I mean, I guess they got Giddey, who they wanted to play, not nothing, but they didn't get picks. Like, are we going to do this crap again with Vooch? We got 11 minutes, guys. Figure it the hell out.
This time.
Corbin, what do we are you seeing anything that I'm not? Because I'm trying to flash in a lot of pages.
Yeah, I'm sure we all are like really just flying around here, and nada. At least not right now.
Come on, internet. Don't disappoint. Yusuf Nurkic is still the biggest fantasy story of today, which I guess we maybe should have seen this type of thing coming after the insanity that was leading up to today. But I still had hope. And it's
there was still a number of players rumored to be moved, and obviously nothing as big as the Luka. That sort of set the bar at a ridiculous level, and then living up to that has been hard. But it's been a little bit underwhelming, which
it's a kind way.
Yeah. So I got up. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning for Yusuf Nurkic. That's not how I didn't picture my Friday starting that way.
You got up at 4:30 in the morning for Patrick Baldwin. Nurkic didn't even happen until you'd been on the show for a half an hour.
No, that's right. Anyway, here we are.
Here we are.
I wonder if my family are awake yet. I'm not sure.
Oh, man. Let's see. Well, Casey Johnson says Bulls. This was 5 minutes ago. He tweeted, Bulls have had lots of talks surrounding Nikola Vucevic. There will be plenty of groundwork for an off-season move. I feel like we're being prepped for this thing. Oh wait, now we got the return, so I do have to make a new sheet for this Dennis Schroeder thing. Wow. Okay. I'll put this one up on the screen. It's not super relevant. But this is what Detroit is giving up for Schroeder, guys that they just got themselves while putzing around in other trades. Detroit is sending KJ Martin, who they just got from Philly, and Josh Richardson, who they just got from Miami, over to Utah for Dennis Schroeder. So I'm gonna change the way I've cataloged this on our live sheet here. So it's Dennis Schroeder to the Pistons, KJ Martin and Josh Richardson to the Jazz. And I don't know what's going to happen with any of this stuff. I can't imagine anybody wants to have Josh Richardson hanging around longer than they need to. I
will say I'm probably just as, and Corbin mentioned this earlier, I'm probably just as disappointed in Portland. Are they convinced now because they've won whatever it is, 9 of 10 or something, that they are now contenders? I don't know what's why are they holding on to Jeremy Grant? What is the point?
Well, Reggie Jackson officially got waived, so that's real now. But
Lakers gonna get a look at him.
They do need a guard, but I don't know if I want Reggie. I would have rather had Schroeder.
I agree.
Guard somebody.
Totally agree on that.
So let's do Wizards to, we'll update this sheet here on Reggie Jackson to unknown. Do we even know where Kyle Anderson ended up at the end of the Miami deal yet? He's still floating in no man's land. Right?
No idea.
Yeah.
I have him listed as floating in a vacuum because he was supposed to go to Toronto and then that didn't happen. And it sounds like he's still in Miami for the moment. But I'll hum the next 6.5 minutes if we need to. I got to get something here.
Come on,
internet.
Willing one last blockbuster. Don't peek early.
Ooh, is this how long ago did this tweet go out? So as of 25 minutes ago, someone covering the Indiana Pacers tweeted that they might be in on Kobe White, but that hasn't happened yet. So we're leaving it at that. There's like baseball stuff getting in my timeline right now. Come on, NBA trade deadline. I love baseball, but this is not your time.
This is not. Come on.
We're literally sitting at this point. I've been on air for 5 damn hours. I need a news break.
It's something to get you back on. Yeah. 7 minutes to see if the Pacers trade for another guard. We'll see.
Come on. Come on. I don't want to. Maybe we should get into a thought. As soon as we get into an important thought, maybe something will break. I don't. People are screaming that they want something to happen in the chat room, but screaming it is not manifesting it, I suppose.
No, unfortunately not.
Multiple water bottles deep now, also.
Yeah. I even brought my NBA team one. Like I brought the old school 90s one.
Oh, look at that. You got the 90s logos.
All the 90s ones.
And then on the shirt.
I was like repping all teams. You never know. All the action.
I'm wearing a Shaggin' Wagon hat. I don't know if everybody can see that. I definitely did not come prepared, although I do love Dumb and Dumber is quality film. We're lying in wait at this point. And if you're hanging out with us and just like, what are these dummies doing? We're sitting here with 4.5 minutes to go before the deadline, and we're just waiting. We're literally waiting.
Yeah, I guess you can't make a bad trade if you don't make a trade.
Something. Oh, Marcus Smart to the Wizards. There's something happening here. This appears to be the start of something. Okay.
Smart was mentioned to be on the move. Well, I feel like a few days ago. Okay, he's heading to Khris Middleton and Marcus Smart are loving life.
They just got sent to the Wizards. And with a pick, Marcus Smart and a first rounder to the Wizards.
Wow.
So again, team trying to get off a contract. But if you see in this tweet here, it's a multi-team trade that's sending 2 second-round picks to Memphis. But if it's multi-team, there's something else that's about to happen. Yep. This is not the end of it. Kingy, is there anything fantasy-wise with this? Not really. Marcus Smart hasn't been playing anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I guess in theory, this could hurt. We talked about Bub Carrington. So it could, if Washington decide to actually play Marcus Smart, he's probably the best of that group in terms of actually having proven themselves. But he hasn't been good this year. He's been injured. He played yesterday, missed all 6 of his shot attempts, I think, from memory. So I don't know. Malcolm Brogdon, Marcus Smart, there's a backcourt for the future in Washington.
We got another one that's a little bit more around the edges. The Clippers are trading Kevin Porter Jr. to the Bucks for Marjon Beauchamp and more needle moving. Okay, well, we're going to add these all to the list here. Marcus Smart to the Wizards. Kevin Porter Jr., who became basically superfluous when the Clippers traded for Bogdan Bogdanovic to the Bucks.
Yeah.
And let's see, Marjon Beauchamp back to the Clippers. Well, at least I'm doing things right now, so that's something.
3 minutes
not
left.
Necessarily what I wanted to be doing, but it's something. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. Those are 2 trades that happened. What's the other part of this Marcus Smart deal, I'm wondering?
Yeah, Orlando needs to do something.
What's up, Steve? We'll get you into the mix here. I'll throw you in a couple minutes early.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
We're literally just waiting.
We're here.
Yeah.
I feel like I could just put up like a cardboard cutout of my face because there is even a cardboard cutout of my head could talk about these trades successfully.
Yep. We are now 2 minutes from the deadline, which again, sometimes we get news about stuff for, 3, 4, 5 minutes after the deadline passes, the teams that are still using fax machines and stuff like that. Kingy, is there anything fantasy like other than Marcus Smart maybe hurting Bub Carrington? There's nothing with this Milwaukee deal, right? Kevin Porter, this is a nothing.
I don't think so. I mean, Porter actually gives the Bucks a somewhat decent option as a backup ball handler because they just don't use them. I mean, they offloaded DeLon Wright. I like Ryan Rollins, but yeah, I mean, he's arguably a better option than Gary Trent.
Well, here's more. Here's more stuff.
Oh, we got more stuff.
More stuff. This may be more on this Marcus Smart thing, possibly. Memphis is sending Jake LaRavia to the Sacramento Kings. I don't know if that's part of the same deal as the Marcus Smart trade. But Memphis is kind of thinning it out a little bit. I mean, at the moment, the Grizzlies getting rid of LaRavia and Smart, it opens up a little bit more for, Santi Aldama, maybe a little more for Jalen Wells. But, I mean, Aldama, I think, is on a lot of rosters anyway. GG Jackson is probably going to do a little bit more. I think Kingy just got frozen making a wacky face. He's going to be very upset that I let that hang on the board for a minute here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Corbin, do you know what Memphis is up to here? It feels like they're opening up space, but we don't know for what yet.
Exactly. No idea for what. It seems like they've been trying to make moves for, they've been around Cam Johnson. They've been trying to go for Kevin Durant. They've been trying to go a few of these guys and just keep striking out. So not really sure what the angle is on this specific one. But it should be interesting.
Sounds like the Timberwolves have said no more. They're not doing anything. Steve, I don't want you to think that you're getting boxed out here. We'll do the official.
Oh, you're good. I'm
intro.
busy yelling at my kids, anyways.
Yeah. Once we get through the deadline, then we'll reassess everybody. I think Kingy
there's
looks
a lot
like he's
trickling
fully
in
frozen.
now. We knew this would happen right around this time. There's always stuff that comes in last minute after the deadline passes. We'll still see stuff probably for the next half hour, 45 minutes.
So let's see. What do we got here? It looks like Anthony Slater says the Warriors are done. They're going to use their extra roster spots probably on the buyout market. We haven't had anything else drop post Jake LaRavia deal. The Pacers are sending James Wiseman and cash.
Corpse of Wiseman
to the Raptors. Yeah, I mean he's not playing, so I don't think I even need to put that one up on the screen.
Yeah, he out for the year. Yeah, right.
I mean I'll put it up there just because it happened, but this is sort of nothing. It's gonna be something trickling in here, and then we'll do a show reset. Although Corbin, I think you got to go soon, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, Corbin, while we're waiting for anything else to happen here in these 5 to 10 minutes post deadline, what I was going to say, what were you hoping to see happen? But
I
don't know.
Yeah, I really wanted a Cam Johnson move. I thought Brooklyn should have done something. Brooklyn, Portland, Orlando, 3 teams. I really wanted to make a move because it just seemed to make sense for all 3, considering where they are, and the pieces they had. So for all 3 to sit pat yet again, especially the Cam Johnson one, you were sitting him out of whole games. Like, I get injuries, but you were sitting him out.
Yeah,
what was the point of that?
Super weird. There's a flurry of mostly meaningless trades happening here, running up to the 12 o'clock hour. It would seem, and we'll see. I mean, there might be something else that squeezes in here, but I hate to say it, Yusuf Nurkic. We're going to remember trade deadline 2025 was the Nurkic day.
So I'm actually, if you don't mind, Dan, I've been listening for several hours now.
Well, hold on. If it's going to be like a big recap, save it for just a minute.
No. I just want to make one point.
Yeah.
It's kind of a counter argument here. I actually think this has been a fantastic trade deadline. I know you've been sitting here for several hours on your show, and today specifically hasn't been too newsworthy. But if you think about this as a whole, these trades that we've seen, and imagine if all this stuff did actually get saved for today, we'd all be sitting here saying this was the greatest, most entertaining of all time. So I actually think as a whole, this has been an amazing, very entertaining trade deadline. It just so happens that most of the moves were done prior to the actual deadline. But
you are not wrong. You are not wrong.
It's been fun, man, and it's been cool, just from a sideline here, just being able to watch you guys and listen in, and everybody's been able to make excellent points about what we've seen so far. People have come to the show here sporting some amazing gear. Corbin, I love the shirt. Looking good, man.
Appreciate you.
And
thank you.
I've had a blast as someone that's just been kind of sitting back and taking it all in. And now I'm happy to come on here. And as you said, Dan, we'll eventually do kind of a
fear
recap.
not. We are, well, first of all, Corbin, thank you so much, dude. I know you got to get going here. We're past 12 o'clock. Always a pleasure having you on the trade.
It is a great shirt.
Thank
you. Is a great shirt.
Tell
the bagel man I said what's up.
I will. Gentlemen, y'all take care. Good to hang out with y'all for a bit. And thank you again, as always, Dan. Until next year.
Later, Corbin.
All right.
Corbin Ford, ladies and gentlemen. So it's I love that Miles Turner tweeted. Screw it. I'm just going to put this up on the screen because at this point we can do funny stuff. Miles Turner tweeted the Survivor logo that he did not get traded. So shout out to Miles Turner for getting that out there. But it's not looking like anything else is happening here. James Wiseman being sent out for cash might officially be the last move of the trade deadline, which would be pretty fitting for a Thursday that saw very little happen, but an insane amount in the 4 or so days leading up to it. So it's reset time. Welcome, everyone watching, listening, however, to the final half hour of our trade deadline live show. This is the recap half hour of basically the trade deadline as a whole, and not just Thursday. This is also the portion of the show that's going to be released on traditional pod channels immediately. I'll probably get the rest of the show out on pod channels maybe overnight or something like that, because I don't know how many people want to sit through 5 hours of other content, but people are always like, Dan, put it out there. Well, give us the choice. Okay, fine. You can have the choice. If you skip it, I'm totally fine with that. I am joined for this final half hour recap breakdown by my co-host and good buddy, Adam King. Kingy, we call him Adam King 91 on social media. Podcast Pierre, Steve St. Pierre, the other half of the Menace Pod Men. You are a Menace Pod man. We talked to Scott earlier in the program. And of course, my bathroom buddy, Alex Rickleen. Welcome to the show. Rickleen on social media, Rikleen. Alex, I haven't had officially a chance to say hi to you. And frankly, Steve, I didn't really have a chance to say hi to you either because we were just staring at the screen, seeing what might happen in the last moments before the deadline. By the way, nothing was the answer to that. Nothing in the last moments. I've been doing compliments to everybody that comes on the program today. So, Steve, let's see. First of all,
take your time.
No. There's
got
so
to be
many.
something in there.
I'm like picking one. I'm picking between hair, facial hair, sweatshirt. There's a lot to like here. So I'm just going to go with the overall. Steve, your overall right now is just spot on.
Appreciate it, Pels.
You bring a powerful presence to a podcast, and I'm so grateful to have you.
I'm just trying to follow your lead.
Rickleen, my compliment to you this fine day is, first of all, as always, I love the things that we share. I love the things that we share. And I always love that you bring a certain willingness to take shots on a podcast. That's my favorite, man. You go on these things and you put your foot down. So always compliments for everybody. Kingy, you already got your compliment. It was for the hair, but I love your hair these days. So here's what we're going to do. Trade deadline as a whole, because it's over now. We got some more information on the Marcus Smart trade. The Wizards also got Colby Jones, Alex Len from the Kings in that deal, and the Kings got Jake LaRavia. So that was the remaining piece of that multi-team deal. I didn't see who tweeted the rest of it, but that's the other pieces on that one. But Steve, I'll come to you because you've been on here for like 10 minutes and I haven't really had a chance to bug you about anything yet. Trade deadline as a whole, we'll do fantasy favorites, basically. And I think that'll probably chew up about 20 minutes by the time all four of us are done. Podcast_Pierre, who are your fantasy big winners, the guys that you're now racing out and definitely using a roster move on because we don't have to worry about saving the moves anymore?
Well, I was all set to give a shout out to my good friend and my co-host Scott Keller for his guy Musa Diabate, but then the Hornets went out and got Yusuf Nurkic. However, I'm going to actually continue to support Diabate as an ad. I'm not sold on Yusuf Nurkic. I know that the Hornets went out and got him. I'm not sold that they're going to keep him. Maybe there's a buyout coming. I think he's got one more year on his contract, so I don't know. It might be a tough sell for him. But in any case, I'm not 100% sold that they're just going to roll him out every single game for the rest of this season.
I think they were much more interested in acquiring his teammate, the draft pick.
Exactly. And we all know how it goes this time of year anyways. These teams that are, tanking or just, plummeting in the standings, they're just going to start doing stuff, for no rhyme or reason. I mean, they'll look at different options and stuff. And Diabate is a young guy. I'm not saying that he has any kind of superstar potential or anything like that, but it makes a lot more sense for these teams that are younger and kind of in evaluation modes to look at younger guys that are more unproven. This is an opportunity for those guys to get more minutes and more opportunities.
My only concern with Diabate, have we heard anything about whether they're going to transition him off a two-way? He's already at 41 games. Doesn't he only have 9 left?
That's true.
I agree. For the next 9 games, I would prefer him to Nurkic easily without question. But unless he gets extended, doesn't he only have, I forget if it's, I think it's 50.
You're right. No, he does. He's on a two-way still, so they do need to take care of that. I anticipate that they will. You're right, though. It's possible that they don't, and obviously, if they don't, that only helps Nurkic. But I'm not running out and grabbing Nurkic. If he's available in a league, and you've got an open spot, you can do that because obviously we've seen when he does play, he can produce. Especially in certain situations, depending on your team, depending on your league, and stuff like that. But as a whole, I'm not super sold on him yet, and I'm not super sold on this team looking like it's going to stay the way that it is right now. So that's just me.
The Wizards have 900 players on their team, I think,
They
is
sure
what
do.
I counted now. I don't.
Yep.
So, at Rickley, and I'll come to you next. Who are your favorites from the last 4 or 5 days? Who's your big winners?
I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but
one of the guys, blow the whistle.
One of the guys I highlighted here last week, and you said, is he too deep to even bother picking up as a stash? Buzelis.
Yeah, he's jumped a long way.
I think Buzelis might be my favorite winner. I love that guy. I love that guy. They just opened a ton of court time for him. I don't think they've had their full roster yet, but 31 and 29 minutes in the last 2 games. I think it's still TBD what happens when incoming players arrive, but I'm trying to look at their last game to even see. Nah, they kind of have everyone. Looks like everyone who might be active was active except Lonzo Ball for the last game. How many minutes is Taylor Horton-Tucker going to take up? So yeah, I kind of think Buzelis might be my favorite super widely available guy in terms of big winners. Obviously there are dozens. We'll talk about a bunch, but I think he's my favorite right now.
Kingy, who are your favorites from the whole deadline?
I like Buzelis as well. I think I may have mentioned him on your show as well. I don't remember.
I have a laundry list of these things. I just can't remember what the.
Yeah, I think I did. And look, anyone that listens to me, he's probably not available because I've been sort of talking him up for a few weeks now. So I like him. I think not as certain on this one, but Dalton Connect. I just think with the moves the Hornets have made, he's going to at least get an opportunity.
Sure.
Somehow Nikola Vucevic is a winner because he wasn't traded again. Somehow Jordan Clarkson wasn't moved. The Blazers made no moves. So mediocrity is a winner, I think, for a few of these teams. If you go for the Bulls or the Blazers, and I know I have a Blazers, one of my mates is a Blazers fan, and he is going to be waking up to a whole lot of disappointment this morning. But yeah, look, on the whole, I think Steve makes a very good point in that if we look at this as a week-long thing, it was an amazing trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if this is going to set a trend now next year after that. Are we going to have to do a trade deadline show that runs for a week? Because a lot more happened, I feel like, than in previous years.
I'm going to need pee breaks on that show, guys. Build in some pauses.
Next year's trade deadline spectacular that runs from I don't know.
Yeah,
When was the
Saturday
Luka
before.
trade?
That was
I can't
Saturday
remember when
night.
it was.
That would be your like Sunday afternoon, I guess.
Okay. So we're doing a 5 to 6 day trade deadline
Yeah.
spectacular.
Oh yeah. At
All
least
right.
5 hours every single day.
And I think this is actually not the first year of it. I'm double checking, but I actually think last year the biggest trade or a couple of the biggest trades were before the
January.
deadline as well.
Yeah, they were. I think the Anunoby one. I think the Siakam one. I think those might have been in January, if I'm remembering right, last year.
Yeah, I just pulled up the page, so give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Well,
it makes sense because like teams are gonna, if they're gonna go get a guy they like, you want to get him for as long as possible. And it's funny that Steve Kerr came out yesterday and was like, a trade deadline needs to be later by the All-Star breaks. Like, dude, we had it like that for decades, and teams were like, this is too goddamn late. I'm trading for someone and they get to play on my team for 4.5 weeks. Make it earlier. Well,
they used to do it. They used to do it after All-Star, and so they were complaining that it was really awkward because then, like, they would,
they'd come back,
come back, and then, like, yeah.
I
don't think there's any perfect time. I mean, it's always going to be awkward when you make these trades. These players have to, kind of uproot. But, like I said, for me personally, I'm spinning it as this has been a really fun one. Had a really good time following everything, listening to you guys. It's been a blast. So.
Daniel Tice just got waived by the Thunder, so that was an unusual series of things there. I have no idea.
Doesn't he help them?
Well, Chet's back now, so they got Chet. That they're.
Why did they make that move? Contract stuff, I'm sure.
Contract. Did they get a pick in that deal or no? They have so many other picks; it really doesn't matter for that.
I thought they gave up a pick.
Yeah, I think they have given one out. They just
needed to get rid of one of their picks.
Yeah, they went full Oprah on that, and they just were like, "You get a pick," and we don't even want the guy you're sending back. I don't understand that one.
It was 2 years ago. The Kyrie deal was 2 days before the deadline. Because Siakam was like 3 weeks before the deadline, so that feels a little different. But 2 years ago, the Kyrie trade was 2 days before. So that was, arguably one of the biggest deals of two deadlines ago.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that there were a few in January last year. I don't remember which guys exactly, but no, I mean, it makes sense. This is the way it should have been a long time is teams going to get the guys that they want early enough to acclimate them and see what they do. But Steve, you're 100% right. But I did say this to my wife as we were getting into bed last night. I was like, I'm a little worried that like everything happened already, because she was like, but it's like, you just said that Mark Williams is a Laker. Like, you sound excited about that. I'm like, yeah, I am excited about that, but I want all of these things to happen during the 5 hours that I'm on air. Because
ratings wise it helps, but we have a lot to talk about. So
so my favorites, so you guys don't think that I'm leaving myself out of this thing. A lot of these guys are rostered already. Bilal, I think, was one of the big winners during this trade deadline. Getting Kuzma out of the way was a huge one for having him more of like a feature ball handling role. Heavily rostered, but also heavily dropped in a lot of leagues when he was really, really bad. So you never know. Might have been able to scoop him over the last couple of weeks. Io on the Bulls, same kind of thing. Had been playing a lot of minutes, but getting Zach LaVine out of the way increased the actual usage when he's on the floor. So kind of actually similar for both of those guys, where the minutes were there, but the touches weren't quite where they needed to be. Lonzo, same kind of thing. He's been sort of slowly ramping up, and Zach LaVine being gone. Dalton Connect was the next guy on my list, and I went back and forth on this one a bunch last night, but I ended up settling on Dalton because of a Ramona Shelburne tweet that came out late last night about the Hornets approaching the Lakers asking about Connect. And so there's this like, did you want this guy or did you take this guy? And that sort of kind of pushed more in the like, they wanted this dude, and the Hornets are so thin and weird that like, if you got a relative, Connect's not super young, but young-ish guy who can go jack up a bunch of shots and maybe make some of them and get hot from three and make everybody excited for a couple of minutes in their game, I think that's probably a guy that you end up playing. Buzelis, he makes the list. Again, I was afraid of him before, but Chicago showing that they're willing to play him, even though they're not trading the rest of their veterans. I don't understand. Keon Ellis made my list. We haven't talked a ton about him. Jake LaRavia coming to Sacramento. I know they don't play the same position, but getting another competent backup might blow up the Keon Ellis thing. I was higher on him before this trade, although they sent out Colby Jones and Alex Len, and I don't really care about that. But when Herter and Fox were gone, but only one guy came in, it felt like maybe Ellis could get like 9 Herter minutes. Probably not as much anymore. That one likely moves off my list after this. The last trade basically to come through kind of screwed that one up. Brandon Pajemski was on my list last night as someone that may win out. That might not last through a Jonathan Kuminga return. But at least right now, the Warriors thinned the herd. They traded 4 guys out basically and got 1 guy back for the most part. So that's minutes that are available. And it's always good when the herd gets thinned. And finally, Yusuf freaking Nurkic, who is one of my least favorite players to be associated with in any way. I trashed him maybe more than anybody leading up to the start of the season. But the games that he plays, and some of this helps that I'm a games cap guy. He's not going to play every day in Charlotte, but I think he will play sometimes because he's a guy that does now need to prove to the league that he's a better on-court positive than headache negative, because he's gone, that needle's swung hard to the too big of a headache. And this is just the kind of place to do it. Go rehab your value for a couple of months and maybe somebody will take a shot on you. So that's my monologue on players that I like.
Marvin Bagley just got moved. There you go. There's a
really? We had one at 20 minutes past the hour?
There's a way to close out a trade deadline.
Well, that was actually, that hits on one that I was going to ask about that we hadn't talked about at all is the Washington front court. Because not one of us has mentioned any of the Washington bigs. And I do think Jonas leaving is kind of a big deal. Like, I don't know if Sarr is too widely rostered to count as a winner for our purposes.
Oh, he's a winner, man. He definitely wins.
Well, yeah, he's definitely a winner. I don't know if it's helpful for us to talk about him or if he's just already on enough rosters that everyone listening already it doesn't help them. But especially if Bagley is now gone, then does Holmes finally get an extended opportunity to play? Like, are 14 teamers at least adding Richaun Holmes right now?
In the short term, absolutely. I have no idea what happens to him when Sarr comes back. But I guess we're again at that point, like, we're past the deadline. If you have roster moves to burn, you can use them on injury replacement level guys right now. It's not crazy anymore. Like, if you didn't get 3-4 guys you think are rest of season players, you can kind of pivot in a different direction. I'm assuming, Johnny Davis also to the Grizzlies in that deal. I don't even remember. Has he played at all this season for anyone?
Yeah, I think so. I think he actually
doesn't
got
matter.
some minutes.
He's
Johnny Davis. He's averaging 7.1 minutes.
Heavy workload.
He played.
I think I mentioned earlier, I don't mind Vukcevic here as well. I think depending on what the Wizards want to do.
Agreed.
Richaun Holmes is there and started yesterday, but Vukcevic would make more sense as a let's throw him out. Let's see what we have in him.
Totally agree.
Sure.
Again, deep leagues, nothing sort of relevant for standard leagues, but he's someone now that they have cleared that path a little bit. We'll see what happens there in Washington.
I adore the fact that the Warriors did the Danny Ainge move here with the right after the deadline. Well, we tried a bunch of times on Vucevic, but we couldn't get there, guys. We really did. We tried. We came super close. I love the I'm super close right after the deadline, like marketing spin by teams to try to save face. But they did get Jimmy Butler, so I don't know that they needed to pull that one out. We're probably only going to go about a 10-ish minutes or so more, mostly because I think I might perish after that point.
Could we spend 30 seconds on Keon Ellis? Only because I know I get a lot of questions about Keon Ellis on my show. And I talked about him yesterday because he played 28 minutes, and people are like, okay, we're good to go on him? And I sort of said pump the brakes, I think, because Malik Monk was in foul trouble yesterday.
Yeah.
And fantasy managers were worried. And why is Monk playing 24 minutes? Like he as the NBA coaches tend to do, when someone gets in foul trouble, they just remove them from the rotation for a while, and then they don't end up fouling out.
Hate that.
So I'm not as sold on Keon Ellis, only because I think if he only played 26 minutes yesterday with Malik Monk playing 10 minutes less than what he's going to play, I'm not sure that path to 28 minutes that we were looking for is there at this point. I could be wrong, but I don't know what you guys think.
We've seen this all season long with him. He's been in and out. He's good when he plays. I mean, he's fairly consistent at both ends of the floor. And for the longest time, we were all saying he needs to be playing more. But now, with Levine coming in, they still have, DeRozan. Obviously, Sabonis is going to have the ball a lot. Even without a, quote unquote, natural point guard or floor leader, that ball is still going to move around a lot. So I think a guy like Ellis is going to be really inconsistent. Now, can you stream him or use him on days when he's playing? Sure. But is he a guy that I would run out right now and just, I got to add him and hold him? For me personally, no. If you're in a super deep league, Alex, like you were saying, if it's more of like a 14, 16 team league, maybe. But even then, I don't know, man. It's going to be really inconsistent, just like he has been all year.
Matty G from the land of infancy writes, I can't believe I left the show before the Bogdan trade. That I like for the Clippers. We got you, buddy. I got you on the show. Take care of the baby. You don't have to worry about us. Alex, go ahead.
The problem with Keon Ellis is he's much better in real life than he is for fantasy. Even if he gets to 28 minutes per game, it's not good enough for us. I love him as a player. I like watching him. But no, he's not a standard league guy at 28 minutes. Unless you need defense. He's a defensive specialist at 28 plus minutes per game. But we can't even count on him for 28 plus minutes per game. Most of you should be ignoring him. Deep leaguers, okay. People who need defense, okay. But most of you, that's not going to be you.
Yeah. And again, I think I was, I thought he had a chance to carve out a role, but with the Kings adding more, basically another rotation-ish level backup player, I think that probably squeezes it out a little bit too much as well. So let's go around the horn one last time here on Trade Deadline Thursday morning. Steve St. Pierre, podcast_Pierre, Menace Pod Man. That's singular. I singulared it. Your favorites, least favorites from the whole week of what has been, like you said, an absolutely insane 5 days, even if the last bit of it was kind of fizzling out a tad. So winners, losers, teams you're excited about, whatever you got, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I mean, we'll get the obvious one out of the way. The Lakers, huge winners with Luka. But also, I think in the short term, I think Dallas got something that they really wanted. We kind of question a lot of the motives there, but at the end of the day, like they obviously thought Anthony Davis was a really good fit with the team that they have right now. They went out and paid Klay Thompson what they paid him. So he's there. He's not going anywhere. And so they've got those guys. They've got Kyrie, and that's kind of like their core, and I think they're just going to kind of go for it these next maybe like 2 seasons. And then eventually they'll have to blow things up and kind of restart, unless they find a way to get another like younger star, but that's going to be easier said than done. So both of those teams, obviously biggest trade maybe of all time. But going to like kind of today in the last couple days, again, kind of what we've all been saying. Alex, you said it at the top, and I know you've been saying it a lot. Buzelis, and really, I mean, you're wearing the red and black. The Bulls as a whole, I think, just a lot of those guys, a lot of the same guys we've been mentioning. Ayo Dosunmu, I think, is a huge winner. He's a guy that if he's out there in any leagues, you can pick him up and use him probably the rest of the way. Lonzo Ball is a big winner in fantasy and in real life. I mean, he got a contract extension. He's healthy. They've said that they're lifting his restrictions a little bit. Now, I do have some concerns with him. I think he is going to still sit a lot of back-to-backs and stuff like that. But I think in general, he's a guy that you can pick up and own for the most part. So, and again, I say this all the time, but it does depend on your team, your league, what you got going on with the standings and everything else. But in general, I think those guys are all winners.
Alex, same question for you.
I don't want to be a bummer, but like a bunch of guys that I've kind of been excited about, I think are losers as well. My battery's dying. Hold on. Let me say a few. Okay, I'm here. No.
Oh, it's battery.
He'll be back.
We'll get him back.
We'll get him back. Maybe Kingy. Winners, losers. Maybe the question I should have asked was, when this show ends and you can officially do something else without worrying about what the camera looks like, what are the like 2 or 3 things you're gonna do fantasy basketball related? Because I know that like I pulled up some tabs, checking in on a few guys that we've talked about today, see who's rostered, who isn't. What is the rest of your here's the things I'm gonna do and maybe you should do them too kind of day look like?
Yeah, non-fantasy, it's go and have a coffee and some breakfast. Fantasy,
yeah, good morning.
Related. Yeah, look, I think, and it's potentially where Alex was going with this, is that a few of the guys we were stashing or hoping for, they're not losers in the sense that they are going to get worse. They're just not going to take that jump that we thought they might.
Yeah,
Day'Ron Sharp is one that comes to mind for me because I really like him as a player, as a stash. I was hoping Claxton would be moved. That didn't happen. That's not to say they don't shut Claxton down or however we want to phrase that. So I am still holding Sharp because he's doing enough. And look, Alex is back. I will let Alex continue, and then I will continue.
that was an all-timer in for the show. As he reaches for the as he reaches for the battery, it just vanishes. You blipped out. That was amazing. Do you remember what you were talking about when
I do. I do. I was talking about how problematic it is that my fully charged battery died in a half hour. I think that's what I was talking about. No, I was talking about how I had been talking about especially Bryce Sensabaugh and on the Jazz as someone who I expected to really go off during the silly season and someone who I thought was worth saving, worth holding on to even while his minutes were down, because obviously the Jazz were going to trade. They were showcasing these players for a trade, and obviously they were going to make moves. And they kind of just didn't. I do still think that at some point they're going to shut down some of these players.
They are.
But I no longer, and so I think we got to be ready to go. We've got to be able to be quick on the uptake when those minutes come back for a player like Sensabaugh. But it's not worth holding him now. Whereas for 2 or 3 down games, I thought the upside was worth it. For question mark games, it is not. And so I think we kind of got to let go of him when he might have a lot of games, or maybe possibly the rest of the season, stuck in low minutes at the end of the bench. Same for Filipowski, his teammate, who I had been sort of touting as someone I was excited about. They both could be silly season all-stars, but I thought that might start tomorrow night. Similarly, Max Strus, I thought that as he got healthy, he might claim that 5th starter spot for the Jazz. That's out the window with DeAndre Hunter coming in. And both Martin brothers were sort of deeper league special or specialist type guys, but they were rosterable for a lot of people. And both Martin brothers got traded to situations where their fantasy value went down. So both Martin brothers suffered. And those are 5 players who I had been spending some time and energy talking up the last several weeks. And I think they were all deadline losers. Bummer, but and maybe the battery went out to punish me for being a downer. But
Kingy, you were sort of mid thought, and actually a similar thought to what Alex was talking about, of guys that we had sort of been hoping for, counting on, that ended up either doing nothing or going the wrong way.
Yeah, so it was same line of thinking, and Dayron Sharp was someone for me, like I said, who I was hoping, and unlike sort of Sensabaugh, I think he is sort of doing enough. He's playing 20, 22 minutes, which is sort of back end. He gets you some defensive stuff, but yeah, the Jazz guys, Scoot Henderson was another one. We were sort of hoping the Blazers would offload some pieces and just
literally anybody in Portland. Donovan
anyone.
Clingan, that's troublesome. Robert Williams didn't get moved. Like they're all intact.
Alex?
The Nets. I just realized the Nets. Were they
nothing?
Did they have a phone?
No.
No.
They,
carrier pigeons.
Their phone was
Carrier
like a
pigeons
battery.
got
It just died.
I was about to make the same joke. I think their phone has Alex's battery.
They were like, we have a trade-in.
My mother-in-law fell asleep at a rest stop while she was driving home a couple weeks ago. And there were a couple hours where I was having to talk my wife down. I was like, your mother's probably fine. She probably didn't die in a car crash, but like she should have gotten home by now. And like the whole family's like, have you heard from mom? Have you heard from mom?
That's terrifying.
I understand why they were scared. Has anyone checked in on the Nets? Are they okay? Did they fall asleep at the Maryland house?
Yeah, are they at a rest stop? Perhaps. No moves. Just the D'Lo move.
Ben Simmons expiring contract. They couldn't get anything for that.
I mean, I wouldn't give anything for it.
Get the phone and try.
No, and I think that for me was one of the talking points, I suppose, of this deadline was the fact that the Nets, the Blazers, the Jazz, they did nothing.
They did
nothing. They didn't. The Bulls, they got rid of Levine, but
the Jazz did stuff, but just very like minor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing that, as Alex said, he's going to free up these guys.
Right. They basically just took on second round picks to like reroute random old dudes from one team to another. Although I guess they have Jalen Hood-Schifino. So, but again, like the point is, we were all waiting on the like 3 or 4 Jazz regulars to be traded or shut down. We're waiting on the Blazers regulars to be traded or shut down. We're waiting on the Nets regulars to be traded or shut down. Nothing. And I'm particularly concerned, and then we'll wrap it up here because, guys, a man, and I won't name names, has consumed multiple bottles of water over the last almost 6 hours. But, like, I was sitting on Robert Williams in, like, solid 50 to 60% of my leagues, thinking for sure they were going to move their third center. Nope. Cam John, like, but the Blazers are winning. So even if you're waiting on silly season, their wins are pushing that later and later. At least with the Jazz and the Nets, they've telegraphed things pretty good at this point. They're going to get their young dudes in there. The Blazers, they're celebrating Chauncey's 100th or 200th win or something. Everybody's all excited about victories. And if you're stashing Blazers, I think I would probably move to a new spot. But anyway,
Can I just say an under the radar winner here might be your old man Bladder, because the fact that you've done a 5.5 hour show, and have you had a toilet break?
Not one. No, I have.
Whoa,
I'm a very. So listen, I'm a small man. I'm 5'8" and change, and I weigh about $140. But I have the bladder. I mean, like truly, I am a fragile. I've been referred to as a delicate bloom in my day. Old man Besbris, like all the things that could possibly break down, but I can hold my pee with the best of them. That is
impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
That should be the thumbnail for this show. Is just you not sitting on the toilet.
Nope, not at all. Yeah, it's just gonna be me standing outside the bathroom going.
Yep.
Because I'm fine.
I have a thing that shows how many trades there were and then how many trips to the bathroom you had. Zero,
baby. Zero incidents.
Still going strong.
Even 2000, whatever. Gentlemen, I'm so appreciative of each of you. Steve St. Pierre of the Menace Podmen, podcast_Pierre. Thank you so much, dude. And I was just saying to Scott, we got to talk twice in like 2 days. This is amazing.
It's been an honor, privilege. All you guys, man. This has been fun. Like I said, I've been sitting here for a while myself, just listening, watching. It's been great.
Probably hoping for something more to break down. Rickling, we always have a damn blast. We managed to talk about a bathroom trip. It wasn't poop this time. It wouldn't feel right if we didn't. We didn't do one. Alex, love you, bud. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you every time you're on the show. And Kingy, dude, got up before dawn to do 2.5 hours of this nonsense with me. Adam, I am unbelievably grateful to you and David Williams over. I love everybody, but you guys doing half of the 5 hours with me was absolute lunacy. And everybody, check out all the stuff that these guys are doing. I'm going to do a big recap of everybody after I get you guys out of here. But guys, you're the best. Thank you so much for hanging out through the deadline.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you all.
Thanks, Dan.
So long, John. And now we move towards the wrap-up. The wrap-up. Somehow we got to this point. 5 hours and 40 minutes later, we arrive at the end of the line. I know that many of you are now tuning out. I would once again, at the very end of the show, please, if you made it this far and you haven't subscribed left, please do that. Subscribe to the show. And 2 partners on this show that didn't get a shout out earlier, but they definitely get it now. Bet Online. The Super Bowl is coming up. Nobody's talking about it because the NBA trade deadline has been so insane. But the Super Bowl is 3 days away right now, and you really legitimately wouldn't know it. But they've got hundreds of props for you over at Bet Online to get down on Super Sunday. MVP odds, in-game live betting, all that amazing stuff. It's the perfect time to go check out our buddies over at Bet Online today. Make that game day action count just a little bit more. Bet Online, the game starts here. I cannot say enough important and good things about our partnership with Bet Online. If it weren't for them, we would not be able to do the things that we're doing on this show. And basically, they're the reason that I can do all of this stuff for free. Yeah, YouTube ads, they're a couple dollars here and there. Bet Online and their partnership through the Believe Network and everything the Believe guys have done as well has made it so that my plan, which was start Old Man Squad and just put everything out there as much as humanly possible, maximize content, maximize the platform for all my buddies in the fantasy space. Bet Online is the reason we can do that. So please do check them out. And check out our buddies over at underdogfantasy.com. We're not going to do a card on today's show because I got to get into the wrap-up or I'm literally going to explode over here. Yes, from urine. You guys put the pieces together on that. Underdogfantasy.com. Use promo code OLDMAN, OLDMAN, or click on the link. I don't know if it's in this show description. I think I threw it in there, but if I forgot, the referral link is in all of our other show descriptions. So if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you'll be able to find it in all of them. Or again, underdogfantasy.com. Use the promo code OLDMAN. Unlock up to $1,000 in deposit match bonus, a free play, and some other stuff at the end. It's weird that someone in the chat room would tell me to stop yapping at the end of a 5.5 hour show. But I appreciate the sentiment. I will stop yapping. Don't worry about that. For me, here is on your screen. You can see the trade deadline live tracker. This link is in the show description if you guys want to go see it. It just tracks all the trades that went down today. It does not have the what does it mean. By the way, it sounds like Jalen Hood-Schifino is going to get waived by the Utah Jazz. That's part of all of that other stuff. It doesn't change very much for trade deadline stuff, but that's the sort of last thing to trickle in. Again, subscribe to Old Man Squad on the YouTube page. Hit that like button on this show. Hit that like button on anything. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Besbris. Old Man Squad is the handle over on the Blue Sky Network. But here, we'll scroll through this very slowly as we head towards the wrap-up. Again, my biggest winners, we've talked about them at the beginning of this sort of last half hour. But, thinking through a lot of it, Bilal and Io, guys that were largely rostered but got a really nice bump. Same with Lonzo Ball. Dalton Connect saw a nice bump. Matas Buzelis saw a nice bump. I think Brandon Pajemski got himself a bump. When Nurk plays, that's a bump. Who am I forgetting here? We had some other ones that floated in. I will do a tweet on this as we go as well. So there will be some wrap-up action over on social media. And I hope you guys will follow me over there while we do it. So again, thank you to, here we go, guys. There were a lot of them. All the amazing analysts. Biggest thank yous to David Williams and Adam King for each doing half the show with me. That is a lot. It is a lot to sit on a live show with no commercial breaks for 2.5 straight hours. I do it twice. So believe me, I know it's actually more than that now. Thank you to Noah Rubin, Daniel McKee, and Dan Palio, the first guest we had on the show. My good buddy Josh Milman, who hung out with us for an hour between 8 and 9. Mike Catron, watch the boxes. Dan Titus of Yahoo Sports. Noah, of course, is over at RotoWorld. Daniel McKee, multiple podcasts between two hoops. He's NBA Fantasy Bible. Thunder Dan, former FSWA Basketball Writer of the Year and Grand Poobah of all sports over at Rotoballer. Scott Keller and Steve St. Pierre, the Menace Podmen, not together on this one. Matty G, NBA G Wiz of Insight. Adam G Stock of Elite Fantasy Basketball. Mike Barner at Roto Mike Barner. Who am I forgetting here? I had the list in front of me, and I know I'm screwing this up. Crap. Hold on. We can do all of this. Corbin Ford, Alex Rickling. Those guys were in the later portions of the show. I almost screwed that up as well. Mike Barner, of course, is over at RotoWire, as is Alex Rickling. Corbin, you can catch over with, actually, he's at a bunch of different places, hanging with my buddy Stephen Bagel, Swish Theory, The Lead, all that good stuff. Just a huge thank you to all those dudes. And thank you to all of you for hanging out with us here on Trade Deadline Thursday. I know we were looking for more craziness on this actual Thursday morning. We got craziness all week long. Stay tuned again for more over on social media, where I'll try to break some more of this stuff down kind of piecewise throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. I am Dan Besbris, almost 6 hours deep. Whew. Good gracious. Let's all take a break. What do they say? Everybody else wants to do the pencils down thing. Pencils down, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you guys on social.